Hogwarts, forbidden son of the Black and White Lord. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301. Tom didn't look back. Ding. Tom's magic seems to be just throwing a small stone. A black shadow flew forward quickly with a whoosh and hit a flying axe in the middle of the front level, making a crisp collision sound, but only when the axe there was a white mark on one side of the blade. It's a pity. Player Riddle seems to lack a clear understanding of the strength of the level props. Although the throwing axe was blocked by this attack for a moment, it was just a mantis. The commentator sighed loudly. His spell made a mistake. No knowing whether the following two players can resolve the battle as soon as possible. How about taking this opportunity to catch up with him? Tom made no mistakes. At this time, Ludwig, who was fighting and retreating, was very close to Tom, and the surrounding students also had disappointed expressions on their faces. Nelson's timely words gave them a boost. They all looked at Nelson, expecting read his next sentence. Watch the game, you will understand. Nelson didn't explain too much, just put his chin on his hand and stared at Tom on the field. Tom didn't hear the comments from the narrator, so naturally he couldn't be affected. He raised his wand again, put on the same posture as before, swung the spell, and a small black shadow shot out again, hitting another one after that. Throwing axe. He didn't look back. Seeing his actions, the voice of the commentary stopped. In the next 10 seconds, Tom fired 15 similar spells one after another, hitting 6 of the throwing axes, and one of them was hit. The most common throwing axe was hit 8 times, but apart from the 8 white marks on the blade, it didn't suffer any damage. The audience could already clearly hear the panting sound of the commentator, who was about to have a cerebral hemorrhage. Hey, he's got into trouble with this spell. Can you stop worrying about your throwing stones? As an Englishman, the commentator shouted angrily, and the assistants in the audience quickly approached. After reminding, he lowered his voice and apologized to the audience. Sorry everyone, I got a little excited. At the end, he added, but I still have to say that there is not much time left for Riddle, and Kant and Sagan are very close to him. One of them is chasing after him, and the other is desperately hindering him. Opponent, and Riddle is wasting his hard-earned advantage. If he doesn't adjust his tactics and show his performance in the first game, then this game will be dangerous. Hearing the comments made by the commentator, the audience became visibly noisy, and everyone didn't understand what kind of medicine was sold in Tom's gourd. You don't have a bottom line, do you? Alfred approached Nelson carefully and asked in a low voice, is it true that Tom can't solve this problem? How is that possible? Nelson said without looking back. Tom is almost over, don't you think so, Moody? Alfred turned his head and saw that Moody, who had heard the conversation clearly, was staring at him with resentment. His face was full of dissatisfaction with his arrangement of Tom. Alfred had no choice but to rub the kid on the head. Said, I'm joking, really, look at my sincere eyes. Moody snorted and continued to stare at Tom and the arena. The audience's comments became more and more frequent. Although he was trying his best to stop Margaret, Ludwig was only a few steps away from Tom, and his half-foot had already set foot on the devil's net that Tom had just passed. On the lawn, the twisting vines had already climbed up to his ankles, and when Ludwig landed on his feet, an imperceptible sound wave radiated from his arms to the surroundings, and the tentacles of the devil's net under his feet loosened. Margaret chased even faster, and she was almost face to face with Ludwig. At this time, Ludwig felt tremendous pressure. He only felt that his spells and wands were beginning to become ineffective. The magic always misses, but Margaret's attack hits his shield every time. His defense began to become unsupportable. A ray of flame engulfed him with the wind, and even attacked Tom, who was blocked behind him, and the devil's net, which was afraid of fire, shrank back immediately, turning into a lawn that was harmless to humans and animals. The setting of this level is a bit meaningless. How can a player who can be selected as a warrior not know that the devil's net is afraid of fire? But complex herbs can't be used in this kind of level breaking competition, and those truly dangerous magic plants may kill 3 players in an instant. This lawn seems to be an element that was forcibly inserted into the competition. The tongue of flame rushed to the hem of Tom's robe, and it was extinguished when he was about to approach. He seemed unaware of the tongue of flame, and he was still bombarding the whistling hatchet in front of him with the pitifully weak spell, without turning his head. Just when the noise in the lecture hall reached its peak, Tom moved. He lowered his head, frowned, and looked at the hem of the robe protruding from the cylinder of his torso. After thinking for a moment, he unbuttoned it and took off his coat. It reveals a black sweater with an embroidered T inside. "Oh, it looks like our warriors are a little hot from the fire," came the commentary's voice. "I have to say that Riddle's clothes are still very good, and it's easy for ordinary people to wear this kind of black. Like a crow or a bat, he can pull off that style." Tom folded the robe and hung it on his bent right arm, inserted his wand into the sleeve, took a deep look at the throwing axe in front of him, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. Merlin's Paris cannon. The commentator was so angry that he started talking nonsense. "Judges, have you seen it? I read it right? Our Riddle player has already taken back his wand. Has he abstained?" The judges ignored his wailing, but stared at Tom with interest, anticipating his next move. 5, 4, 3. Tom closed his eyes. His mood was extremely calm, and his heartbeat also stabilized. Feeling the wind from the throwing axe in his ears, he silently counted the numbers that he had counted hundreds of times. 2. Tom leaned forward and opened his eyes. As expected, the first throwing axe flew past the tip of his nose. The throwing axe had just passed by. It should be the best time in the past, but Tom didn't move. Waited again. Margaret, who was blocked by Ludwig, saw Tom's movements. As an opponent, she may be the person present who knows what Tom wants to do best. She raised her wand in horror and shot 2 red beams in succession. Over Ludwig, hit Tom's back. 1. Time seemed to be frozen. Tom stepped forward and walked forward. The throwing axe in front of him was falling and struck him again, but it couldn't speed up on its own after all. Tom took off his coat. It couldn't even cut the corner of the robe where it should be. Margaret's spell followed, and the throwing axe coincided with Tom's back at this time, and the spell hit the throwing axe heavily one after the other, making Ben's normal axe blade pause, deflecting the other half. But what could that do to Tom? Like a gentleman on a date, he held his coat and walked towards the end of the path of the throwing axe at a constant speed. Realizing that Tom had entered the next level, Ludwig panicked. He turned around, and a few thick and hideous black beams shot towards Tom rushed forward. Without exception, they were all hindered by the throwing axe, and several powerful spells even spun with the throwing axe, making a bang 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 sound. Even though it was as wonderful as a symphony behind him, Tom didn't look back. The audience finally understood what Tom was doing with his seemingly meaningless behavior before. He stood in front of the throwing axe, trying to find an opportunity to pass easily, but the frequency of the axe blade was different after all. Although only holding back the subsequent throwing axes for a moment, it managed to tune them to a frequency Tom wanted. He passed through the gleaming axes of the axes, and they flew past his hair, the corners of his clothes, and the tip of his nose, but they still couldn't really hurt him, and Tom took off his clothes, only because the robes were on him. It was inevitable to get scratched, and he really didn't want to walk back in tattered clothes. Not to mention, the clothes were quite expensive. Ludwig's curse was bouncing back and forth in the throwing axe, like a violent conductor conducting a percussion band. He could no longer care about Margaret behind him, and turned around completely, leaving the back to her, just wanting to hinder Tom's pace. And Margaret looked at Ludwig's stupid behavior. Her eyes were full of anger, and she clenched her fists involuntarily. "Oh my god. Merlin. Merlin's ass." The exclamation of the commentator sounded at the right time. He wished to give himself 2 slaps. The commentator had also read some legendary stories of wizards, and knew that when every genius rises, there will always be an old-fashioned character who can't read the air. As if he was cast, he poured a few basins of cold water on the front like a foolish curse. He knew that the protagonist of the story would always prove himself. But he didn't expect that he was that veteran character. What was even more unexpected was that the slap in the face came so quickly. He looked at Tom with a red face, and the comments he had just released seemed to bounce off the walls of the lecture theater and reach his ears. This is the temperament of a great wizard when he was young. The commentator can't wait to use all the compliments on Tom at this moment, as if he has already won the championship. Myself, strolling in the face of victory. Why? The audience looked at the commentary, as if they were fools. His professional level was indeed not bad, and he quickly whetted the appetite of the audience. Even Dumbledore, who had confirmed that Tom had a chance to win, looked at him, wanting to hear what he could spit out. Ivory comes. That's because for him, victory is so easy. The commentator waved the script and shouted excitedly, I bet, even Dumbledore, no, even Merlin, would not dare to be in this kind of level. Throw away the wand. But Tom Riddle can. Let's shout his name. I've never seen a wizard do anything like this in all these years. It's worse than any powerful magic cast. Shocked. Dumbledore didn't know if Tom would blush when he heard this kind of praise. Anyway, he blushed, and from the tone of the commentary, he thought Tom had just killed Grindelwald, and secretly glanced at Sigmund next to him. Dumbledore took a deep breath, and continued to look at the arena. Tom shuttled through the dangerous jungle made of throwing axes. Any accident might kill him, but his face was flat, no different from a walk after dinner. Still not looking back, his movements are still precise, his heartbeat is still calm, and his eyes are still confident. He clearly knows that the throwing axe being played with will block all injuries for him and return the humiliation he received from himself to the people behind. What are you still doing? Come and help me. Seeing that Tom was about to reach the finish line, Ludwig panicked. Although there are still levels to follow, the gap of a whole level is really hard to catch up. In a hurry to seek help from Margaret, he completely forgot that the two of them were almost born and died just now. You can. What? You are such a fool. Margareta was furious, raised her wand, and the petrifying spell hit Ludwig, who was in disarray. Did you know? Riddle has adjusted the swing frequency of these axes. If he can pass, the people behind can follow his speed, find his timing, and pass the level in the same way. Margaret took a step forward, putting his wand against Ludwig's petrified throat. He said coldly, he doesn't bother to stumbling the laggards. As long as you are honest, at least you can pass the road he paved. But what are you doing? Woolen cloth. Tom jumped over the last throwing axe, and its sharp blade touched his hair, which was blown up by the wind, and broke 2 hairs. Tom frowned, flung out his wand, and used the flying charm to attract the 2 sections of hair, which were burned to ashes in his hands. Margaret yelled at Ludwig in a low voice, you know that magic can hardly hurt these axes, but you still want to vent your meaningless anger. This kind of weak person struggle is really ridiculous. It ruined your last part of the journey. Blocked. What can you do? You can't even be Riddle's stumbling block. Oh no, you can do acrobatics with these goddamn axes spinning. You're pretty darn good. She pushed down the stiff Ludwig, causing him to fall into the devil's net, and then lit a fire under her feet, and rushed into the throwing axe. Facing the throwing axe that was messed up by Ludwig, Margaret struggled resisting, while pushing forward. His own confusion spell could not control more than 2 handles at the same time, which made Margaret feel even worse. Ludwig fell to the ground stiffly, bitterly tasting the feeling of being strangled by the vine man. Tom lifted the robe, draped it over his shoulders, and put it on without any sense of urgency. He still didn't look back, his eyes were only on the front, and he seemed to have no interest in the opponent's progress. This is Tom. Nelson rubbed Moody's hair and said softly, you can always trust him, of course, except in rare cases. Chapter 300. And to the back that is hard to catch up, and the blood-stained French chrysanthemum. The white gauze skirt was flying among the ferocious throwing axes. Margaret had neither Tom's confidence in dodging, nor Nelson's quick and agile skills, nor Ludwig's indestructible defense. Her dodge was embarrassing, but this scene is undoubtedly beautiful in the eyes of the audience. It's like Snow White lost in the forest. This is the evaluation given by Sigmund. He seems to like this girl more than his own students. The attack caused by her destroyed the absolutely safe passage built by Tom, and she could only continue to deform the things around her, hoping that they could block the throwing axe that was aimed at her. But this kind of obstacle is undoubtedly powerless, just like trying to use a wooden shield to resist the charge of heavy cavalry. A lowly martyr to the princess who trudges on. Fortunately, although the axe blades were well protected, Margaret could always control the one closest to her, which added a canopy to her small boat that was struggling to support in the storm. Even though the fisherman was already wet, it's transparent, but at least you don't have to face the wind and rain. The puff sleeve on the shoulder was cut at some point and even hurt the skin. The injury was a bit serious. The bright red blood flowed down the arm, and the traces left spread down like the blood vessels of the gore skirt, and finally appeared on the hem of the skirt. Leaves a circle of flame-like decorations everywhere. Her face became even paler due to blood loss. Ironically, the only bright color on her whole body became the only bright color. When her beloved gauze dress became her burden, she got involved in the axe blade time and time again. Desperately, Margaret raised her wand. A flash of white light flashed. The hem of the long skirt was cut off with a knife and fell to the ground, revealing 2 white and slender legs. The discarded red dress was quickly picked up by passing axes and thrown into the steel forest. They hungrily groped for the blood-stained clothes, which were soon smashed to pieces. Petal-like fragments floating around flying, was captured and cut by the axe blade again and again, and finally became a fine rain of blood, pouring on Margaret's face. She tore off another skirt and wrapped it around her shoulders. When the blood flowed out, she knew that she had failed and could not catch up with Tom anyway. The knights around her got up and fell down one by one. Unable to stop, Margaret thought of giving up. She stood there blankly, as if she had been frightened, until the fragments of the long skirt covered her eyes. These were the few fragments that were not soaked in blood, and the scene in front of her was covered with looming white, like a layer of fog. Margaret's eyes became hollow, and her thoughts seemed to be drawn closer to the fog. The blood-stained axe blade vibrated, as if it had received some order, and the magic pattern hidden within it stirred up subtle magic power, and surrounded Margaret in the resonant sound waves of the axe blade. Sigmund smiled. It was a happy smile. The dense offensive around her frightened her. Margaret, who had been a stranger since she was a child, was still unable to master the real magic that belonged to a wizard. The nondescript talent brought her strength and made her study full of frustration and slack. She has the confidence to face any powerful opponent, but there is nothing she can do about this continuous surprise attack. The illusory axe blades in front of her eyes are distorted and deformed, gradually turning into dragonfly-like silver machines, and the cold red one-eyed stares at her. Margaret felt a splitting headache. Everyone thought she performed well in the last level, but no one knew what happened to her after the lights were turned off. Tom in the front repelled the ding-ding of crossbow arrows with a spell, the rubbing sound of the devil's net climbing Ludwig's body behind him, and the death sound of the knights resisting the throwing axes all fell silent. Hallucinations appeared in front of her eyes, and a large amount of blood loss had made her psychic. In a daze, the figure of Nelson holding a long sword appeared in front of her. "Are you afraid of me?" Margaret's body swayed. She felt dizzy for a while, but before the words were spoken, Nelson's face was replaced by Queenie Goldstein. "Don't be afraid of it. I'm not even afraid of Grindelwald." "Why are you afraid of it?" "It?" Margaret asked blankly. "It belongs to you, my dear." "Are you afraid of the fork you use for breakfast?" Queenie smiled lightly, holding the long sword tightly with both hands, raising her arms flat, and stabbed it towards her own with a smile on her face. "Heart. It has been with you since you were born. This talent is not the devil, chaos, or alien like others say. What kind of person you want to be depends on yourself. Disaster is coming, dear. Yes, you are talented. I don't want your personality to be destroyed by anyone. I don't want you to fall into the hands of those who once controlled me." Queenie repeated what she said to Margaret in the Biscuit Castle. These dots of memories gradually emerged in Margaret's mind. Queenie's face disappeared, and the face of the suicide figure in front of her was gradually replaced by Nelson. The gears of the sharp blade in his hand turned, and the dense grinding of the gears scattered the sound waves around Margaret, and the seemingly absent magic power also became subtle due to the fading of the sound waves. "Are you afraid of me?" Nelson's bright smile was dripping with blood. His chest heaved violently like a bellows, but Fantasy couldn't feel pain, and he kept repeating like a phonograph with a stuck disc. "You afraid of me? Are you afraid of me? Are you afraid of me?" Margaret raised her hand, rubbed her temples, raised her head, and met Nelson's eyes in her heart. They were a pair of eyes that could swallow everything like the sea, but she was no longer nervous. I'm afraid, Mr. Williams. I'm really afraid of you. Margaret raised her injured arm. The pain made her face tremble, but she injured it after all. She took Nelson's hands and pushed hard. The long sword sank into Nelson's chest. But I'm afraid of too many things. Too many things. I have to face it, don't I? That makes sense. Nelson, who is logically dead, nodded and said, to be honest, I'm a little glad I didn't agree to your dance partner invitation. That day I saw that your brother's leather shoes were trampled out of shape. Margaret held the hilt of the sword and turned it around. Nelson gradually turned into a cloud of mist and dissipated in the air. She murmured, thank you, Mr. Williams. From the audience's point of view, Margaret was only blindfolded by a piece of rag, and then she tore off the piece of cloth, as if she was a different person, raised her wand with firm eyes, and slashed down hard. All the fragments scattered on the ground trembled, and knights in armor climbed out of them. They held heavy shields, and they didn't care about their own casualties at all, covering the princess's evacuation. Different from before, the first knights had a dead air on them, as if they were doing futile work, but the reason why these newcomers went forward was because their masters regained the brilliance in their eyes. Under the cover of the knights, Margaret rushed out of the axe formation. Although she suffered several wounds, although the white gauze skirt on her body had turned into a red one-piece skirt, and although she looked in a state of distress, she finally still came out. It's really poignant, but effective. Seeing the startled Margaret suddenly wake up, Sigmund frowned and shook his head, but his brows quickly relaxed, showing an indifferent and curious smile, and commented, wonder if the girl would have made the choice if those lumbering cavalrymen had been replaced by her mediocre companions? I don't know, Sigmund, Constance said flatly, but I know that if you don't abstain from the referee, Mr. Kant will be strangled to death by the devil's net. Really? Sigmund stared at Margaret obsessively, leaving a little space in his eyes for the students who didn't have him. There is no abstention in the True Wizard tournament. But he's dying. Really? Sigmund waved his hand and said in a flat tone, if you die, you will die. The students I brought to Hogwarts are eager to become warriors, and even more eager to die in the arena. Constance wanted to call for him to abstain, and she no longer knew what words to use to describe Sigmund at this moment. What's more, if he dies, it means that he is not at the same level as the other two. Sigmund shrugged and glanced at Sigmund, who had been entangled by the devil's net and couldn't see clearly. Of course, it's the same if you lose. Sigmund, Dumbledore finally said, Mr. Kant is not because of inferior skills, but because of force majeure. His order of appearance and character have caused this scene. He has not even shown his true strength. I can't imagine how a person under the petrification curse should face the devil's net. Really? Sigmund tilted his head to Dumbledore's side and said, okay then. Just when Sigmund was about to abstain from the game, the situation on the field changed suddenly. Tom turned into a black smoke and flew over with a swish, after stopping all the ballistas with one blow. In front of him, the victory was already at his fingertips, and he still didn't look back. The opponent's progress was meaningless to him. Strangely, Tom looked very unhappy with his face on his shoulders. In this game, Tom took advantage of Ludwig's character of being an upright person, found the frequency of the throwing axe, and shook dozens of magic-blessed crossbow beds, which were used by the former administrator to catch peeves after the strengthening and rebuilding of the level by the organizing committee. It still didn't hurt him at all. Of course, except for the two half-cut hairs. Tom, who cherishes the hair because he values the image, even named them. He was a little annoyed. Except for the plain ballista level, he didn't even use magic much, and his coat is still spotless. He didn't show explosive strength like Margaret, nor was he as active as Ludwig. The audience understood. His level has surpassed the limit that this level can test. The commentator is even more convinced of this. Tom was not in a hurry to fiddle with the bell jar, but bent down and planted his wand on the ground. Seeing this scene, Nelson's expression was so wonderful that he almost wrote the words "you copied me, written all over his face. Tom was very satisfied with this action. His stinky face looked better, and a line of fire spread from his feet to his back, passed through the well-formed crossbow bed, and slowly pushed back. Margaret, who had just crossed the mountains of knives and flames, found that her opponent was already standing at the finish line, showed a bitter smile. She turned around and faced the flying axe in front of her. Using the blade of the axe as a mirror, she moved gracefully. He took care of his hair. In a sense, he was the same as Ludwig, who was bound by the devil's net. In a game with only one winner, number 2 and Gang Shang, what's the difference between number 3, which started to mess up on the track? She felt the temperature of the slowly approaching flames, waved her wand lightly, and the 2 sparks with slender tail flames swirled around each other and flew towards Ludwig. It seems that you don't need to abstain, Sigmund. Constance snorted coldly. Both Sagan and Riddle understand the meaning of the game and the value of life better than you. Sigmund shrugged non-committally. Actually, they don't need their help. What did you say? I suggest you not to underestimate the warriors I have selected. Sigmund pointed to the devil's net that suddenly became active. Albus, can't you imagine how a person who has been cursed with petrification should face the devil's net? Now it is. The audience's attention was attracted by Tom's line of fire and Margaret's fire, but they didn't notice that the cocoon entangled by the devil's net was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom. There was a loud bang, and several pieces of wall skin were shaken from the ceiling. The blazing fire burst out from the devil's net, and several herbal medicine experts shook their heads. In the thick gunpowder, Ludwig, who was naked from the upper body and covered with wounds pierced by the devil's net, stood staggeringly. When he got up, he opened his mouth, and the scorching breath spewed out from his mouth. The hideous wounds on his body were temporarily sealed by the high temperature. Only the whites of his eyes remained, and wings suddenly sprouted from his back. He ejected and rushed into the flying bushes. But tragedies cannot create heroes every time. Ludwig advanced halfway with his tenacious defense, but because he lost consciousness and couldn't dodge in time, he was hit by a throwing axe and fell to the ground. Eat this, disrespectful fellow. Margaret raised her hand, but the soldiers couldn't get in at all. Feeling the change, Tom turned around, saw this scene, raised his wand without hesitation, and shouted, "Sagan, get down." Margaret subconsciously lay on the ground, and seeing a hole made by a knight in front of her, she rolled on the spot and hid in it. In the next second, a black beam almost as thick as the entire corridor rushed out from Tom's wand. It silenced all colors and covered all sounds. The top of Margaret's head filled everyone's eyes. Chapter 303. The cause of death is first aid. The pure black dead light engulfed every ray of light in the arena like a giant dragon, and ran over everything in front of them effortless. The audience felt their seats shake violently suddenly, and the walls on the ceiling were also broken into pieces. When they fell off, they drew out their wands one after another and cast magic to protect the field. Nelson, what kind of magic is this? Do you know? While Newt and Tina were protecting the students around him, he asked the elementary school students beside him. A sunflower with a bright smile crawled out of his pocket, and it became extremely huge in the breath. Even the melon seeds on it the size of a fist. It stretched out strips of emerald green vines, rolled up the lower grade students near the front row, and threw them behind Newt. But Nelson didn't seem to hear him, and Newt freed a hand and poked him on the shoulder. Unexpectedly, Newt just poked lightly, and Nelson tilted his head and lay on his shoulder. Newt's eyes widened. He looked carefully at the heroic Tina in front of him, and then looked around to make sure that no one had noticed. Then he carefully straightened Nelson's head, pretending nothing happened. The walls of the amphitheater, which divides the corridor, suddenly protruded towards the auditorium. The one-way mirror of the game viewing window was instantly squeezed into glass shards flying around, and some ejected bricks collapsed towards the audience like bullets. Seeing the walls crumbling, Dumbledore stood up from the referee's seat, raised his wand and pointed forward. Countless silvery white light beams shot out from the tip of the stick, and shot at the completely collapsed wall like fireworks. In an instant, an iron wall as smooth as a mirror appeared in front of everyone, making everyone panic, or bewildered, or a sarcastic expression as reflected at a glance. A human-shaped protrusion suddenly appeared in the center of the wall. The iron wall was like a liquid, and a girl in a red dress was spit out. Her eyes were blurred. After rolling several times, she lay on the ground, motionless. At some point, Miss Joy, who appeared behind Dumbledore, stepped forward, squatted beside Margaret, made a small cut with her wand on Margaret's neck, and then took out a small bottle from her pocket. The light green potion dripped down the wound. There was a sound of sizzling like a frying pan coming from behind the iron wall. It seemed that an unimaginable high temperature was brewing on the field. The iron wall soon turned red, twisted and deformed and swelled. Eyes behind half-moon glasses seemed to penetrate the wall, examining Tom on the other side. The high temperature behind the wall was not enough to melt the iron wall, and the loud noise quickly subsided. Dumbledore lowered his hand, and the iron wall immediately fell apart like a puddle of slime, and flowed underground along the newly blasted gap in the ground. The scene on the arena finally appeared in front of the audience. They put down their defenses one after another, turned their heads to look forward, and saw that the section of the entire corridor had become a smooth circle. But other than that, there was no distraction. Traces of destruction. It seems that everything that should have been there has been evaporated. In the middle of the track, dozens of large axes with some original shapes can still be seen, stuck on the ground. The decorations on the surface of the flying axes have been melted, and even the blades of the axes have become dull. It was hard to really destroy them, but the chains that hung them were all vaporized, and among the axes Tom raised his sleeves over his nose and mouth, and his hair was undisturbed. He lowered his arm expressionlessly, and the wand was also hidden in the sleeve. A black snake's laugh was lying under Tom's feet. Every snake scale was clean and complete. He lowered his head and gently kicked the quilt. A bag of slough, but it didn't react. Tom frowned, bent down, unsealed the seal on one side of the slough, and picked up the other side. A black bald head was poured out, and the carbonized skeleton surrounded his body, and it shattered when Tom touched it. It can be seen that there are two bat wings, which seem to be Ludwig. Tom put his hand to Ludwig's head, observed carefully, found his nose, put his hand up, straightened up after a while, and shook his head regretfully. Then he turned his head and looking in the direction of the auditorium. He seemed to have seen something bad, and his face sank. The hearts of those who saw this scene clicked. Could they be dead? Newt stood up, and it was time for his debut again. Unexpectedly, Tom knew that he was an expert in this field. He lowered his head and looked at Nelson, who was still quiet, and quietly cast a petrification spell on him, then lifted the shrunken sunflower and placed it on Nelson's side above his head. It was used as a shield for him to fall from a height, and then he squeezed through the crowd and walked to the side of the scorched Ludwig. Gmund. None of them left their seats, but Newt was the first to arrive at the scene. He glanced at Tom beside him and said softly, "Good job. But he seems to be dead." Tom frowned. "I wanted to save him, but he didn't seem to survive my rescue." "Your kind of rescue. Ordinary people really can't survive it." Newt shrugged easily. "But don't worry, if it's Mr. Kant, he should be able to survive it. In fact, your kind of rescue may be the only one that can save him. There is a way out." Newt lifted the hem of his windbreaker, and under the watchful eyes of everyone present, he took out a large suitcase from behind his buttocks. "That ball Nelson gave me, you know." Tom twitched the corners of his mouth in a complicated expression. "When did you start talking with redundancies? Does marriage make a man like this?" "Fortunately, some of my friends feed on blood," Newt said happily. He took out a bag of blood from the side pocket of the suitcase, opened the bag, and poured it on Ludwig's head. Under Tom's gaze, Ludwig's scorched skin swelled suddenly, and the blood dripping on his body was instantly absorbed. "It's even more coincidental that I have dealt with the wizards of Termster, and I know they're what this kind of evil magic looks like in extreme cases." "What does it look like?" "Here, that's it," Newt said to the black man on the ground. "His partner will actively enter a state of deep entanglement of magic power in order to protect him, and Ludwig will have his partner's power at this time. Some characteristics, especially in terms of survival. You have to know that magical animals like supersonic bats are very rare. When they can't find a mate, they will even dry themselves out and hang them in caves to find them. The opposite sex will irrigate them with prey or even their own blood, prompting them to wake up and reproduce." "Sorry, will it be bad for me to tell an underage wizard?" "Listen." His heart beat. Newt pointed to Ludwig's heaving chest, one big and one small. "The two of them are trying to survive together." "Thank you, Newt," Tom said expressionlessly. "I was even thinking about how to contact Na to let him break the prison after I was caught in Azkaban." "Haha." Newt patted Tom on the shoulder. "Why did you go to Azkaban?" Are they willing to arrest a little wizard because he wants to save his companion, but his hands are a little heavy? But, logically speaking, he should have woken up. Tom and Newt stared at Ludwig on the ground. His breathing had stabilized, and some scorched skin peeled off on his own, revealing new flesh and blood. Tom thought something was wrong. He had only mastered this spell not long ago. It was also mentioned in Liedlin's notes that it might cause harm to the soul. Tom once thought it was because the power of black magic would cause harm to the user, but he realized that he was really wrong. This obviously, it would cause damage to the opponent's soul. A drop of cold sweat emerged from Tom's forehead. Albus, your student is amazing. Staring at this place for a long time, but without saying a word, Sigmund, who was thought to be unacceptable because his beloved student suffered such a catastrophe, suddenly popped out a word. Sigmund, Dumbledore said with a wry smile. Trust me, Tom really wanted to save him. I understand. Sigmund nodded. People always miss. Of course, you can also say that. Dumbledore nodded. I never thought that Tom possessed such a powerful magic. No one would have guessed it. Sigmund narrowed his eyes, looked at Ludwig who was lying on the ground, and said, I heard Newt Scamander say that he should have woken up. Sorry, said Dumbledore with a bitter expression. If he really, we will be responsible. That's not what I meant. Sigmund shook his head. He turned his head and looked towards the Slytherin auditorium and said to himself, strange, I clearly saw it. Is there something wrong? Suddenly, the scorched Ludwig opened his eyes, and his eyes were full of joy for the rest of his life. Good hanging. Nelson in the audience let out a long sigh in his heart and opened his eyes at the same time. When Ludwig was about to be torn apart by the flying axe, he saw Tom cast his eyes on the auditorium. Although Tom didn't know the arrangement of the auditorium, he directly locked on Nelson's position, and Nelson immediately understood his eyes. Protect Ludwig's soul. The moment Tom raised his wand, Nelson had already put on the ring of the Gaunt family, and his consciousness sank into a blurred illusion. When everyone's attention was attracted by Tom and Margaret's rescue, the two a pure white hand stretched out from the floor, grabbed Ludwig's ankle, and dragged him and a bat into an imperceptible vortex that was hidden in the smoke and dust under his feet. Nelson felt a little hot, and the top of his head was also a little heavy. It may be that the long-term sitting made him feel a little uncomfortable. He wanted to change his movements, but suddenly found that he couldn't move. Nelson's face was flushed, and he tried his best to turn his neck, but he only trembled with all his strength. At this time, a huge sunflower hung down in front of him, and the melon seeds on his face were humanized. Putting on a curious expression, she blinked and stared at him. With all his strength, Nelson struggled to control the fingers of his right hand, turning the ring on his middle finger around. Seeing the wounded wake up, Miss Joy rushed forward. Dumbledore announced the end of the match at the right time and asked everyone to leave as soon as possible, but everyone already knew who the winner was. After struggling for a long time, Nelson finally broke through the blockade of the petrification curse. When he was evacuating with the courtyard, a crew cut suddenly stopped Nelson and Alfred, who was walking together. Ludwig is really useless, but in the final duel, I will be his assistant. Wertning, you and Riddle are ready to taste failure. Before Nelson had time to speak, Alfred stopped in front of Nelson. He showed an exaggerated smile, and a huge drop of sweat slipped from the corner of his forehead. Who are you fucking? After all, the two of them bypassed Xiaopingtao and began to discuss the sunflower on Nelson's head and Tom, who was left behind. What's in the bell jar? This is a question that many people are curious about. Everyone speculates that it may contain important information about the content of the third level, but Nelson, who was provoked by Xiaopingtao, knows that the final game will return to a simple and pure duel. Where is there any information to tell the winner? Use your invincible prophecy to think of a way. The winning carnival started again in the Slytherin lounge. What's interesting is that Alfred, the instigator, and Tom, the winner, couldn't squeeze into the crowd, so they had to fight with the one at the beginning. Nelson, who had given up on participating, sat by the fire together, and Alfred scratched his ears and screamed, "Damn it. It must be that big crew cut that tripped Tom. Tom saved his student, and he's so ungrateful. Nah, it's up to you." Tom smiled. After the first 2 rounds of competition, he is no longer interested in so-called intelligence. It may be prudent to pay attention to opponents, but it is timid to pay too much attention to opponents who are much weaker than himself. I guess it's half of the bonus. Professor Dumbledore must have seen that I'm in financial distress recently, so he wants to send me some money. Well, Nelson picked up the teacup on the table, drank the tea in the cup, smacked the tea dregs in his mouth, raised the teacup again, and shook it like a magic stick and a gambler, then put it on the table with a snap, stared at the tea dregs on the table, and pondered for a moment, then said in an extremely playful tone, "The thing in the bell jar is a MacGuffin." "What is that?" Tom heard a word he had never heard before. His expression became serious, and he seemed to have really taken Nelson's words seriously. "What powerful magic? Speaking of which, is there any more powerful magic than yours?" Nelson waved his hand, and the aura of magic stick dissipated instantly. "There is nothing in it. There may be nothing in it." "Okay." Tom curled his lips and realized that he had been tricked. "I hope that in the 3rd level, no one will hit me with your Megao shit. It sounds like a new type of dung bomb." Alfred raised his eyebrows. "I'm looking forward to it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 304 Dual Assistant. "I'm so thirsty. I'm so thirsty. My head hurts." Early the next morning after the game, Ludwig woke up slowly on the hospital bed. He felt a burning pain in his throat like a needle prick, and even his voice became hoarse. The sharp pain that was about to explode suddenly hit, covering up the pain in the throat. A glass of ice water was handed to his mouth, and Ludwig felt the coldness coming from the water glass, so he hurried up and swallowed the liquid in his mouth forcefully, taking only one sip. Ludwig felt a little strange. Mint and ice cold feeling pervades the mouth, with a little taste of rust. "Ahem, what is this?" he asked, sucking in the water he craved most. Under the stimulation of ice water, Ludwig felt that his headache symptoms were much better, but after opening his eyes, there was still darkness in front of him, which made his body tremble unconsciously. The last scene he saw in his memory is a black light beam that engulfs itself. "This is blood, the blood of a horned eagle," a clear male voice sounded beside him. "It also contains fresh spirit. Don't worry, these are all things that are helpful for your recovery." Blood. Ludwig was stunned for a moment. The act of sucking blood made him have some bad associations. Then he raised his neck, raised his weak hands to grab his throat, and retched disgustingly. "Why are you giving me blood? Who are you? Where is Professor Sigmund?" "Good question, Kant." Ludwig only felt his eyes light up, as if something shining brightly was swaying in front of his eyes. He only felt that the voice was familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a while. The voice continued, "Do you remember what happened before?" "Before?" Ludwig spoke quickly. "The True Wizard Tournament, the dagger, and the Devil's Net." "Yes. And the damn axe." "The axe. Tom Riddle. He used a black magic has attacked me." "It seems that you are not stupid," the voice said with some satisfaction. "Your bat has protected you, Kant. It is the one that is hurt the most now, but even Dumbledore can't take it from you when you are unconscious. The blood of the horned eagle is mainly used to treat it, and your injury is not very serious." "Yes." Ludwig's eyes had no focus, and he lay on the bed panting like a broken bellows. "As for what you said about Tom Riddle attacking you, I can explain it." Ludwig felt the light source in front of him condense a little, and the voice became more familiar. "He was trying to save you. If it wasn't for him, now you can put some onions on the bread and eat it." "I'm not a pork loaf, so why can't I see it?" "You still can't see. Maybe it's because I forcibly took your soul elsewhere without your permission. As a result, you are a little uncomfortable with yourself now. Let me think." Ludwig felt his eyelids being pulled open, and a few drops of clear liquid fell on the eyeballs. The icy feeling flowed from the eyeballs to the limbs. The eyeballs felt relaxed for a while, and the pain of the headache was also relieved. He blinked, saw an unexpected person. Nelson, familiar blonde hair, and a pair of deep black eyes. Ludwig felt his heart tighten, but the discomfort quickly disappeared. He blinked and found that Nelson's eyes had turned the familiar blue again. "Dizzy, wildening, why are you here?" Good question. Nelson was sitting on a small chair next to Ludwig's bed, with a green book upside down on his lap. Of course it's because I'm taking care of you, waiting for you to wake up. Why? Because this is the first time you can express your gratitude to me, Mr. Kant. I regret to tell you that I saved your life. Nelson was tightening the cap of a small bottle when he noticed that Ludwig turned his head to himself, then stretched out his hand and shook it in front of his eyes. Is your headache better? You should be able to see me now. Thank you. Ludwig snorted. Don't be so busy thanking you. Nelson put the vial in his pocket, took out another galleon, and clipped it in the middle of the page, and closed the book. I need you to do something. Nelson explained in detail how he and Tom saved Ludwig. Soon after Ludwig listened in a daze, he realized that Tom's last act actually saved his life. He sighed, said, in fact, he can use that magic to pass the test. What's more, your mist can go straight to the soul. I always thought it was a magic to transfer space. In the first test, are you not qualified to use it? Ludwig suddenly became depressed again. As a seriously injured person, he has the right to be moody. Do you want me to tell the organizing committee that Riddle is trying to save me? Ludwig said, can you pour me another glass of water? Miss Joyce said that you can only drink so much when you wake up. Okay, so Professor Dumbledore asked you to stay here for this reason? Ludwig was not stupid. After thinking about it for a while, he understood why there were only 2 people in this empty ward. He thought that his savior might be being questioned by the organizing committee. Regardless of his injuries, he clenched his fists and said, don't worry, I will definitely not frame the savior. Thank you. Nelson nodded. Although the organizing committee believes that Tom's motive is to save lives, it will be more credible if there is an explanation from you, the person involved. I understand. Ludwig nodded, but quickly frowned. As a person with a headache, it was still too much effort to do this. He even felt his brain dangling inside his skull. Is there anything else I can do? Maybe you can keep it secret for me. After all, not many people know about me. I understand. Ludwig propped his arms on the mattress and wanted to sit up. He lowered his head and saw the new pink skin on the cuffs of the hospital gown, and he couldn't help but be amazed. The school doctor in your school is much better than our school. Is there a specialty in surgery? Nelson hurriedly reached out to help. Miss Joy specializes in repairing the human body, and she has completely repaired you. When approaching, Nelson suddenly moved closer to Ludwig's ear. Ludwig froze for a moment and sat up with Nelson's support. I'll thank her personally, Ludwig said, after a short breath. Do you know where my wand is? Nelson took out a charred wand from the bedside table and handed it to Ludwig. He took the wand, fondled the scorched marks on it lovingly, and found that it couldn't be wiped off, with a distressed expression on his face. I checked it, and it doesn't affect the use. If you need it, I can ask Ollivander to help you fix it, and I will pay for it. No need, the scar is the metal of the wand. Ludwig shook his head, raised his wand, and aimed it at his temple. I will keep my secrets about your affairs, of course. Before forgetting all this, please allow me to express my thanks to you. Nelson watched with a complicated expression as Ludwig pulled a wisp of silver mist out of his temple and stuffed it into the vial that Nelson handed him in time. He capped the vial and gave it to Nelson. There's no need for this. In fact, there are still people who know about it. What did you say? No need for anything? It's nothing. Nelson shook his head, stood up, picked up the green book, and walked towards the door. Take a good rest. I hope you recover soon. I look forward to seeing you in the duel field, Kant. Ludwig looked a little confused and nodded blankly. By the way, King-Sinling has a strong repairing effect on soul injuries. It can also be used to treat headaches, but it will make the body extremely sensitive. Nelson's voice sounded from outside the door, and then, with a bang, the door closed. Ludwig suddenly felt itching and pain all over his body that had been covered by a headache before. He fell powerlessly on the bed and lost everything strength. It hurts. Can't you win with such pain? Sure enough, I'm only fit to be beaten. Nelson locked the door, took the key to find Mrs. Joy, and said to himself as he walked, speaking of which, where did Christian go? Of course, Tom was not questioned by the organizing committee. They only asked him to submit a written statement explaining the situation before the start of the third round. And who would blame a warrior who was heartbroken for not saving his opponent completely? The strange thing is that Durmstrang didn't say anything either. Officials from the governments of the 3 countries turned over this article amidst the smallness and announced the results of the second round of the competition in time. The ranking is exactly the same as the first round. But Tom, the person involved, didn't see his results immediately. He was indeed being questioned, but he was in Dumbledore's office. After cross-examination by several headmasters, the questioning at this moment had come to an end. Tom Riddle. The office was dark, only a few candles on the table and Fox's nest were lit. Dumbledore stood behind Tom, facing the headmaster's wall. Slytherin's old voice rang. "Where did you learn that enchantment? Professor, what is the magic spell?" Tom responded, neither humble nor overbearing. Since he couldn't see which principal it was, he could only address the questioner as Professor. Disintegration curse. Slytherin could clearly see Tom's face illuminated by the candlelight. He carefully observed the person in front of him who was said to be his descendant, and thought to himself, it really has the demeanor of the old man. "Professor, is this important?" "This is very important. It determines whether you have learned black magic from unknown sources without permission." Dumbledore put his hand on Tom's shoulder and squeezed it hard. "Don't worry, Tom." "Well," Tom nodded. Although it was useless to see, he had already guessed the identity of the questioner, and said calmly, "The source of my knowledge is Salazar Slytherin, and I learned from the secret room he left several spellbooks were found in the book, from which the spell originated." "Are you sure?" Slytherin raised his voice. "I'm sure, Professor." Slytherin was silent for a long time, until Phineas broke the silence. "We'll check." "Okay, Professor. If you have nothing else to say, you can go first." Tom turned his head and looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded and sent Tom out of the office. "Lord Slytherin, you left behind such powerful magic." The moment the office door was closed, all the lights were turned on. Phineas leaned close to Slytherin's picture frame and said enthusiastically, looking at the replay of Albus, "I can understand that this kind of magic can only be created by you." "It's not my magic," said Slytherin flatly. "What?" Phineas exclaimed. "Is that kid lying?" "No," Slytherin continued after a moment's silence, "but I did record the spell, but I didn't think he could learn it. I was just curious." "What? Why is my descendant named Riddle?" "Riddle is his father's surname, and his matriarchal family is your direct descendant, and his surname is Gunter," a principal in the lower position said, holding a roster in his hand. "Does it make any difference?" Slytherin asked. "Why aren't they named Slytherin?" There was an awkward silence in the office until Fox hiccuped. "Master Slytherin, if you don't mind it." Phineas rubbed his hands, leaning against Slytherin's picture frame, and said, "I can change my grandson's surname to Slytherin." Phineas may be the most powerful wizard in the world, and he needs only one word to silence the proud Salazar Slytherin. Clap clap. There was sparse applause in the office. "Tom, don't worry." Dumbledore led Tom towards the infirmary. "There will be casualties in almost every true wizard tournament, not to mention Mr. Kant's life is not in danger." "Professor, I'm not worried." Tom nodded. "You are here." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows, smiled silently, and wanted to reach out and rub Tom's hair, but finally held back. "It should be notified in a few days, so it doesn't matter if I tell you first," Dumbledore said after pondering for a moment. "The content of the last round is a duel, so I shouldn't have to ask who your dueling assistant is." "Don't worry, it was forcibly recruited." "Will this be a waste of Na's time?" "How could it be? It's a big event. I mean, let him sit on the bench and watch me play," Tom mused. "But it's also good to be closer to the field, and the visual experience will be better." Dumbledore laughed, and the two walked quickly to the infirmary and saw Nelson coming around the corner. Dumbledore waved to him and said goodbye to Tom with a low voice. "You can discuss Nelson's viewing angle." Chapter 305 Award Speech. "Nah, do you want to bet?" Tom asked Nelson, smiling. "What's the matter? Do you want to take your title back?" Nelson shrugged. "There's no need to bet. I can give it back to you right now." "How could I have that kind of presumptuous thought?" "Lord Dark Lord." Tom expressed his loyalty exaggeratedly. "My dear Lord Dark Lord, I will kill Grindelwald in a few years. Make this list yours." Nelson held his forehead, and for a moment Tom didn't know what to say. Okay, let's get down to business. Who do you think will be the dueling assistants of the three warriors? That weird little crew cut, and Margaret's brother. Don't you wonder who the dueling assistant of one of the remaining warriors is? Tom rubbed his hands, hinting frantically. Have you forgotten? I'm a prophet, and fate has told me the answer. Who? Tom raised his eyebrows, suppressed a smile, and carefully studied Nelson's expression. Harry Potter. Tom's expression froze, and it took him a while to say, who is that? No one, Nelson said, rolling his eyes at him. Do you think I have a bad memory? From the day you voted your name in the Goblet of Fire, you've been asking me to help you. Really, I just want to sit honestly in the audience and watch a game. To be honest, there is no possibility of playing anyway. It doesn't matter if you bring a pink pygmy cat tail as your assistant. It also needs to give you a sense of participation. Tom said, it's like watching Quidditch. Even if your riding ability has been a death sentence for your Quidditch career, as a spectator, don't you want to sit watching Quidditch from the rim? I think you have some misunderstandings about me, Nelson insisted. To be honest, when I lived in the United States, at least 15 clubs invited me to try out. Really? Tom looked into Nelson's eyes. Real? Really? Okay, Nelson said resignedly, I think you have a point. So can I move a stool and sit on the sidelines? Pretend I'm your coach, or the referee? Unfortunately, no. The two chatted happily, so they moved the empty flower pot next to it, turned it upside down on the ground as a chair, and sat there, forgetting the time. At the corner of the stairs not far behind Tom, Dumbledore, who came out of the school hospital, frowned and looked worried. He really didn't dare to take Tom's words as a young and frivolous joke, but he had a lesson from the past. Even as wise as he is, he doesn't know how to intervene or influence these two outstanding young men who are as proud as himself. Undoubtedly, Dumbledore was the proudest man in the world. While he pushed himself and hated this kind of interference, he refused to give up the possibility of intervening to save it. He put one hand on the escalator and heard Nelson and Tom bantering in his ears. Dumbledore lowered his head and remained silent until a pair of leather shoes appeared in front of his eyes. He raised his head, and above the two serious and coquettish trouser legs was Sigmund's face full of disobedience because of Grindelwald's expression. Dumbledore opened his mouth to greet Grindelwald. Grindelwald tilted his head, put his index finger against his lips, motioned Dumbledore to whisper. He beckoned and asked Dumbledore to follow him upstairs. Nelson seems to be going my way. After climbing 2 flights of stairs and making sure that Nelson and Tom couldn't hear him, Dumbledore let out a long, troubled sigh and said, no, that's not even your old way. I'm sorry, worry. Why worry? This is the first sentence Grindelwald uttered. Is there any difference between him today and him yesterday? I just went to see Mr. Kant. He was under the forgetting curse. Dumbledore said solemnly, you should care more about your students. I believe he is the best concern. Grindelwald said impatiently. Perhaps when Sigmund deliberately improved the competition system, Durmstrang still had the idea of competing for the championship, but since Grindelwald took over afterwards, Durmstrang seemed to have lost his mind, and then he asked curiously, what did he forget? He has completely forgotten it, completely. Dumbledore shook his head. Even I. There is no way to retrieve his lost memory. The point is not here, but who made him forget? Didn't Hogwarts teach it? Grindelwald asked rhetorically. Even if I dropped out of Durmstrang, I know that the forgetting curse will definitely leave traces, unless the owner of the memory wants to really forget these memories. You mean Mr. Kant cast the Oblivion curse himself? Dumbledore smiled dryly and shook his head. That's impossible. From his standpoint, how could he do such a thing? I think you're overthinking, Albus. Grindelwald reached out to pat Dumbledore on the shoulder, but Dumbledore dodged it quickly. His hand froze in midair awkwardly, and said, maybe you doubt Nelson. If I were you, I would choose to ask him face to face. If you really don't believe it, you can use legilimency. Nelson has mastered occlumency since he was in the 2nd grade. Although it was rough at that time, I can feel his determination to persist in protecting his memory. Dumbledore shook his head. As for now, it is even more impossible gone. Oh. Could it be that Master Legilimency has a heart that he can't read? I'm not a master of legilimency, but you know what? When Nelson convinced Peeves, he took on the primal emotions suppressed by the students for 1000 years since the school was founded. You know what emotions mean to wizards. Seriously, you really should care more about your students. I've always cared about it. I'm more competent than you in this regard, and instead of saying such sarcastic remarks here, you might as well go for him yourself. Grindelwald put down his hand. As for emotions, I'm sorry, I don't know. I never study these taboo subjects. You are really. Dumbledore was even laughed at by Grindelwald. Since you can say things like taboo subjects, how could you not know? The note you lent me back then, number 30 pages. Oh, do you remember? I can't do it. I can't replace him. When bearing emotions, Nelson also assumed the magic power contained in those students' emotions that is difficult to vent. Dumbledore ignored Grindelwald's question, but continued before Huatao continued. It's hard for me to imagine how an underage wizard can bear those mixed emotions. It's enough to drive anyone crazy. I can't even imagine how a wizard can bear those magical powers. I think you should, and I also understand what the obscure is. Is there such a thing? It sounds like Nelson took a lot of advantage, Grindelwald said lazily, as if he knew about it a long time ago. And he also complimented perfunctorily, Hogwarts, it's an amazing school. You don't want to take care of him? I'll take care of it. Dumbledore was angry. Are you begging a spurned dark wizard to take care of your students? Grindelwald reached out his hand in lightning speed and patted Dumbledore's shoulder. You are too self-righteous. You look down on me. Who? Can you help him solve the problem? I mean, you look like you've never looked at Nelson in the eye. No wonder you fell so hard on him. Grindelwald sneered. You think he can even solve such a big problem, is it not? Or is it that a few minutes ago, he has been turned into a bunch of tentacles that are constantly proliferating and twisting in the corridor? What I didn't expect is that you don't have confidence in your school. You feel that a group of small, what is the child's primitive emotion? Is it the desire to destroy the world? I don't understand where you, who used to talk about the truth, goodness, and beauty, have gone. Isn't the child's emotion I want to be friends with him, I want to get good grades and let my mother praise me, or I want that broomstick? You don't understand the energy in him at all. In this regard, you live like thousands of people in the world, like mediocre people. Don't you know? Of course I know. Albus, why did I stop doing my own thing and come to Hogwarts to play the I'm Sigmund role-playing game with you and that silly girl? Grindelwald sneered. I'm a prophet. I can even see my own evening scene, but I just won't tell you. What else did you see? I can only tell you, Albus, you thought I was picking up trash, but I was actually stealing treasures. Grindelwald showed a meaningful smile. He straightened his collar, restrained his emotions, and returned to that elegant calmly. In a few days, you will be grateful to me for sending Nelson Wertling back here. Time passed quickly after the end of the second game, and the midterm approached, and everyone's studies became urgent. Only Nelson, who got the promise in the first game, was extremely relaxed. Coffee time is used to learn about. Ludwig recovered quickly. 2 weeks after the game, he was able to sit in the classroom with other people and listen to lectures, but he still had some stress reactions when he saw Tom. When the midterm exam was approaching, Tom didn't even see Nelson all day long. He only saw Nelson in overalls rushing into the classroom with a wrench in class. He didn't wonder what Nelson did. After all, if you think about it with your ass, you can know that your little friend is messing with those scraps of iron again. Finally, the nervous students ushered in the Halloween ball. This ball is a rare catharsis for them who are under great academic pressure. Of course, unlike the opening ball of the Triwizard Tournament, the competition in this ball is not about the dance skills of the participants, but the imagination. Alfred took off the crown. He dressed himself as a clumsy steel giant with lightning and steam all over his body, except for his partner who was injured by an electric leakage during the dance. Other than the electric convulsions, the audience's performance was perfect. Even Nelson was amazed by Alfred's appearance as Alexander. In the Twilight Saga Lovers Exchange meeting composed of vampires and werewolves, he was absolutely outstanding. Less than a few days after Halloween, that is, on Saturday, November, the Warriors will usher in their third round of competition, and these 2 leisurely days are for students who are still nervous. It is especially hard for us. Everyone looks forward to the stars and the moon, and finally, in the long-awaited final match of the True Wizard tournament is coming. As early as mid-October, Dumbledore announced the content of the final round of the competition, a standard wizard duel, with an assistant. The 2 warriors with the last score will decide the winner, and challenge Tom with the highest score. This seems to be meaningless in the first 2 rounds. After all, as long as you perform well in the 3rd round, the championship is still yours. Of course, Dumbledore also made some restrictions. The use of any auxiliary props other than the wand is not allowed in the game. After the game starts, the field will be completely closed, and no objects can enter the duel field. 2 days later, the game officially started. After experiencing the first 2 rounds of the game, the audience more or less arranged seats for the warriors in their hearts. Even in the eyes of most people, the result of the game was already doomed, but this does not completely erase the fun of the game. On the contrary, they look forward to the reversal and return to the pure enjoyment of watching the game. The duel venue was chosen as the Quidditch field. The central Quidditch facilities were temporarily demolished, leaving a flat field that was much larger than the standard duel venue. Debris, large or small, may serve as weapons or cover. We invite our first 2 warriors and their assistants to come on stage. The voice of the commentary sounded. Although everyone is familiar with them, I still want to introduce them again. Do you know the name of Margaret's younger brother? Nelson, who had just told Tom a little sad news, was sitting on the sofa at the entrance, holding a flannelette, wiping his wand, and asked, looking up. Tom, he was moving his shoulders in place, and he seemed a little nervous. Not much attention. Tom shook his head. If Kant's assistant can defeat Sagan, then the younger brother who will appear later may be able to let us remember his name through his performance. You're right. Nelson lowered his head and continued to wipe his wand. But can you stop walking around and making me dizzy? I'm thinking about my acceptance speech, Tom said. I think even if it's like what you said, the race will give me a chance to give my acceptance speech. In that case, I will do more speeches. Edited. Chapter 306 Mechanical Seance. It's really boring. Nelson wiped his wand, felt Tom pacing up and down in front of him, looked up from time to time to see Ludwig and Margaret who were fighting fiercely in the arena, and couldn't help yawning. Putting these 2 together, it's really a good match, and a good talent. Tom looked at Ludwig in the center of the field. He was hiding from Margaret's intensive spell attack behind the bunker in the field, while manipulating the stone behind Margaret to approach slowly, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. The 2 contestants did not know what stimulated them, and their fighting style became more conservative. After more than 10 minutes, the content of the game was still in the test and the test after the test. Nelson felt that he was getting more and more sleepy, probably falling asleep. He pulled a small silver ball from his pocket, put his thumb against a dark brown button, and raised it to his mouth. Hey, I can only drink a cup of coffee with my own study time. What an unforgivable sin. Nelson pressed the button, and the cold coffee mixed with ice cubes flowed out from the gap opened by the ball and fell into Nelson's mouth. He swallowed the coffee, left the ice cubes in his mouth, and chewed creakily. Ah. Tom looked like he had seen a ghost. Didn't you say that props are not allowed? Yeah, I didn't bring it. I just planted the coffee beans and squeezed them now. Nelson handed the bowl to Tom and pointed to the depression under his feet that looked like a radish pit. Would you like some? The green coffee beans, the button is grass juice, the orange one is pumpkin juice, and the yellow one is lemonade. Lemons? Don't you hate lemons the most? Tom took the bowl and accidentally pressed the green button. The green drink sprayed out from the bowl and made him face. Don't lie to me. Coffee is a bush. I've seen coffee trees. This is obviously a pit left by digging potatoes. That's great, agronomist. Nelson took out a tissue and handed it to Tom, which made Tom even more confused. Obviously, before the start of the match, McGonagall found Hagrid to carry it. He checked Nelson's coat inside and out, and even turned the pockets outside. It stands to reason there should be nothing inside. Tom even made up his mind to deliberately release the water without accidents, leaving the opponent to Nelson to see how he would fight without the junk. Seriously, what would Professor Dumbledore want me to do? Tom stopped, sat down beside Nelson, and asked in a low voice. At this moment, the battle between Margaret and Ludwig has finally entered a fierce stage. The stone that Ludwig attacked was as ridiculous as a primitive man's-hidden weapon, and it didn't even scratch Margaret, and Margaret also. Ludwig's position was successfully compressed to 1 foot of the field through continuous walking. At this moment, soldiers in silver armor climbed out from the ground and rushed towards Ludwig fearlessly. And Ludwig may be the second most restricted person by the rules, but even if the rules allow, his supersonic bat, which can only maintain life in Newt's box, can't give him much help. No one thinks that he can steal the victory under Margaret's majestic army. I'm thinking, if I just abolish that obtrusive crew cut on the court, will it be useless to follow up with those things? No. Hearing Tom's business, Nelson finally came to his senses, looked at Tom, and said seriously, do you think an explosion of an obscure can kill you? How would I know? I've never seen an obscure. Tom shrugged. Do you remember that Table Mountain in Ermengarde Parish? Barebone leveled it with a spell. So powerful? Tom raised his eyebrows. But it's not enough. You know about that robbery a few months ago. Nelson went on. We were in Albania, down the block from Diagon Alley, and a wizard single-handedly broke into. You mean the Potter family that sells shampoo? Tom closed his eyes. Merlin bless me, I hope it wasn't the shampoo formula that was robbed of them. I quite like using their shampoo. Of course not, Nelson said. Nadjin's invisibility cloak was snatched by Credence, alone, from a heavily guarded family, the Potter family and the one in Nocturne Alley. The pile of vegetable chickens is different, although they are small in number. Everyone is an elite. Okay, just to be on the safe side, Tom shrugged, but I still hope that what you say is just wishful thinking. I still have trouble understanding the brain circuits of these terrorists. Look, well, Margaret will defeat Ludwig, but that little crewhead may be able to defeat her with only one move. Nelson said in a deep voice. Grindelwald wrote to me 2 days ago and told me that the 2nd Sergeant Lem sent at least 7 obscures to Hogwarts, and 2 of them have already fallen into the hands of Dumbledore and him respectively. Even if you can defeat that little flathead, you must not show your courage for a while, Tom. Jonas must not want you to go down to accompany him so early. Alright. Tom glanced at Nelson and gave up arguing. Looking at Nelson's plumber-like attire, he probably understood Nelson's plan. The trend of the match was exactly as Nelson expected. Ludwig finally fell to the corner of the duel field after being exhausted, and Margaret, who thought she was sure of winning, only received a spell from Ludwig's dueling assistant and was able to finish the game. Fell down, and her brother's performance was also lackluster. Facing a strong enemy, he once again lost the opportunity to strip his name from the title of Margaret's brother. The audience was very pleasantly surprised by Xiaopingtao's performance, and the voice of the commentary became more turbulent. This game seemed to have suspense again. It's a pity. I hope Mr. Sagan can make his own name within 10 years. Tom took the parchment Nelson handed to him at the last moment, glanced at it hastily, picked up his wand, and marched towards the arena. Move things to the location you marked, right? That's right. Nelson followed him. No problem. How long do you need me to delay? Tom licked his lips. The scarlet light was hidden in his eyes. The obscure? Powerful far beyond wizards? Just stupid freaks. But I still hope to have some fun. Sorry for ruining your stage. It doesn't matter. What's the difference between us? Tom smiled, took out another one from his pocket, and stuck it in the cuff of his left hand. Can't stop. That's too funny. Come, Hedwig, come to me. For the final warrior and award ceremony, the organizing committee specially invited the band that had performed at the ball. Amidst the exciting music, Tom and Nelson walked onto the field side by side. 2 handsome boys. The commentator couldn't help sighing. I don't know if they can beat the dark horse of Kalan, and I look forward to them dedicating a wonderful game together. In the applause of the audience, Tom walked to the starting point of the duel field, facing Ludwig, who was panting and extremely weak, while Nelson and Xiaopingtao stood on the sidelines, standing behind the 2 warriors respectively. Can't let your assistant go. You should go to the school hospital now. Tom frowned, looking at his weak opponent. He was afraid that he would accidentally hurt him again, and he didn't like to treat the weak now. Ludwig shot. You have to try to know. Riddle. Ludwig clenched his teeth. The blood covered the congealed blood stains on the top of his head, slowly left along his forehead, until it flowed into his eyes. He blinked blinking red eyes. He raised his wand to his chest. Let me see the gap between us. As you wish. Tom frowned, performed the wizard salute, stepped back, and took a stance, waiting for Ludwig to attack first. The process of the game was boring and lengthy, all relying on the commentator to tell jokes. Tom's offensive became more conservative, and he always had trouble with the decorations on the field. But Ludwig became more and more courageous in the non-stop attack. But the physical strength is also constantly losing, and it seems that there are back and forth on the surface. But Ludwig is about to be dragged down by himself. The audience has turned their anticipation to Crewhead and Nelson. Oddly, Nelson is holding a handkerchief and constantly wiping his wand. This action has been maintained for several minutes. If his hand can be faster, the wand should have started its sparking. After a while, Ludwig fell under his own spell. His iron armor curse, which was running all the time, drained the last trace of magic power and fell in front of Tom in despair. Only he knew that Tom he didn't regard himself as an opponent, but just kept moving the debris on the field, like playing wizard chess. Xyloping opened the corners of his mouth, and this guy who had no expression throughout the whole scene, showed a maniacal smile at this moment. He held his wand and twirled it in his hand, walked to the duel field, looked at Tom and Nelson, and greedily licked his lips. I have never understood why that old Sigmund would not allow me to sign up, he said with a smile. Now I understand. He is just like you. He is jealous of my power. Remember to kill you. My name is Callum. That's not important. Crew. Tom interrupted him, looking straight behind him without looking him in the eye, still putting on a show. Muggle. Muggle? Xyloping's expression froze. He stared at Tom with wide eyes. Why do you? Suddenly, black blood vessels spread from the eye sockets to his pupils. Xyloping raised his hand, covered his neck in pain, and shouted hoarsely, Mother. My good boy, Mother will reward you. The black blood vessels moved extremely fast, and soon polluted his eyes into pure black, and a female voice softly spit out from his mouth. It seems that you know what, but didn't run away. Are you really so impatient to return to your mother's arms? I like you all, but before that, I need to clear the way for my family. Xyloping Tao blinked at the two of them. It was an expression of joy seeing Lysin. He raised his wand, and the black icy flame was ignited ruthlessly in the air. He looked directly at the expressionless Dumbledore on the rostrum, and provocatively loudly. Ha 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 ha. Now, this school has become a prison. You fools who juggle. You self-righteous fools. You aliens who have been standing above human heads for thousands of years. K-Lion stood in the middle of the duel field, opened his arms, and laughed wildly with a distorted expression. His body swelled violently, and his skin burst due to tension, and it was almost difficult to maintain the basic shape. Soon, he rose to a height of 4 or 5 meters, like a lump of disgusting sarcoma, with 7 most hideous wounds from head to toe. What is frightening is that no blood flowed out, but instead, groups of dark spirit bodies emerged from the wounds. Drilling out, they merged on top of his head, becoming a black, twisted giant with 7 faces. Silently, some knowledgeable audience members exclaimed, and then fell into infinite fear. He raised his hand, and black flames gushed out from his body, instantly igniting the walls of the Quidditch pitch. The cold breath of death made it difficult to get close to the flames. When many audiences were still in a state of confusion, they had already been locked up. Underage wizard? The hope of magic? Now, don't say that you only have one weak Dumbledore. Even if Grindelwald comes, he will die. He's imitating you. Constance suddenly patted Sigmund on the shoulder and said, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to bear it. Imitate me? Sigmund pointed to himself and asked with an exaggerated expression, with great doubts in his small eyes, I never said such a silly line. Really? Grindelwald? Constance curled her lips. Stop pretending. I've already seen it. Isn't this exactly what you want? Really? Grindelwald stood up, and he tore up Sigmund's disguise, revealing the face that made the whole world frightened and maddened. I really didn't expect the students I brought to have such courage. The rostrum was far away from the arena, but K-Lion still recognized him at a glance. I'm here, so what? Grindelwald smiled sarcastically. I knew you wouldn't sit idly by. The official of the Ministry of Magic wiped the sweat from his head, stroked his chest, and let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you, Mr. Grindelwald. Albus. Grindelwald ignored the officials at all. He didn't even have to hear what he was saying, just lowered his head, looked at Dumbledore who said nothing, and said softly, it's time to show you look at my newly developed magic. What? Constance asked, have you developed any inhumane black magic? Of course not. Grindelwald shrugged and said, it's not dehumanizing at all, but it's still destructive. Albus should know what I'm talking about. Is it interesting to play tricks? Are you aware of it too? Grindelwald raised his eyebrows, pretending to be surprised and said, yes, it's so interesting. After all, without waiting for Constance to scold herself, Grindelwald pulled out a black wand covered with scars and held it high above his head like a band conductor about to start a performance. Then, the wand swung down, and the forbidden forest and castles, school gates and walls, everywhere burst out the magic spell of sending messages like fireworks. Haha, this is the mechanical descendant. Words without magic power spit out from Grindelwald's mouth, and even Constance could tell that it was not a magic spell at all. But inexplicably, everyone felt a powerful magic power rapidly condensing in the field. The four towers of the Quidditch pitch trembled violently, as if what was about to come made the ancient buildings shudder with fear. A pure white vortex opened in front of Calian without warning, and his dark eyes widened. But before he could say anything in the future, a gigantic fist rushed out of the mist. It spewed hot steam, and each finger flashed with magic lines representing solidity and breakthrough, which were burned red by the high temperature. The heavy metal slammed into Pangmoran's face firmly. Chapter 307. Grindelwald. Moran's distorted, huge face with 7 facial features was severely crushed by the giant hand protruding from the void, and its facial features were displaced, arranged in a messy manner like an astigmatist looking at an abstract painting. One eye was even beaten out of its socket, hung by a black nerve, hanging in an empty socket dripping with black mucus. It was stunned by this punch. The huge iron fist crushed this ugly monster recklessly. The scorching steam stuck to its skin, corroding its dark skin like strong acid, and soon exposed the same dark flesh under the skin. Suffering in pain silently, the slender neck let out a toothache moan, and the tough neck was stretched by a huge force, like an evil god with a snake head in mythology, splattering malicious venom. It fixed its 14 eyes on Grindelwald on the rostrum, and screamed, Grindelwald. Ugly. Grindelwald grabbed Dumbledore's arm, wiped his eyes with Dumbledore's sleeve. His movements were full of disgust for this ugly thing, and he asked again, even Grindelwald? Devor is here now. What are you going to do? Grindelwald. This silently showed everyone the most disgusting thing about it at this moment. It obviously had 7 mouths, but it insisted on causing a distorted scar on the eyeball that was knocked down by the iron fist, and then poof, it opened with a bang, and rows of sharp teeth emerged from the cross section of the scar, biting the tongue that crawled out like a snake, and snatching the broken pieces just torn off with the mouthparts popping out of the teeth one by one. Meat. Facing Grindelwald's appearance, the guests and judges who came to participate in the competition reacted the most. Some even jumped up from their seats in surprise and pointed at Grindelwald's nose. Another chance to eradicate the scourge for the wizarding world. But before they could draw out their wands, they were stopped by officials from the 3 kingdoms. Mr. Grindelwald is the biggest supporter of this true wizard tournament, and his desire for peace is obvious to all of us. My lords, please calm down. Mr. Grindelwald is a distinguished guest invited by the Ministry of Magic. That's right, he was invited by our German Ministry of Magic. A group of guests who didn't know the truth were stunned. They couldn't imagine how a notorious black wizard who was planning a terrorist attack not long ago suddenly became one of his own. This is a question worth thinking about. But Grindelwald didn't even look at them directly, and was still staring at the empty space in front of Momo with great interest, which made the mother have some misunderstandings, thinking that Grindelwald was thinking ways to deal with yourself. I'm feeling overwhelmed. Ha 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 ha. You will pay the price. You can't afford to get through this mess. The woman's voice was high-pitched and excited. I didn't expect you acrobats to get together. Your chance. After all, she raised her arms and called out, this description is not accurate. This silent one has collapsed on its own because of its too large size, but the mixed and active magic power is still constantly repairing its body. The edges of the limbs have merged with the scattered magic power, looking like a broken starfish waving its tentacles. My dearest children, tear up the offal. Eat them. The woman shouted. Her twisted neck hadn't recovered from the punch, and it just dragged the tattered body like this, and rushed towards the tall tower full of students in front of it. At this time, the students, who were still in shock, could see its face clearly. Its forward body covered the sky and the sun, which was really covering the sky and the sun. It's a lot higher, and any 2 teeth in the eyeballs can bite them in half. Even the most disgusting evil god in the classics can't compare to it. 14 eyeballs that are gradually melting and absorbed back into the body are staring at each of them firmly. The split mouth on the eyeball sticks out its tongue in a humane, licking the dripping saliva. I don't know why. Everyone can't move at all, as if under a restraining spell, sitting stiffly in place, playing the shadow of my childhood in my mind. In the memory, the silence in everyone's heart has been distorted to a certain extent, and it gradually overlaps with the figure they were most afraid of. Almost all the students lost consciousness without any resistance. Black mist gushed out from M.O. Moran's body, entangled towards the students like streamers, and at the same time, 4 color lights overflowed from the students' mouths and noses, drifting into the air, disappeared. The surrounding air was a bit cold, and the hearts of some elderly or well-informed wizards tightened. This scene reminded them of something that could frighten all wizards: the kiss of a Dementor. Even though it was so similar to a Dementor, some people had already put oil on their feet and planned to slip away. But looking around, Hogwarts was completely covered by the dark obstacle avoidance, and they couldn't escape. Some even dropped their wands and sat down in despondency. Grindelwald glanced disdainfully at the wizards who lost their fighting spirit around him, shook his head, and continued to look at the huge silent man. He still didn't make a move, because he promised Dumbledore that this was a Hogwarts matter. Unfortunately, it was Slytherin's stand that Mother chose first. To some extent, this is another kind of luck for Hogwarts. Horace Slughorn, the veteran wizard of Dumbledore's time, people's attention is often focused on his Slughorn family, head of Slytherin and master of potions. Attracted by the label, but finally forget how powerful this No. 3 that came out of the turbulent era is. He climbed up the railing, stood in front of all the unconscious students, waved his wand, and a silver beam of light flashed past, temporarily cutting off Momo's connection with the students. Useless. 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 Inside the silent body, the voice of Mother laughed arrogantly. Wizard? Ha 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 ha. Useless. 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 Professor Slughorn tried his best to buy time for the students. He stood in front of him blushing, and silently did not launch a real attack. It was just approaching, but it was already too much for him to support. A series of fancy spells shot out from the tip of the wand, and sank into Moran's body, which seemed useless, except to make it bigger, and couldn't even slow down its direction point. Professor Slughorn took time out of his busy schedule to look back, and saw Alfred, who was sluggish and limp on the ground. Blake, what are you doing? Slytherin deducted 200 points. Teach, Professor, what is this? Alfred stammered and raised his hand, pointing to Momo, who was getting closer. Dumbledore gave you something just to scare you here? Professor Slughorn laughed angrily. This is the product of the eruption of the silent man's magic power. If you don't move your ass again, I will kill you. Beat you like this. Seeing Alfred's pale face, and almost unable to control his body, Professor Slughorn frowned, turned his wrist, and a small glass bottle containing golden liquid flew out of his cuff, hitting Alfred with a swish. On his face, the golden euphoria sprinkled his face. The liquid flowed down his cheeks to his lips, and was quickly absorbed by the dry skin. He pursed his lips, stretched out his hand hard, and reached for a small silver ball that flew out when he fell to the ground. Professor, give me water at this time. I may have to pee my pants. Alfred held the ball tightly. A warm current hit him, flowing down his arms to his limbs. His physical and mental strength quickly after recovering, he grabbed the chair, moved his trembling legs, and stood up. I'll frame your trousers and hang them in the auditorium, Slughorn yelled. Still moving. How it's terrifying. Alfred smacked his lips, looked worriedly at Moran who was getting closer and closer to the top of his head. He clenched his fists tightly, put the arms of the classmates beside him, and deeply he glanced at his sister who was sitting a little far away, and then, carrying his classmate, threw him off the railing behind the stand. Suicide? He sneered silently. Do you think the power of the dead? Huh. Wait. Its tone became astonished, as if the students left behind by Alfred disappeared immediately. Behind the stands, a somewhat bald, red-haired and chubby man was calling for the rescue team to be busy. The students who were left behind by Alfred were picked up by them and placed in protective tents. What a disgusting reptile! Roared silently, speeding up in dissatisfaction. A few black mist just swept across Professor Sloan, and the skin that was touched quickly shriveled. He turned his head. The students behind him only carried less than half of it with Alfred alone. Professor Sloan, who was half black and stiff, looked at the other professors galloping on brooms in the distance, and yelled angrily said, Black. Slytherin. 500 points. Professor, don't deduct it. Slytherin has no points to deduct. Alfred shouted heavily. His physical fitness had bottomed out, but the time was still so tight and the task was still so heavy. He gritted his teeth, and he picked up another classmate, and walked towards the rear railing. Why don't you use magic? Are you a muggle? Professor Sloan urged. Professor, I can't use it. With this monster around, my hands are shaking. Alfred responded loudly. I won't talk anymore. I have no energy, Professor. Professor Sloan tightly pursed his lips. Moran in front of him became more and more irritable, wondering which of the two words muggle or monster stimulated it. Mother shouted saying useless, while manipulating the monster to rush towards the viewing tower. After only 2 steps, its distorted and terrifying face was almost about to kiss Professor Sloan. Professor Sloan looked at the rostrum that was not moving, and from the corner of his eye, he glanced at the professor on the broom and the guests headed by Newt, who were rushing towards him on the back of the cockatrice. Want? Eyes become determined. Time is running out. If you can prepare earlier. Professor Sloan raised his right hand high, and just a second, before he was about to say the last spell, the black in front of his eyes suddenly became cloudy, and another whirlpool of white mist appeared directly in the stands in the silent center. Newt was lying on the back of the bird snake, waving his wand anxiously, shouting something with his mouth opening and closing, but Professor Sloan didn't hear it. Next, accompanied by the regal bird song, I was blocked for a moment in silence. The mother learned a lot from a pitfall, and silently raised her shapeless arms, crossed them in front of her chest, and there were a few sinister hands hidden behind her arms, ready to catch the bird that likes to attack at any time. Fist. Boom. The moment he heard the sound, he silently opened the twisted arm full of mouth and teeth that was hidden behind the defensive arms, and hugged it horizontally towards his chest. Its reaction could not keep up with the speed of Iron Fist. It could only rely on prediction. Scumbag. Die. Mother screamed triumphantly, and the entangled arms exerted force at the same time, trying to smash the tightly entangled iron fists. However, this is not a human body after all, and there is no feedback from phantom limbs, otherwise it would know without lowering its head that half of its 14 arms were broken, and a standard circular penetrating wound appeared shockingly on its body. The sun shining through the chest made Professor Sloan feel a little warmth in his heart. What just happened at this moment entered the mind of Mother, and what she waited in silence was not an iron fist, but a beam of light hot enough to ignite the air, which silently shot out from the center of the vortex. The arm that was only used for defense seemed to be a gift to it, and was instantly pierced by the beam of light. The Mother finally understood why the iron fist had such a long interval between attacks. While cursing and accusing the opponent of being despicable, the long-awaited iron fist suddenly stretched out from the vortex. But it was not a fist, but a big palm, pinched Moran's neck, and then pulled it hard. Corroded by the steam of the lost mist, Moran's huge body was torn in two from the penetrating wound in the center, and the iron fist held the half in his hand forcefully, dragging it into the mist. The half of it was left silently standing in place. The section was bubbling like boiling potion, escaping with pitch black, and the new upper body almost grew completely in the blink of an eye. The scene fell into a strange silence. After a while, Moran suddenly turned around and faced the rostrum. Dumbledore's motionless and silent figure suddenly disappeared, and it seemed that the person sitting here was not himself. Silently stomping on the ground lightly, it seemed to be stronger than before. Ferocious cracks appeared in front of the four towers, and arc lines poured into the mouths of the students of the third academy who had lost their professors on duty. Their pupils turned black, and they lost their resistance. After struggling for a while, they looked at Grindelwald in the center of the rostrum at the same time. Uttered Kalian's voice in unison. Professor Sigmund. No, Grindelwald, do you still think I'm weaker than Ludwig? Your mother is still called Salem, right? Grindelwald didn't answer his question, but just smiled mockingly. Go to your mother quickly, your uncle. They were all captured by Albus. Chapter 308 rolling. Who are you? Only the head and half of the body remained silently lying on the ground, looking at the surrounding pure white towering buildings that almost bordered the sky, and fell into panic. More than half of the facial features on its face withered quickly and were protruded by the surrounding white mist. The little hand was torn off piece by piece, and it roared hoarsely. Where is this? Under the unknown force. It was torn in half from the scar that runs through the chest and most of the torso, and was dragged into the illusion by force, and the healthy eyes on the face looked in different directions. It feels suffocated by the surrounding environment and the ever-changing force. Aren't you looking for me? Nelson's voice came from the clouds, and he silently noticed the big hand that was still tightening his neck. Looking up along the thick arm like a world tree, an indifferent one-eyed shot a red light, penetrating through the city. In the fog, he stared at himself, silently shaking its neck, trying to break free from the giant's grip. But this giant is not a chicken or a dog. Its arms are as unshakable as if they were poured by steel. The giant created by Monguard's productivity, Alexander. The arm holding Moran's neck is more than thick. Compared with the earliest skeleton structure with only levers and gears, it is undoubtedly much more sophisticated. Its forearm is extremely thick, and it looks like a gothic castle. Colorful, the slender glasses inlaid on the armor, depicting runes shining with magical light one after another. The spire of the castle extends from the elbow, like a ferocious barb. Anyone who sees it, there will be a consensus in the heart. This aesthetically peculiar roof will easily pierce anyone's throat. Nelson, sitting high in the clouds, and sitting on the throne, felt the surging music coming from below him. It was a battle song composed of the crash of gears, the friction of gears, the knocking of levers and the gushing of steam. Alexander, it was the first time that it faced an enemy comparable to it. It was eager to tear apart the monsters in front of it, eager to declare its existence with a hearty destruction. Alexander, there is no audience this time. Nelson patted the throne under him lightly and murmured softly. The giant's body trembled, as if responding a little aggrieved. In fact, after participating in the first round of the competition, Nelson, who was not under the pressure of exams, spent all his spare time on the work of improving and perfecting Alexander except for his daily life. This is why Tom always saw him wearing various clothes. The reason why overalls, carrying a wrench, appeared on campus. Compared with its debut, the height of this Alexandria has exceeded people's imagination of giants. Even Ben Nevis, the highest mountain in the British Isles, is just a dirt bag that it can easily climb over. It is really unimaginable that it is so huge. What kind of shock will it be to walk in the world with your body? And Moran, who was restrained, still couldn't see the whole picture of the giant except for the powerful arms, the indifferent one eye, and the looming shoulders hidden in the mist. Its shoulders are as wide as a mountain range, outlining the background of the mountains behind the city. Its lower body is hidden in the building, maintaining the movement of choking the enemy's throat, like a portrait of a giant god. Only the scorching steam that spews out from time to time proclaims it the activity and strength of the heart. The blue flame in the chest furnace expanded excitedly and was compressed by the steel heart. And so on. The stronger and faster heartbeat spread down the arm to its iron fist. Silently and clearly I know that this is the desire to destroy. It doesn't know what the giant in front of it is. The Alexander who caught a glimpse in the first round is far from the increasingly healthy image at this moment. Connecting with the indomitable gods, fear inevitably arose in its heart. It never thought that, after possessing the strongest power in the world, it would face such a powerful enemy immediately. But, isn't the power of the obscure the most destructive in the world? Why are you motionless at this moment? The things in front of her were completely beyond the imagination of Mother, and her mind began to think crazily. Maybe she had never been so active in her life. You are Nelson. Nelson Williams. I heard Nelson's voice silently. Although its magic power has been out of control, the mother who maintains reason is very sober. She shouted, "We have no conflict. It's Salem. It's the mother of second Salem, dear boy, and I'm here to help you. You're really interesting. It's the first time I've heard that your relatives are dating other people's mothers. But speaking of it, you look exactly like the first time I met a disgusting old acquaintance." Nelson controlled Alexander to press the ground silently. The back of its head pierced through the ground and underground facilities under the impact. The few remaining eyeballs were bloodshot, and a mouth full of sharp teeth opened wide, screaming in pain. Immediately afterwards, those seemingly decorative doors and windows on the arm of Alexander's castle opened, and the dense and itchy insect wing elytra collision sound came from the mist. Silently seeing a white world inexplicably, malicious dots appeared in the mist. In the mist, they were like the eyes of Alexander, the size of one. The buttocks surrounded Moran, like a jackal eating a colossus, and rushed towards Moran. At the same time, the hungry and thirsty lost fog got this huge gift that contained two strong emotions. White arms that were so small that they could not be seen clearly stretched out from the ground under Moran, trying to push them away, drag them in, and be with them. But Moran is too huge, comparable to Alexander's size. The strength of the little hand seems so insignificant. Salem doesn't care about this uncomfortable environment for her. The magic power of the silent person is not afraid of any magic, or it was an attack with magical power, and Alexander's fist, which was driven by magic, but released real power, was what it was afraid of. However, a few seconds later, Momo let out a mournful roar, and something unexpected happened to Salem. Those seemingly limp little hands were like the sharpest daggers, forcefully gouging out the magic power from its huge body. Misty illusion is the place for the dead to cleanse their souls and go to the next step. The rich memories they left here twisted into strands of mist, which is the origin of Misty. After thousands of years, Misty illusion was finally eliminated. The lost fog fills up, becoming a world full of memories. And memory is just pure laughter, lack of soul. They can't feel and taste by themselves. When they lose the emotional waves, they can't even piece together a coherent story. Only the desire for fresh soul and strong emotion is left, and silently, of course, as the ultimate catharsis of the repressed emotions of the silent. It is undoubtedly the delicacy that the lost fog most desires. Salem felt that his strength was slowly passing away, as if his feet had been cut off, and those hordes of floaters were constantly cutting its recovering body with those nasty lasers, limiting the speed of its recovery. After doing all this, Nelson's voice came from the cloud again. "I'm curious, you who are self-righteous, and still become a prisoner, after mastering absolute power. So, what confidence do you have to help someone who will be defeated with one hand? What about the person you knocked out?" This is the opportunity. A balance was made in Salem's mind. It controlled one eyeball to rise slowly, and opened the mouth that grew in the eyeball. From the stacked sharp teeth, a human face grew out. That was Bella's face. It is even more certain in its heart that the members of Second Salem collected information about the 3 targets in London a few years ago. They have the possibility of winning over the normal human camp. Their biggest concern in human society is a woman. It was Bella. Seeing this scene, Nelson was stunned. Alexander's big hand loosened, and Moran was finally able to breathe normally, but it didn't seem to need to breathe. Salem controlled the condensed Bella to speak, using the softest, most motherly voice she could imagine. "Strength is not important, believe me, Williams. It is more important to know yourself," Salem said quickly. "Son, I know you grew up in a normal human family. You were kidnapped by them, becoming a freak. I can help you see yourself, and you can find real relief. Believe me, boy, think of your life in the orphanage, think of Jonas Niklaus, think of Beredrix. Are they willing to make you a juggling monster? Kid, this school is full of deceit and disregard. We are family. Nelson, may I call you now?" The air was stagnant, and Salem carefully looked at the one eye in the mist above his head with a bunch of eyes. Hearing her words, Alexander stopped moving, and Nelson fell silent, moving silently and lightly, feeling himself relaxed after a lot. It hurriedly struck, while the iron was hot, and said enthusiastically, "Come with me, join us. Wizards are superfluous to the world. Your power is more suitable for creating a peaceful and safe world for human beings. We are born as one family man." Now before the word was uttered, it felt a gust of wind flashing in front of it, and Alexander's right hand hidden in the mist suddenly stretched out. This hand was still a half-finished product, and it still looked like a castle, but this Byzantine-style castle, where the dome should have been, there are still cavities, and it seems that something needs to be installed into it. With a violent swing of his right fist, he struck Salem's raised eyeballs, erasing Bella's figure, and smashing his face to pieces. The skin on his face slowly recovered, and Salem's heart full of doubts and fears. The fear is the speed and strength of the giant, and the weakening of its own magic power when it approaches, and the doubt is whether it is that sentence that angered Nelson. Nelson seemed to be able to read minds, and quickly gave it an answer. "You annoy me." The indifferent voice was amplified by Alexander, stained with a taste of metal and steam, making his declaration even more like a god without emotion. His tone was erased by the vibration of the metal plate, but even monotonous statements can still be heard. Uncontrollable anger. "You shouldn't use Bella's face. How dare you put her face on such a disgusting thing? Isn't the lesson from the holiday not enough?" Nelson's words gradually increased, and Alexander raised his head again. Right fist, the blue fiend fire spewed out from the cavity lacking a dome, and the energy beyond imagination gathered in its fist. "I thought you could have some insight, and I was once curious about how a Muggle organization is. It has been a headache for the Magical Congress of America for so many years, and now it seems that it is not because you have the ability. Maybe it is because they are too mentally handicapped. Listen to me." Alexander's left arm violently squeezed Moran's slender neck, and Nelson said softly, "What does it mean to recognize yourself? You need to recognize yourself. You are just a vampire who relies on persecuting some wizards who are still children to gain power. You look down on wizards. Isn't the power you rely on most magic? Or you can tell me that the source of the power of these silent people is quantum mechanics." Hearing Nelson's taunt, Salem struggled and manipulated Moran's body to pour out black magic power, but before they could make waves, they were dispelled by the mist. "What kind of stupid guy must be to be willing to be a family with you? You can only deceive children." A criminal who thought he was a high-end criminal turned out to be the most disgusting human trafficker. There is such a big gap. No wonder you are so distorted. Nelson sneered, and there was endless mockery in the cold metal voice. "And nah, what are you? How can you call me nah, a disgusting maggot like you? I have lost the ability to communicate with you. Desire, so now, I ask, you answer." Salem struggled and said, "It's hopeless. I admit, you have some skills, and you are different from those stinky boys, but so what? Our family is endless. You think we will clean up without preparation? Hogwarts? Anyone you care about will die. Your nonsense has added a weight of death to your balance." Nelson asked disdainfully, "So what? Then? You don't think Hogwarts is as vulnerable as your brain, do you? Now, before I start torturing you, answer my question." On the rostrum, Grindelwald, like an audience, watched the professors who had already fought silently with the remaining half, swept away the smoke in the forbidden forest in the distance, and covered his ears with one hand. Hearing the sound from the small silver ball in the ear canal, he laughed cheerfully. "No audience?" Grindelwald chuckled and waved his wand, and a water curtain that Dumbledore had used appeared above Moran's head. Chapter 309 appears. Speech to the world. "Lucky. When you are trembling, there are people who protect you." Grindelwald's wild sarcasm resounded over the Quidditch pitch. At the same time, in the center of the city of Nurmengard, at the crossroads in the hidden place, on the roof of Gringotts in Diagon Alley, at the entrance of Hogsmeade, almost all the settlements where wizards gather all over the world at the same time appeared. The wide water curtain. The wizards passing through these places have been attracted by the water curtain. What is this? On the street of magic ingredients in the hidden place, a rich middle-aged couple who had just finished shopping walked towards the leaving statue. The witch held her husband with a basket full of vegetables and stretched out her hand to touch Pythia's arm. The water curtain and the pure white canvas made her confused. She withdrew her hand and looked at her husband beside her. Boom. The vegetable basket in the husband's hand fell to the ground. The bright red apples rolled all over the ground, and the carefully selected large watermelon was also broken in half. The witch looked at the dusty fruit distressingly and was about to scold her husband, but found that he was staring at the front, eyes full of surprise. She turned her head quickly, looking at the water curtain that was still white just now. I saw a distorted and deformed black monster screaming and rushing out of the water curtain. The witch living under the water curtain really experienced what it means to be on the scene in naked eye 3D. A huge black eyeball squeezed in the center of the screen. It was almost as high as a 2-story building. Before she could react, the eyeball split open from the middle, and the tile-like shark teeth roared and wanted to tear everything in front of them. This scene can be called the opening lightning strike. The witch felt her heart beat a little slower. Her legs were weak, and she stumbled back a few steps. She was about to fall to the ground. When she leaned back, she felt that my old waist was being held by a pair of strong arms. Oh, Darko. She turned her head and looked at her husband, who had been married for decades and thought she had lost passion, but found that the husband who was hugging her was holding her waist with the other hand, and his eyes were still fixed on the water curtain in front of him, and squeezed out a sentence from the teeth. Honey, get up. Don't you know how much you weigh? Okay. The tenderness on the witch's face disappeared in less than a second. She straightened up dryly and asked, "What is this, Darko?" "I don't know. If you're talking about the thing in the painting, I can only say that it looks like an obscurant who has been twisted to the extreme." "What a disqualified education. Why does the current wizard education still produce obscurers?" Male Wu rubbed his old waist, eyes full of fear. "As for this water curtain, I know what it is." "What?" the witch asked curiously. She realized that the things in the picture were fake, and she was able to enjoy the immersive scene. 15 years ago, at the Père Lachaise cemetery, Gellert Grindelwald used this magic to show his followers what he imagined to be the Muggle weapon of the future. The wizard squinted his eyes. At this moment, the sound of the water curtain reproducing not only the huge sound of silently fighting the unknown enemy outside the screen, but also a voice that the wizard over 15 years old in Paris will never forget to support his statement. Demon Lord Gellert Grindelwald. He didn't understand why Grindelwald dared to spread his voice majestically in this kind of place, and the sonorous and powerful words were clearly heard by him and everyone in the hiding place like him. "You have been bred to be stupid under the illusion of peace, and see, my countrymen, my brothers, this is the tool that Muggles use against us in a delusional attempt to stifle the younger generation of wizards and destroy our hopes. These tools used to be our compatriots." Grindelwald's voice was full of pain. "Second Salem, I believe that most people have never heard of their names, and even if they knew, they laughed it off. Because you never imagined that a group of Muggles who can only do such useless work as handing out leaflets can pose a threat to wizards. It's really a silent one." The wizard's lips trembled a little. He put on the glasses hanging around his neck and took out an extremely thick book from the bag behind him. "What's the matter, dear?" "Many years ago, there was a silent man who could control his own magic power. Although he was only active for a while and then disappeared, he still left a deep impression on the wizards of the year," the wizard recalled. "I can't touch the hem of his clothes, and he smashed their shields as easily as drinking soup. I was lucky enough to meet him. But it is nothing compared to the monster in front of me. These despicable Muggles, who abduct our children, abuse them, humiliate them, oppress them, put them on chains and raise them in sheepfolds, play with and squeeze their hearts recklessly, let an innocent children grow up in misery, use inferior potions to induce their magic power, overdraw their lives, and mass produce them into obedient silent people like puppets." Grindelwald complained loudly that at this moment, what was playing on the water curtain was the scene of silently rushing to the Slytherin stands. Although they had never met each other before, the hearts of the audience were raised for these children. "Look here. Here is the tool they make, made of the souls of 7 poor children, and the one who stole them handles the reins like a horse." Grindelwald's emotional words aroused the resentment of almost everyone. although they had different positions. When they learned that this monster was once a cute and lively little wizard, it was hard for anyone not to sigh for their tragic experience. And Grindelwald's last sentence completely stirred up their anger. They could be your neighbor's kids, your co-workers' kids, maybe even your kids, my kids. But they've grown up living in a pigsty, living in misfortune, being told that wizards are evil aliens, and even to call a disgusting mad muggle mother. Just think. What a humiliation. What a persecution. Grindelwald's voice slowed down a little, and unguarded students appeared in the water curtain. The students in the entire college were only protected by a chubby professor and another student who was so weak that he looked like he was about to die suddenly. Their hearts were seized, and they felt a malicious net rushing towards the wizard from Grindelwald's ambiguous words, as if the students on the stage were their own children. In Grimmauld Square, Boralx, who has an independent water curtain, looked at the sun protecting his classmate in the picture with satisfaction, smiled and said to the housekeeper, "I didn't spend this money in vain." But he quickly shakes his head again, and says, gnashing his teeth, "But why, Alfred?" Silently, the bloody mouth was about to swallow the entire stand, and Grindelwald seemed to feel powerless because of this situation. The picture froze, his face appeared in the center of the water curtain, and a tear flowed from his resolute eyes, moistening his pale cheeks and withered beard. This demon king who dedicated his life to the cause of terror cried, revealing his weak side in front of the whole world. For thousands of years, wizards have always regarded themselves as a part of human beings. For the sake of world peace, we even put the shackles called Secrecy Act on our own necks. In the expansion of Muggles, we have to do not abandon their native land and homeland again and again, and move to places inaccessible. His voice was so deep that he didn't look like a dark wizard at all, but rather a poor man who was hurt by a dark wizard. Again, there are those of us who have become demented indulging in a false peace, and they raise their wands, they raise their knives, and they persecute those who want to make everyone better, and they use blunt knives, they castrate the wizard's backbone with a knife, kidnap everyone with a ridiculous strip, they watch the Muggles rush into the wizard's rare event, destroy the victory of the Triwizard Tournament. And they send other people's children fuck. They'll touch the top of your head when a Muggle puts a knife to your neck and say, "This is for world peace." My fellow citizens, perhaps in your hearts I'm a murderer, the devil, but I tell you all this just to give you the right to think for yourself. After saying this, Grindelwald's face disappeared on the water curtain, and the magic streets all over the world fell into a long silence. Those who clamored to destroy the Dark Lord's conspiracy also stopped their impulse after hearing all this. During the time when the picture was frozen, everyone stood there, at a loss, as if under a petrification spell. "Daco, is that so?" The witch showed a worried expression, and pinched the back of her hand. She thought of her grandson who was still babbling, and her daughter and son-in-law were taking their children on vacation in the United States. "I just heard people say, the second Saxon is in America. It's the second Salem." The wizard corrected his wife's grammatical errors, shook his head, and said, "The best solution to what Grindelwald said is not to believe a single word." But he kept his mouth shut, and Salem's yelling echoed through the streets, proof that he didn't know how to refute it. Seeing that her husband was silent, the witch gently took his arm and comforted him. "The Ministry of Magic will take care of it. You don't know, it's because of the Ministry of Magic." The wizard sighed anxiously. Oh. Time passed by, and more people gathered beside the water curtain. Even the wide street in the hidden place was crowded. Everyone looked at the water curtain anxiously, expecting and fearing what would happen next. Progress. Lucky. When you are trembling, there are people who protect you. Except for Hogwarts, the broadcast of the water curtain does not seem to be in real time. At this moment, it finally broadcast the first sentence that Grindelwald shouted at Hogwarts. Immediately afterwards, under the watchful eyes of wizards all over the world, a thunderous light beam pierced Moran's body, and in the next second, a giant iron hand stretched out from the void to strangle the monster's throat, dragging it into the pure white world. Even Daco, who has a deep hatred for Grindelwald, was so excited that he almost waved his fist, but the tingling pain in his arm calmed him down. It turned out that his more emotional wife was so excited that he pinched his forearm. The camera climbed up Alexander's fist, obviously at a fast speed, but because of its huge body, it seemed to be in slow motion. The camera was always pointed at the red light spot behind the mist. The wizards were a little strange. Why the hero who saved the students was this kind of thing? Although I can't understand Alexander's principle, its gleaming armor, scorching steam and dense magic lines all show its power, except for some private content about the family that was pinched by Grindelwald. The conversation between Nelson and Salem was almost heard by the wizards. They learned that it was a Hogwarts student, a young man named Nelson Williams, who was fighting against the powerful enemy at this moment. Nelson's process from maintaining his sanity to being furious under Salem's provocation is almost a psychological portrayal of them. They can only see Alexander's silent battle through the swing of the camera. This is also Grindelwald's shrewdness. The misplaced shooting and shaking the camera turned the battle that was originally easily won by relying on the location into a battle that was won with unrivaled strength after a difficult and fierce battle. I ask. You answer. You ask. Salem's submissiveness made many spectators wave their fists uncontrollably, and many people accidentally injured the wizards around them by mistake, but no one cared about it now. What is your purpose in coming to Hogwarts? You. Tom Riddle, and Ed. No, Christian Jewel, you have a similar experience, and you are the best material for the obscure, enough to help us complete the great cause of eliminating wizards. Ha ha ha. Cough. We have succeeded. Even if you kill me, you will not be able to hinder the next mother who inherits the name of Salem. Speak up. After a loud noise, Salem wailed, and Nelson continued to ask, how many little wizards have you kidnapped? I can't remember. Since I became Salem, there have been more than 3,000 piggies every year, and there are dozens of high quality piggies every year. But, unfortunately, those piggies can only cultivate a few fighter. How many people died? Nelson's voice was full of anger like most people. Why do I have to memorize things? Cough cough. Maybe one piggy can be raised out of 100. Very good. Very good. Very good. Nelson's tone became lighter each time. Grindelwald's camera shot upward rapidly and finally broke through the fog and rushed to the sky. The red light spot that confused everyone finally appeared in front of everyone, aflame behind the lens. The angry eyes of the god. The camera didn't stop. It was still looking upwards. In the middle of the crown-like head armor, there was a pointer-like throne. It passed over the throne, and the figure sitting on it left a glimpse for the wizards. Mergen. Wurtling by the brook. Darko widened his eyes and shouted incoherently. My compatriots, I think you have your own answers and choices. The wizards were silent, and Grindelwald's voice, like a friend's heart-to-heart conversation, sounded again. For the greater good. I dreamed that I was hit to death by dump trucks. It was so dirty. Chapter 310 The Death of Salem. Righteous indignation filled the hearts of all wizards everywhere, and they clenched their fists, but this anger did not help what was happening at this moment, and more people gathered in the middle of the magical streets, watching the water curtain above the head, whether it is a muggle-born wizard who has been sneered at since childhood or a pure-blooded careerist who has been suppressed for many years. At this time, they all more or less expressed their agreement with the Dark Lord's point of view. A small number of people who are still awake, or people with different opinions, are crowded in the crowd, feeling the increasingly frenzied atmosphere around them, but they are still coerced and unable to make their own voices. When the water curtain appeared, the Ministry of Magic of various countries made contingency plans. At this moment, even the French Ministry of Magic, which is recognized as having the lowest work efficiency, sent their auras to thwart the Dark Lord's plot. But when they came to the hiding place and had to pull out their brooms because the crowd was too dense to get close to the water curtain, they found a group of wizards in black robes blocking their way. Who are you? Your friends. The leading wizard took off his hood, revealing an old and hideous face covered with scars. Andre smiled and put his arm around Captain Aura's shoulders and said, look, we didn't do anything. It's just broadcasting a game, and Box Buttons is also participating. Is it? Captain Aura turned his head to look at the young wizard who was leading the way. He was a muggle-born young man who had just joined the job, so he was assigned the task of patrolling. The French Ministry of Magic, who suffered from Grindelwald PTSD early, his first task was to always be alert to the actions of Grindelwald or the Saints, and when he saw Grindelwald appearing in the water curtain, the young wizard passed the message to the ministry. While waiting for his colleagues, he carefully watched the screen shown in the water curtain, and the memories of the past suddenly flooded into his mind. The childhood, when he was bullied because of his heterogeneous behavior and studying in books, but the mediocrity of the time, and the boss who only knew the scriptures and the vegetarian meal. The faces overlapped with the figure who walked tremblingly. The young man remembered Salem's wild declaration in the water curtain, and Grindelwald's promise to break the injustice. Although Grindelwald did not make such a promise, the young man still added a more resemblance to him in his heart. The stroke of the savior, when he lowered his head and nervously faced the interrogation of his boss. For some reason, a burst of anger suddenly rose in his heart, but he immediately suppressed it, clenched his fist, and whispered, "My lord, that's right, what they broadcast is the Triwizard Tournament. Then why did you tell us?" The young aura just wanted to say that the match was over at the beginning, and Grindelwald would explain the rest of the melee, but the boss didn't give him a chance to explain, and scolded his head and face. Then he and Andre walked side by side. "Did you know? We came here on a broomstick. Almost violated the secrecy law. You boy who has good fruit." The young aura stood helplessly amid the splashing spittle. His face was full of bewilderment. He didn't understand why his boss, who likes flying a broom over Paris in his spare time, could talk about the Secrecy Act so openly, and he didn't understand. I understand why even after hearing about Grindelwald, he is unwilling to ask one by one as written in the manual, let alone why he can so naturally hook up with the legal businessman Andre. In front of him, and in full view of everyone, he stuffed a small bottle into his pocket. The excessive amount of information caused the brain of this young man who had just entered the society to shut down. He watched his boss lead the team away after a friendly exchange. I didn't even glance at the water curtain. The charm of language, my dear friend. After sending off the aura captain, Andre noticed the young man standing aside in a daze, and leaned forward, winking, and said, "You have said it before, this is ordinary the match of. Will they take money from those muggles?" The young man asked inexplicably. "What? I mean, when these second Salem muggles are stealing children all over the world, will those auras let them go because they took their money?" The young man's eyes regained clarity, and he asked seriously, "Like you just stuffed him with money?" "Oh." Andre raised his eyebrows. "Your identity, this kind of speech is very dangerous." "It's already like this, Andre. I know who you are, and I have also witnessed his bribery process. He will not let me go." The young man shook his head. "Many people have heard Grindelwald's proclamation, and someone will definitely impeach the Ministry of Magic for its ineffective work. So am I not the best scapegoat for patrolling here tonight, but not reporting at all?" "Ha ha ha, you see it very clearly." Andre first smiled, and then said seriously, "I can tell you responsibly, the situations you imagined just now did happen, and there are not a few of them. It's absurd, right? I know you have misunderstood Nermengard, but all we have done is to eliminate these farces." "Really? Really, Jack?" Andre smiled, while slipping back the little silver ball that was about to roll out of the ear canal. "Do you know my name?" The young man showed an excited look on his face. He didn't expect that his mediocre performance would fall into the eyes of the famous Andre. "Of course, my child." Andre stretched out his hand and patted the young man's shoulder. "I have been in France for a while, and one of my jobs is to observe those young people with abilities and potential." "Really? Really?" The young man fell into a great surprise until Andre arranged for his subordinates to contact him, who was ready to surrender, and there was no other reaction. Andre led the people back to the back of the water curtain while muttering to the small ball in his hand, "Fortunately, you can check their list, otherwise it would be a bit troublesome for this honest kid to talk around." Similar scenarios are happening around the world. After Andre disappeared with his men, the battle scene of Alexander looking down appeared in the water curtain. Gold and silver giants and pitch black monsters almost fill the entire water curtain, but this is already the most extreme viewing angle. If the lens is farther away, the details between them will be almost completely invisible. Silently abandoned, a face and a third of the body broke free from Alexander's iron fist. Screaming in pain accompanied the whole process. After a process similar to childbirth, Salem became more clear and pure. The sound came from the monster's body. Almost all the eyes on its face were closed, only the center one was still open. The malicious eyes shot out from it along with the black magic light, strafing Alexander's armor. Even such a thick metal can be corroded. By observing Nelson's performance, Salem understood that this ordeal might not be a good one. In just a few minutes, she knew the benefits and disadvantages, whether it was from Nelson's Muggle-born status, or where he ended up. The injustice he suffered in being kicked out of Hogwarts didn't impress Nelson in the slightest. This was a hard and soft lump, just like this ridiculously large puppet. But even at this juncture, the arrogant she never thought that there might be a problem with her intelligence. Nelson might not be Muggle-born at all, or he might not have been kicked out of Hogwarts at all. Alexander watched her attempt to break free unhurriedly, and when the smaller circle stood silently opposite, its one eye lighted up again, let go of the hand on the ground, and moved at a speed that didn't fit its huge body. He straightened up, waved his fist, and threw it at the silent one-eyed. "Do you regret killing so many children?" Nelson was still exploring whether this person had a bottom line, but her answer quickly disappointed him. "Words are useless to me, you bastard. You wizards are all the same." Salem yelled loudly after the starfish-shaped big head that had just recovered was deflated by a punch. "If you are a butcher, do you regret killing pigs?" "What I regret the most is that I didn't catch the three of you back sooner." Nelson didn't speak anymore, just manipulating Alexander to continue beating the monster in front of him. The unimaginable magical power of the obscure is a hard bone after all. Even though Salem is just a muggle and doesn't know any magic, even though she just forcibly sewed her spirit into the body of the chimeric obscure, even though there is no the ubiquitous lost fog is biting its body and absorbing its life all the time. Although it has been weakened again and again, Moran, who can only spit out magic power and explode with brute force, is still rough. The meat is disgustingly thick. Alexander shattered its body time and time again, but the huge magical power would restore the silent body in an instant. In the battle between the two, the city in Nelson's dream suffered disaster, and skyscrapers one after another. After being chopped off at the waist, the ruins that fell on the ground in the next second were crushed into powder and returned to the original form of lost fog. Half the city was quickly razed to the ground, and Momo, who was fighting and retreating, also found desperately that the white space at the place can't see the end. But the evenly matched record with Alexander once again made Salem a little lucky. As long as I can defeat it, I can go out. Is Alexander's combat power so unbearable after his body is almost assembled? No, even with the help of the right location, Alexander can randomly tear silence apart like in the beginning, but this is actually an experimental opportunity that Nelson cherishes. In other words, everything is planned. Whether it is Nelson and Tom, or Grindelwald, or even Dumbledore, they have never paid attention to the Muggles, who rely on stolen power to carry out terrorist attacks. There is only one real enemy that is visible to the naked eye, and whose fate is clear. Despicable Hayerbo, or the Hayerbo who has become humble Hayerbo in Nelson's case. His record is too brilliant, and his legend is too sensational. Even if his performance at this moment is terrible, they dare not face it. When studying the Dementors, the family created by Hayerbo, Nelson was surprised to find that the purity of emotions and the magic power of Dementors is almost another extreme patron saint, and the magic body most similar to it is the Silent One. But Nelson obviously couldn't capture Credence, the only known Silent Man, for a search. So the experience of fighting the Silent Man at this time is invaluable, especially when this Silent Man has a determination to blow himself up immediately if he can't beat him. But Salem obviously couldn't figure out the situation. When she found that Nelson was constantly changing his attack methods, she felt that she had found the weakness of her opponent. It seemed unstoppable, but in fact there was nothing she could do about herself. This may be the consequence of Muggles forcibly mastering magic power. Anyone with a normal brain would not naively think that an opponent who could crush him at the beginning suddenly becomes powerless. This kind of blunt knife cutting flesh is often the most terrifying. "Surrender," Salem said boldly. "I think your puppet is very suitable for cleaning. Let's go out and kill those disgusting wizards together. I can give you a chance to call me mother." Wait a moment. What? Nelson didn't pay attention to the dying person in front of him. He just felt sad for the other three souls who had been manipulated for a lifetime. In the end, after trying all the methods of preparation and taking notes, Nelson was determined to give the other 3 owners of this huge body a dignified death. Do they have any last words? What are you saying? I don't think so. What kind of wish can a person who doesn't even have a life have? Nelson on the throne put down his notes, pulled out his wand, and stuck it under his feet. Looking at the countless battle damage on Alexander's body, Salem once thought that she was going to win, but when she triumphantly opened her eyes and mouth, she was about to teach this young man who didn't respect his mother a lesson. Alexander's body flashed a silver light, and the battle damage was repaired in an instant by the floats flying out of the vent hole. Then, a complex rune that penetrated Alexander's body lit up from the head downwards, and the dry gully filled with silver white magic power. Salem only saw a fist wrapped in silver light rushing towards him, and heard a falcon chirping in a trance. At the moment of shattering, she heard an old call, hunger and thirst filled with excitement. Nelson reappeared in the middle of the Quidditch pitch. Except for Grindelwald, everyone who was still able to move joined in the melee to defend Hogwarts. The other half who stayed in place had completely lost rational. In the midst of crazy value added and division, countless black human figures in the arena fought with the wizards, and Nelson saw Tom protecting a dozen classmates behind him in the crowd at a glance. Grindelwald was not idle either. He focused on fiddling with the water curtain, deliberately subtracting the continuous stream of wizards led by the auras and Dumbledore outside the Quidditch pitch, gushing out of nowhere like cockroaches. The figure of the enemy, he excitedly pointed the camera at Nelson, and kept repeating the scene where the giant in silver just smashed the silence with a punch. In the distant Antarctic, a young man whose cheeks were flushed from being exposed to the wind and snow all year round stood up straight from a group of magic penguins waiting to be fed, holding a mini water curtain in his hand, and was extremely excited. His face turned even redder seeing the face of his old boss. He was waiting for the 3-monthly career. At his feet, there were piles of research reports from the previous 3 months. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311. News from our newspaper. At 4:45 p.m. on November Road, the notorious Muggle anti-wizard organization Second Salem launched an attack on Hogwarts, where the final of the Triwizard Tournament was being held. For a long time, it can be called the largest attack organized by Muggles in history. 15 teachers and students, 7 Aurors and 3 guests were seriously injured in this incident. 10 of the injured students were from the Durmstrang representative team. It is reported that the cause of the Durmstrang casualties was the members of the Second Salem, and almost all the students suffered minor injuries and psychological trauma to varying degrees. St. Mungo had already sent a team of doctors to Hogwarts after receiving the news at p.m. yesterday. Fortunately, no wizard lost his life in this incident. Under the full preparation of the Ministry of Magic and the coordinated command of Minister Rich, the huge offensive in Second Salem was easily resolved, but it is still unknown how did they break Hogwarts' anti-marking spell and Muggle banishing spell. In this attack, Second Salem dispatched 7 obscures under its control, but under the proper arrangement of Minister Rich, these obscures who lost control did not cause serious damage. The logistics team sent by the ministry is going to Hogwarts to discuss matters related to campus renovation with the acting headmaster, Professor Albus Dumbledore. According to people familiar with the matter, Durmstrang's principal, Professor Sigmund, was actually pretended by Gellert Grindelwald. Regarding the reason why Gellert Grindelwald was mixed into the scene of the Triwizard Tournament, Nurmengard sighed until, and today the Ministry of Magic is actively negotiating with Nurmengard, but based on the evidence currently available, Grindelwald himself has no direct contact with Second Salem. In this incident, Hogwarts students Tom Riddle, Nelson Wertning Williams and Alfred Black made outstanding contributions in protecting their classmates. Tom Riddle is also a Hogwarts warrior in this Triwizard Tournament, and Minister Ricky plans to award them when he officially visits Hogwarts on Monday. Turn down to the 3rd edition. On Sunday morning, Hogwarts became quiet, contrary to the lively scene in the past. There were almost no wandering students on the campus. Only some officials of the Ministry of Magic flew around in a hurry on broomsticks. Contrary to the campus, the school hospital is almost full of incoherent students. Although they quickly wake up from the convulsions and silent suppression, they are still unable to erase the shadow of facing death, and Miss Joy has nothing to do with it. Even though she can pick up 30 broken legs every minute, it doesn't mean she can quickly soothe a wounded heart. Starfish. 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 On a camp bed, set up in the corridor, a girl from Bogues Buttons bounced up, pointing at the air in front of her in horror, drooling from the corner of her mouth, clutching her chest in convulsions. Here we come. The starfish is here. Miss Joy rushed out of the infirmary stepping on her high heels. A silver hedgehog flew out of her magic wand and hit the girl's face. It hurts, but the girl relaxed, as if she had taken some special medicine. She stretched out her hand to caress the soft belly of the hedgehog in a daze into the girl's mouth. The moment the potion fell into her throat, the girl's body softened. Miss Joy supported her waist and placed her on the camp bed, covered her with the quilt, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Her face was flushed, and her breathing was short of breath. From yesterday afternoon to now, she had hardly closed her eyes. Injured students filled the school hospital and surrounding classrooms and empty rooms. Even if all the surrounding rooms were vacated, the corridors were still full camp beds. If Nelson hadn't told Dumbledore that the Patronus could effectively alleviate the pain of these poisoned students, there would have to be twice as many camp beds. Miss Joy, go and rest. We are here. The doctor at the side looked at Miss Joy's flushed face and persuaded. Do you know the Patronus? Miss Joy's tone was not polite at all. Won't. Miss Joy rolled her eyes and continued to run to the next student, who suddenly woke up. Although she was about to die from running, she still didn't take off her mask. When will the people from St. Pinnell come? After dealing with the student, Miss Joy rubbed her hair irritably and asked Dr. St. Mungo, who was busy, if you don't come again, these students are not crazy, I'm going crazy. It will take some time for them, but it will be soon. The doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead and said pantingly, the Department of International Affairs is overcrowded, and it is said that streeted is much faster than the normal way to enter the country, and when they arrive in the UK, there will be Aurors who will directly bring their entourage to manifest. Before the words were finished, a few Aurors rode brooms and rushed from the end of the corridor, leaving behind a few blindfolded wizards, leaving a sentence: this is the blindfold that the wizards of Nermengard wore to prevent them from leaking secrets. After patting their buttocks and leaving, several thin doctors took a short rest before starting to work. Although none of them know the Patronus charm, the professional magical psychiatrists have rich experience in dealing with corresponding situations. Miss Joy looked at the treatment work that was on track, yawned, and fell softly on the ground. Miss Joy fainted. She is about to suffocate. Quickly take off the mask. Tom, are you awake? Nelson was lying on the bed, feeling that his body was so heavy that he couldn't open his eyes. As one of the few sober students in Hogwarts after the war yesterday, he worked with Tom, Alfred and others for a day. They were not rushed to the dormitory by Dumbledore until 3 o'clock in the morning. Their other roommates all fainted under the silent pressure, and there were only the two of them left in the dormitory at this moment. No. Tom's voice was more tired than Nelson's. Unlike Nelson, who controlled Alexander to fight in the illusion, Tom, who strongly opposed Nelson's bringing himself into the illusion, fought hard in the center of the battlefield to the end. When the silence could not cause any harm, after Professor Slughorn's magic power was exhausted, Tom was almost supported by other professors alone. Eliminates all attrition in combat. After Dumbledore came back, a group of professors and guests tore up Moran's body with short-term, high-frequency spells, hoping to use Moran's ability to attract fragments to repair the body, to delay time and quickly transfer students. But even Dumbledore also underestimated how warped Kellen's mind was. Tom was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, and the conversation between Keelian and Grindelwald yesterday flashed before his eyes. Grindelwald, why don't you let me sign up? Have you seen it? How much better am I than Ludwig, who can only be beaten? Tom thought that Grindelwald would not talk to this lunatic, but who would have thought that he would answer this question seriously? Because I think someone will dislike you. Why? Why you if you had the guts and doubts? Why didn't you sign up yourself? Grindelwald shook his finger and asked, in my opinion, you are the weakest creature in this school. Even the Botricles in the Forbidden Forest have more backbone than you. If you hadn't become so big and stole some power that doesn't belong to you, would you have the guts to bark at me? Mother is indeed right. You wizards are all such self-righteous and weak things. K-Lion has long since lost his iconic crew cut, and his head, which has been magnified countless times, is covered with twisting tumors, and he is silent at this moment. All the eyeballs on the face were fierce, and the big black mouth was opened, and a black beam of light with a diameter beyond the rostrum shot out from the mouth, rushing towards Grindelwald, and the desperate wail of the soul could be vaguely heard. A few seconds later, the beam of light went out, and the rostrum disappeared out of thin air. Only a bottomless sloping hole on the lawn in the distance proved that a tragic bombing had taken place here. Grindelwald, you are so conceited. Isn't it because you are strong? Now I'm stronger than you. Ha 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 ha. Each of its silent mouths let out piercing laughter. It had already stopped making human voices, and the bodies scattered around were also writhing excitedly. Son, I think you are very interesting. I didn't want to hit you at first. Hearing this sentence, it froze silently. Its big head rotated 180 degrees on the broken neck and looked behind Grindelwald standing on the top of a towering stalagmite that did not know when it grew. Do you ever feel like you're nothing? Silence's sanity has been lost to nothing, but its confusion can still be heard from the roar. You hate wizards, but your hatred is what your mother told you. A vain person takes the lies of another more vain person as the creed of life. Is there anything more vain than this in this world? Ugh. Poor thing. Grindelwald shrugged. Your mother's hate was left to her from the last Salem, so going back to 1692, did you ever think that your origins might have been a ridiculous fungus infected? Roar. Silently, it doesn't want to listen to Grindelwald anymore. Even though there is not much reason left, it still feels that the witch's words in front of it are crazily impacting on the rest of its life. Its eyes look around, toward Grindelwald. A huge amount of magical power gushed out from the direction it appeared. However, Grindelwald, like performing acrobatics, apparated uninterruptedly above Hogwarts, where disapparition is prohibited. His figure appeared again and again in various corners that could not be attacked silently, disappeared. The surrounding wizards who could still open their eyes looked at this scene in shock. His apparition was so fast that some people even thought that there were many Grindelwalds at the same time, and his mouth also babbled. Stop, like a knife, slices of flesh are constantly being sliced from Morin's heart. During the whole process, Grindelwald, who can be called the highest combat power, has been watching the show, strictly implementing the tenet of no business, and he didn't even move the corner of his clothes. Finally, Morin seemed to be completely destroyed by his words. The fragments scattered around no longer squirmed towards the main body, but swelled on the spot like insect eggs, and pitch black human figures emerged from it. Even the largest main body was constantly collapsing then. Small flat heads of different shapes fell from above. Grindelwald looked at Tom. That's enough, Grindelwald. Accompanied by a burst of flames, Dumbledore finally appeared holding his wand, and the tired crowd gathered around Dumbledore, as if they had found their backbone. Grindelwald shrugged and disappeared, but the water curtain above his head was still maintained. Dumbledore stared at Alexander, who was beating Salem crazily in the water curtain, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Everyone, evacuate the students. There will be more and more of them." Just when Tom was about to leave, Dumbledore said again, "Tom, can I ask you to be my assistant in the duel?" "With whom?" Tom asked Dumbledore. Disaster. The evacuation work was carried out in an orderly manner, but Dumbledore and Tom had to face the thousands of troops. On the one hand, he easily defeated every silently split body, and on the other hand, his eyes were full of sadness when looking at them. Dumbledore never forgot to let Tom share his pressure. He was as proud as he was, and he didn't mind handing things over to good and powerful people. In the process of clearing up this boundless opponent, he still didn't forget to use every tool he used. The spell gives a detailed explanation. That's why Tom is now lying in bed like a dead man. Tom says he's asleep, but I think he's awake and he's hungry. An abrupt voice intervened in the conversation between the two, and Tom bounced off the bed, immediately screaming, "Alfred, why are you here?" After sending the two of you here yesterday, I was too sleepy. Alfred tightened the quilt on his body and said, Parkinson's bed is really soft. Maybe it's because he has Parkinson's, which made the bed soft. I heard he wet the bed. Nelson took a lot of effort to open his eyes, but found that his eyes were still dark. He sat up on the bed, and the plump question mark slid down his face. While being beaten, Nelson picked up a thick stack of newspapers on his belly. This issue of the Daily Prophet has added many special issues, which are full of weight. He scanned the front page, and flipped to the second page. Hey. Anti-demonstration breaks out in everywhere. Now Nobby Rich is busy. Tom struggled to get up, and kept doing sit-ups on the bed. He's already busy. Yesterday my father told me with a double-sided mirror, that Rich invited him to meet the Muggle Prime Minister today. Alfred was also so sleepy, that he was doing sit-ups. So terrorists are the most brainless. Yes, these things are not that simple. Chapter 312 Muggle Prime Minister. London, Downing Street. The smog is getting heavier and heavier. I really don't know what these muggles are doing. Holding a luxurious cane, Borlux appeared on this historic street under the protection of auras and his entourage. It just rained last night, and he happened to fall into a puddle unluckily. It was dawn at dawn, but the bad air made it hard for people to see the time and the people around them, so that this group of wizards suddenly appeared in the middle of the street wearing clothes from different eras, and a man with a dog was shocked. Passing ladies screamed. Borlux glanced at her in disgust, waved his hand, and put on a polite expression, and an attendant behind him walked up to the lady, raised his wand, and waved it in her face. Her pupils dilated. He suddenly muttered, I forgot to bring the dog out, and then led the dog back the same way. At the same time, another group of wizards with tired expressions appeared on the corner of the street, led by a bold and fat wizard, walking towards Borlux and his party. When he found the visitor, Borlux untied his bow tie slowly, leaned on his cane with both hands, and said lightly, when the visitor approached, Mr. Weirlie, good morning. I really want to say hello to you when you first arrive. But you can see it too. I can't see people clearly from 3 meters away. Good morning, Blake. The fog in London is really heavy. A few years later, Dorian Weirlie was still working on the front line, and he didn't get an office job, but his job did become more and more the taller he is. He has already taken the position of director of the Prohibition of Misuse of Magic office. He looked at the back of the lady leading the dog, wiped the sweat from his brow, and said, just get used to it. See you in London once a year. Less than a few suns. It's not fog, it's smog, Dorian. It's a new word I just learned, Borlux said flirtingly, shaking his head. Yes, you know, when I was a boy London wasn't so smoggy, even though it was foggy. Really? Haha, I didn't pay attention. Did you know? Now wizards also have their own factories, but we are more efficient, and it will not reduce our quality of life. Borlux blinked, and said, let's get down to business, Nobby Rich woolen cloth. The minister has something to do, and I really can't come, Dorian said with a bitter face, so I will cooperate with you. Well, I said it should be like this a long time ago. Borlux was not angry because of the missed appointment, and even said quite agreeingly, the Minister of Magic has a lot of work every day, and he is already busy with work. The order to inform the Muggle leader this kind of work, in my opinion, sending a small leader from the Department of International Affairs is already very grand. You're right, that's why I'm here. Dorian shrugged. What are you talking about, my brother? Borlux laughed and patted Dorian on the back. You are not a small leader. Go. If you don't go, the Muggle Prime Minister should leave. Where are you coming from? Number 10. The attendant on the side replied. After walking a few steps, the two groups of people found a black wooden door with 10 written on it. Borlux stepped forward, followed by his entourage, who hurried to the door and knocked on the lion's head knocker. Boom. The crisp knock on the door echoed in the quiet street in the early morning. Borlux frowned anxiously. After waiting for less than 3 seconds, the attendant immediately raised his wand, and the door of the Prime Minister's mansion, which could not be opened from the outside, creaked and slid open up. A maid in an apron stood behind the door holding a broom. She was turning her head behind her, as if she was about to tell others that a group of unexpected guests had arrived at the Prime Minister's palace. Please, Mr. Weirlie. Borlux asked Dorian to go first, as if he was at home. With a bang, the poor maid fell to the ground stiffly, like a sculpture. Dorian frowned and motioned for Borlux to go first. You are the main person. Very good. Borlux nodded and went straight in, leaving muddy footprints on the expensive carpet. There were some boxes scattered in the mansion. He frowning and went around, walking towards the largest room in the house, the Prime Minister's office. You said if I gave the Prime Minister an imperious curse, wouldn't the problem become easier? Before entering the door, Borlux turned his head and said seriously to Dorian. Seeing the surprised look on Dorian's face, he was satisfied. Nodded, just kidding. After finishing speaking, he raised his cane and knocked lightly on the door. Without waiting for a response from inside, he opened the door and walked in. Dorian and a group of Aurors were left standing outside the door with nervous faces. Just put the cigars on the table. A bald, fat old man was sitting behind the desk. Although his hair was short, each strand was combed back carefully. The Prime Minister's face was full of anger and worry at the same time, showing extremely rich expressions. I don't know if you can get used to this kind of cigars. Borlux smiled, took out a box of cigars from his pocket, placed them in front of the desk, took off his hat, and hung it on the coat rack at the door. Good morning, Mr. Prime Minister. Who are you? The Prime Minister frowned and looked at the man in the ancient clothes in front of him, stretched his hand off the desk, and leaned on the chair guardedly. Are there still royalists? No, Mr. Prime Minister, I'm not a royalist. You don't have to press that button. I can protect your safety. Borlux raised his cane and waved it lightly, and the cover of the cigar box was answered. After cutting it open, the lit cigar dangled and flew in front of the Prime Minister. We had an appointment before, and I'm the person sent by Mr. Nobby Rich. Wizard? The Prime Minister said with difficulty, to force the word out of his mouth. Sorry, you don't seem to have an appointment, and I have a very busy schedule today. Borlux raised his head and looked at a portrait in the corner. As the Prime Minister watched, the figure raised his hand, scratched his nose, and disappeared. It's okay, I can make an appointment on the spot, Borlux said with a smile, and he pulled a chair to the desk and sat on it. And, your schedule for today is already very generous. The Prime Minister was already looking at the painting. After a few seconds, he rubbed his eyes, took the cigar that had been floating in front of his eyes, and said, What's the matter? There are some trivial matters that need to be communicated with you. Borlux took out a folded handkerchief from his pocket, spread it out on the table, pulled out a thick stack of parchment from below, and put it on the Prime Minister's handkerchief. In front of him, he also put a gift box on the parchment. I heard that you won the war, and the ministry is busy with work, so I haven't had time to congratulate you. That has nothing to do with me. The Prime Minister shook his head, put the gift box aside, and read the contents on the parchment. I just noticed that your mansion is full of boxes. Has the situation not stabilized yet? Borlux asked with concern, without the slightest aura of wanting to kill all the muggles in front of Dorian. If you need help with anything, you can talk to us. No, this is just a private matter, just your minister. I remember that his name was Nobby Rich before. The Prime Minister thought for a moment and explained, maybe he will need to send someone to contact the new Prime Minister after a while gone. Is there going to be a new term? Borlux asked curiously. You were replaced just after you led them to victory? The Prime Minister shrugged noncommittally. It's really incomprehensible. Borlux showed a sad expression. It's a pity that I can't participate in the election. Otherwise I will definitely vote for you, but no matter how sad you are, you have to work, right? I'm here to tell you a sad news. Just yesterday, in your country, a group of muggles planned the largest attack ever against wizards. Unfortunately, wizards all over the world almost saw the whole process of the attack, so the Prime Minister froze on his seat, a little confused, and Borlux only spoke half of what he had said, and the room fell into a tense silence. After only half a minute, the Prime Minister realized what had happened, and his face instantly became ugly. And Borlux also said the second half of his sentence. There may be foreign wizards coming in and out frequently recently. I hope you and your government can warn and prepare for what may happen. The Prime Minister still did not speak. He lowered his head and mechanically flipped through the parchment in front of him. The wall clock behind him made a tick 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 sound, which was extremely harsh in the quiet office. After a while, He raised his head, pointed to a document in front of him, and said blankly, "The date of this application is June. Why did I just see it now? I noticed that your competition. It's the Triwizard Tournament, Mr. Prime Minister. It ended yesterday." Borlux followed his words. "In fact, that attack happened at the final scene of the Triwizard Tournament. Hogwarts, all of our students were involved in this horrific accident." The Prime Minister nodded thoughtfully and didn't ask what Hogwarts was. He continued to flip through the documents in front of him. Time passed by, and Borlux waited patiently with a smile on his face. "Shouldn't they go to America?" said the Prime Minister suddenly. "Under normal circumstances, yes." Borlux nodded, but yesterday at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the Magic Congress of the United States closed the interface of the Flu network, which is currently the most commonly used mode of transportation for wizards to travel long distances. They announced that this is a routine overhaul, but I think you understand what it is. The Prime Minister sucked the cigar in his mouth fiercely. The light of the cigarette butt flickered on and off, and the accumulated long cigarette butt fell on the table as he opened his mouth again, igniting a corner of the parchment paper. He pressed the spark with his hand, and his face he asked blankly, "So what does the wizard want us to do?" "I don't know, Mr. Prime Minister. I just came to inform you of such a thing," Borlux said with concern. "Just now, a demonstration against the Secrecy Act broke out in London's Diagon Alley. These may not be good news for you. By the way, you know what the secrecy law is, right?" "I know." The Prime Minister gritted his teeth and said, "But these things should have nothing to do with us. The matter of your wizards should be resolved by the wizards themselves. It's not that the British Empire sent people to blitz your school." "Well, this is a bit difficult." Borlux scratched his head and looked at the portrait in the corner. The characters in it came back again at some point. "Sir, can you ask Minister Rich for me what we can do to help the British mayor? Is it melon?" The portrait bowed and then disappeared. Just when the Prime Minister thought he was about to enter a long and quiet wait, Borlux suddenly said, "Aren't you curious what the gift I gave you?" The Prime Minister raised his head and met Borlux's expectant eyes. He narrowed his eyes and opened the gift box. Inside were 2 round metal balls. "One for your mouth, and one for your ears." Borlux raised his cane, and 2 metal balls flew into the Prime Minister's pocket, and the gift box was closed again, returning to its original state. "Sir, actually I personally have some ideas that can help you. After all, no one wants to have a country that has just emerged from disaster and is devastated by a group of foreigners." "I cannot understand what you say. Your father is going to see the Muggle Prime Minister?" Tom's childhood dream was suddenly awakened, and he finally broke free from the sit-ups and sat up. "I haven't been to the Prime Minister's palace yet." "What's there to do in that place?" "And it's in London. You can go whenever you want." Alfred asked, puzzled. "Speaking of which, my father should have arrived by now, and he might even be talking to Ma. Prime Minister Guar is drinking tea." "They shouldn't be in the mood to drink tea," said Nelson, who was pressed down on the bed after being defeated in the fight with the question mark. Even so, he still didn't forget to interject, "If I were Churchill, at this time, hearing your father tell him some bad news with the minister, and grab them to make tea." "Maybe," Alfred yawned. "Have you finished reading your newspaper? Lend me the ones you read." "I really didn't expect you to be literate," Tom joked. "Give it to me first." "Nah, let me take a look, and I'll go out later. Going to see Christian. Bring me something to eat, and help me get the question marks away." Meow. The question mark took out 2 more newspapers from nowhere and slammed them on the faces of Tom and Alfred. The hair on their backs blew up, as if warning them not to meddle in their own business. "I'd better go early, or it will look like my brother doesn't care about her." Tom put on his shoes, carried the newspaper, and ran fast, completely different from the exhausted look when he just got up. "I remembered that the water I boiled was still on the stove." Alfred waved the newspaper before he even had time to put on his shoes. "Can you stop making excuses from the last century?" Nelson's only response was an indifferent bang. Chapter 313, The Other Side of the Veil. "Listen to me, question mark. I really didn't see you lying on my head this morning." Meow. "Really, it's because I'm so tired." Nelson's shout passed through the soundproof door of the dormitory and echoed in the Slytherin lounge. There were only a few people hiding in the empty lounge. The house elf was sweeping in the corner, and Nelson's shout even made the flames in the fireplace a lot stronger. Otherwise I will definitely feel the weight on my face. No. I didn't mean you were heavy at all. You are too light. I discussed with Metal the day before yesterday to give you an extra meal. The flames in the lounge danced leisurely, enjoying this moment of peace, when suddenly, an uninvited guest broke in. Professor Dumbledore, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. An elf who was standing next to the fire with a fork and stabbing firewood saw the figure appearing from behind the opened door, shaking his neck, and was about to hit the fireplace. I'm so sorry. I'll let you see my dirty figure. Calm down, Bubbles. Dumbledore's face looked very tired. He probably hadn't slept all night. His movements were strange. His right hand was raised flat on his chest, as if an invisible piece of clothing was hanging on it. He waved it lightly with the other hand, the wand. The brick wall of the fireplace suddenly became as soft as cotton candy, and the bubble hit it and bounced. I should thank you for allowing me to be lucky enough to see a lovely elf in the morning. The elf's eyes were filled with tears, and he took a deep look at Dumbledore before disappearing with his friends. Dumbledore shook his head and walked towards the stairs. Nelson's howling sound came from his ear, which brought a smile to his sad face. He quickened his pace, found Nelson's bedroom, and knocked on the door. Please come in. Dumbledore pushed open the door and saw Nelson, who was sitting upright on the bed, holding the question mark in his arms and stroking its hair. He pretended not to see the nails deeply embedded in Nelson's thigh and said, Nelson, very much urgent. Many students are unconscious. I need your help. What? Didn't the French doctor come? Nelson raised his head, thinking of his silent death struggle, and thought inwardly, Christmas Jewel was among them, and in fact, more than a third of the students never woke up, and I was told that they might already be on their way to the next step. Next. Nelson frowned. That's right, I asked Slytherin, and he said that these students looked like they were not dead, and that man, he said you must know what that is. Dumbledore approached Nelson, holding the flat. He stretched out his arms to him. Let's go. Go to your place. Everyone needs you. Nelson nodded, placed the question mark on the pillow, stood up, stretched out his hand, and touched a completely transparent, cold, slippery fabric on Dumbledore's arm. Nagini? He gave it to me too. Dumbledore didn't seem to know anymore. It's the invisibility cloak. Okay, Professor. Nelson took off the invisibility cloak from Dumbledore's arm, put it on his shoulder, and touched his hand under the pillow. A mist rose from all directions in the bedroom, and it submerged Dumbledore in a few seconds. Leto's chest. He took off the coat hanging on the bedpost, and put it on his body. There was a crashing sound. Let's go. In the empty dormitory, the question mark was lying on Nelson's pillow, staring at the place where the two disappeared, patted the pillow cover resentfully, and helplessly made himself a comfortable nest, and lay down inside. Misty illusion. Hogwarts. Dumbledore looked at the pure white castle in front of him with a complicated expression. He didn't expect that Nelson actually built a Hogwarts in the illusion. So that's it. I actually blamed him wrongly. Dumbledore thought with complicated emotions. I'm really a selfish and self-righteous person. Professor, are you unwell? Nelson's voice interrupted Dumbledore's thinking. Dumbledore blinked, looked at Nelson, and said, sorry, I'm a little distracted. Do you know where I should go? Don't you know? Do not you know? Dumbledore frowned, looking over Nelson's shoulder. Nelson followed his gaze, and reached out his hand to touch it. The cold invisibility cloak was so smooth that he released the force and climbed to his body along his arm. When Nelson turned his body, the invisibility cloak was perfectly clinging to the body. Putting it on his coat, a layer of moonlight-like silver light was attached to it. This light was a little humble. It only flickered for a moment and then quickly subsided. Nelson felt a lot more relaxed, but there was always a foreign body sensation between his ribs. He stretched his hand to his waist and felt a hard object in the pocket of the invisibility cloak, a long and thin stick covered with spherical protrusions. That's a magic wand. Nelson widened his eyes, touched the handle of the wand, and pulled it out of his pocket. The pure black wand stood out in this white world, and the bumps all over the wand were scars that recorded time everywhere. The body of an elder, the tail feathers of a thestral, 15 inches long. The moment he held the wand, the cold touch was transmitted from the fingertips to the brain, and Nelson felt his heart, as if being tightly clenched by a hand. Then, Nelson closed his eyes tightly, and the wand pinched on his heart. The hand was broken. It can jump again. The majestic magic power burst from his body, surging with infinite power. Dumbledore raised his arm with difficulty, blocked in front of him, and was pushed aside by the violent wind pressure. Before being pushed away, he saw Nelson raise Grindelwald's wand. The lost fog floating in the air is distorted by some kind of force and forms a vortex that goes straight to the sky. The surrounding cities are shattered by the strangulation of the hurricane, but they are rebuilt under Nelson's unconscious control. A wand that will succumb. The Elder Wand. Dumbledore struggled to squeeze out a few words between his teeth. He looked at the pure white wind wall in front of him, set up the barrier, and walked in with difficulty step by step. When he crossed the wind pressure and entered the eye of the wind, facing his Nelson just opened those dark eyes. Dumbledore's gaze could not help being attracted by those eyes, almost falling into the bottomless abyss behind the pupils. Professor, Nelson said with a smile, don't be afraid. Black is a mixture of all colors. After all, under Dumbledore's surprised gaze, Nelson raised the hand holding the Elder Wand, pinched the wand with his index finger and thumb, spread the remaining 3 fingers, and showed him the back of his hand. A pitch black ring with an old-fashioned shape is quietly set on his middle finger. A crooked triangle is engraved on the surface of the oval-shaped gemstone, and the symbol of the Deathly Hallows is shining with breathtaking light. They are connected with each other. Mutual success. Vaguely, Dumbledore saw a figure in a black robe and holding a scythe appearing behind Nelson. He rubbed his eyes. Is that the god of death? Maybe not, but the legendary Deathly Hallows does have the power to control life and death. Dumbledore looked around, and this boundary that belonged exclusively to the dead also confirmed his guess. It's a pity that the figure was only a glimpse, twisted and shrunk into a point, and attached to Nelson's hand. Dumbledore blinked. Everything just now was just an illusion. Only the magic power of the triangular rune became more and more condensed. The creations of the 3 brothers have been separated for far too long. When did you know the Deathly Hallows? Dumbledore's face was full of surprise. Even if Grindelwald had mastered the Elder Wand, he still thought that the Deathly Hallows was just a legend created by a wizard who was afraid of death. After all, a well-made Elder Wand was also in his hands, within the scope of understanding, and there are many invisibility cloaks in the world. It is not impossible to have a few special ones. Is this the Resurrection Stone? Dumbledore's eyes suddenly showed a trace of longing, but he quickly suppressed this emotion, and when he realized that he was in the land of death, he laughed at himself. Sorry, I lost my composure. Professor, this is just a lie. Nelson shook his head, looking a little sad, but now is not the time for love. There are still many students sleeping in Miss Joy's ward. Nelson pressed Gaunt with his left hand on the family ring. Turn it gently a circle. The storm became more and more violent, almost washing away Dumbledore's feet, and he felt as if his soul was leaving his body and going elsewhere. To lapse. The noisy conversation echoed around the 2 different languages, different contents, whether it was sadness, or nostalgia, or relief, filled Dumbledore's ears like whispers, and he tried to distinguish the content. I can understand. A poor old woman wishes her son to eat the cake she made before she dies. A crazy soldier screams at the sudden defeat of her invincible country before drinking a bomb. An accomplished wizard misses her sweetheart of his youth. A child afflicted by conservative ailments finally smiles at his parents. The echoes of countless people dying flooded into Dumbledore's mind, and he felt his head was about to explode. Vaguely, he saw a girl lying on the ground helplessly looking at the 3 fighting brothers, hoping that he would in the picture of his brother being able to hug himself, and closing his eyes in regret. Tears immediately filled his eyes. 3 laps. When the ring returned to its original position, the wind also stopped, the surrounding whispers disappeared, and a brand new city stood erect on its ruins again. And I don't know when, the street where the 2 were on suddenly became crowded. Stand up. The shoulder-to-shoulder pedestrians are walking in the opposite direction to the 2 in silence, with the same anxiety and the same expectation on their faces, and every step they take, the color on their bodies, will peel off like a wind-eroded mural. merged into the lost mist under the feet, eaten up by the greedy memory. They will also become one of them. Those lost colors will eventually become white fragments. Everyone's life may be just a wisp of insignificant mist. Not even complete fragments will remain. There are brand new passers-by appearing at every moment, and then merged into the crowd. Some people have reluctance and fear on their faces, but they all seem to be put into a tightly fitted cover, obeying the iron law of the dead, and facing the same people. Go in one direction. No one noticed the two aliens in the crowd. They went straight through their bodies. Even if they were on the same street, there was still an insurmountable gap between the living and the dead. Is this the misty illusion? Dumbledore murmured, looking at the scene in front of him in shock. Professor, I remember that you have been here before. Nelson narrowed his eyes, looked past the dead, and looked towards the endless white wasteland outside the city. It is impossible for the living to know the way of the dead, so his eyes could not see end. I'm just shocked. Dumbledore sighed. Can I see all the dead here? I don't know, Professor. Nelson looked away, but I think I've found my Hogwarts classmates. Nelson flicked his sleeves, and the silver moonlight shone on his body. Dumbledore felt dizzy for a while, and when he stood still, he found that he had fallen into a group of students in Hogwarts uniforms. Their faces were expressionless, looked ahead, and walked forward decisively. They were the unconscious students of Hogwarts. They were different from most of the people here. Their clothes were still bright, but a tentacle-shaped chain was tight at each person's neck and tied them together. The links of the chain are suction cups that bite each other, and the feet of these suction cups are covered with smaller suction cups. Just like the legs of a starfish that is stretched infinitely long tentacle, the suction cup penetrates deeply into the throat of the students and extends to infinity in front of them. Some kind of substance twists through the suction cup and enters their esophagus, and these bewildered souls are walking around aimlessly like marionettes. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief, raised his wand, and tried to stop this group of undeserving students. He tried his best, and gradually, the expression on his face became more and more ugly. When any one of them interacted, he found weakly that his spell passed through everyone's body and shot into the distance, and those deformed barriers and obstacles couldn't delay their steps at all, even an impenetrable wall. They can easily travel through the past. They belong to two worlds. Seeing this, Nelson stared at the chains leading the students. They were obviously different from those around them, and this chain seemed to be the culprit of their death. After thinking for a moment, a silver light gushed out from the Elder Wand, and the half-moon-shaped light blade slashed at the chain. The chain twitched for a while, when it was pierced by the light. Just when Nelson thought he had succeeded, the light blade passed through, and he frowned. This chain should come from the obscure, but there is always a familiar stench. They seem to be shadows or something. Dumbledore's brows were full of anxiety, and every second of delay would increase the danger to the students. I can't touch it, Professor. Nelson shook his head. They don't seem to be here at all. I think I can go to the finish line. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes and said something that could be called crazy. Before setting off, Slytherin had repeatedly told him don't try to spy on death. But at this moment, for the safety of the students, Dumbledore didn't care anymore. He looked at Nelson, gritted his teeth, and said, "Can you take me there? When you get back, remember Professor, it's sus." Nelson interrupted Dumbledore. He raised the Elder Wand and pointed in the direction the students were going. "I think we can go to the finish line." Chapter 314, The Other Side of the Veil. Nelson. "Professor, it's a long way. You can't go alone." Nelson turned his gaze to the direction of the pedestrians. The sidewalk was crowded with people, just like the bazaar in his memory, but what they looked at was a billowing wall of fog on the edge of the city. "Nah, I think you should go back." Dumbledore was still trying to convince Nelson, but it took him only one sentence before he realized sadly that he had never persuaded the boy in front of him. "Professor, in my impression, you have always been a decisive person." Nelson did not resist Dumbledore's address, but raised his wand and looked into the distance. As soon as the words fell, a scorching air wave erupted behind the two of them. The rhythmic percussion of the piston was like a vigorous drum. A red light spot lit up behind them. Dumbledore only felt his heart beating, feeling the rare temperature in this misty illusion. He turned his head, and what caught his eyes was a fiery red sun. The sun's gaze passed over his body. Dumbledore's eyes were temporarily blinded by looking directly at the strong light, and he was in a trance. In the middle of the night, he saw the silhouette of a giant outlined in the mist in the clouds, and then, a thick and dazzling beam of light shot out from the sun and shot towards Dumbledore's back. Boom. Dumbledore turned back again, and a huge circular hole was blown out of the insurmountable fog wall in front of him. On the way of many pedestrians, there were countless walls and even mountains made of lost fog, but at this moment, despite the road is long, but the road ahead is smooth. On the other side, that is hard to see, a gate made of 3 huge black stone pillars stands at the end of the pure white plain, and the transparent and light gauze-like fog hangs from the top of the gate. In the passive breeze gently flick, Nelson stared at the curtain with his dark eyes. Through thousands of mountains and rivers, he seemed to see someone standing behind the door waving and smiling at him. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, but he could no longer see that far. But Nelson's actions became obviously urgent. He raised the Elder Wand, and misty mist of lostness poured out from the tip of the wand, mixed with the mist in the environment, and surrounded the surroundings. Dumbledore turned his head to look at Nelson, showing a relieved smile. At the hole, where the fog wall was blown out, under the command of the Elder Wand, the lost fog floating in the air was shaped by invisible hands, the sleepers, rails, nuts. Soon, a straight railway appeared in front of the two of them, leading directly to the end of death, which was a real death railway. The railway was not only extending forward quickly, but also slowly approaching the two of them. It finally passed between Dumbledore and Nelson, and disappeared into the crowds on the street. I like this train. The first time I came to Hogwarts, I also came by train. Dumbledore smiled, stepped across the railroad track, and stood beside Nelson. The two faced the railroad, and a platform rose up behind them. The long and distant sound of sirens came from the end of the street, and he showed excitement. His eyes indicated that the pedestrians on the street were walking on both sides of the railway separately. Soon, a steam locomotive that was polished and decorated with bright red steel plates was slowly driving towards the platform. Steam, a red indicator light that is bright enough to pierce all darkness, hangs on the front of the car. The steam locomotive slowly entered the platform and gradually slowed down. The first car stopped in front of them. Nelson stretched out his hand towards the open door. Please first. Nelson blinked. I came to Hogwarts for the first time, and I also took this kind of train. Dumbledore stepped into the carriage, and the furnishings inside were exactly the same as the Hogwarts Express. After Nelson got on the carriage, he opened a small door of a compartment and sat in. There won't be a food truck, will there? Dumbledore joked. If there is, I'd like to buy some Bibi dolls. Of course, but we have to wait first. Nelson held something that looked like a lever beside the door. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. The lever turned out to be in the shape of a sword hilt. The train trembled slightly, and soon it started to woo 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 up. Nelson took out a bag of Bibis beans from his pocket, tore open the package, and handed it to Dumbledore. Well, you also work part-time as a salesperson. Dumbledore reached out and picked a yellow one and threw it into his mouth. After the sugar coating melted, his expression gradually became distorted and then became ferocious. Seeing this, Nelson smiled and picked one, but his expression soon became as uncomfortable as if he couldn't write homework. Perhaps because he got used to the taste of multi-flavored beans. Dumbledore's expression quickly relaxed, and even the anxiety and melancholy at the beginning were gone, replaced by strong confidence and firmness, as if he would say something in the next second a epigram about death or risk. He enjoyed the candy in his mouth, and stared at Nelson with interest. What flavor did you eat? Lemon, Professor. Nelson said with his mouth closed, afraid that when he opened his mouth, the saliva secreted madly by the sour taste would flow down like a bank. Professor, what about you? Lemon peel. The two looked at each other and smiled, and the cheerful laughter of the only two passengers on this special Hogwarts Express echoed. But the laughter only lasted for a while, before it fell silent. Dumbledore leaned against the window, his cheek pressed tightly against the cold glass, and looked out of the window sideways. The train passed a white plane, although it lost its color, but it still overlapped perfectly with his childhood memories. He closed his eyes in pain, and when he opened them again, his train was already driving in a long and narrow valley, with the traffic and the houses. Completely looks like a paradise. Godric's Hollow. Dumbledore murmured. He turned his head sideways, looked at Nelson who was already dozing on the table opposite, picked up the strange smelling bean wrapping paper on the table, and threw it at Nelson. A thin blanket slowly fell from midair, covering the on Nelson. The train passed the riveting points of the railroad tracks, making the sound of besides faster and faster. Dumbledore chewed the Bibby-Dulce bean that had lost its original flavor, as if it was some kind of treasure in the world, and the sour taste of lemon peel, the sweetness has been greedily sucked away by the teeth, leaving only bitterness in the mouth. After a while, when the train had accelerated to the point where the scenery beside the road could not be seen clearly, Dumbledore sighed softly and said, "You, Professor, what's the matter?" Nelson woke up from his doze, straightened his back, and the thin blanket behind his back slid onto the seat. He blinked, and the blackness in his pupils disappeared. Feeling the foreign object behind him, Nelson turned around, picked up a candy wrapper from the chair, and spread it on the table. "Thank you. There's only so much I can do for you." Dumbledore swallowed the candy in his mouth and asked softly, "Is it the same here and there? I mean, I can find the same things here and there. Something? Yes, and no, Professor. Only the terrain that has been artificially changed by outsiders will show the same appearance." Nelson yawned, took out 2 bottles of water, and nodded. "I tested it with Tom. In the city, every wizard who breaks into the Twilight illusion sees the same scene, but outside the city, what we see will be somewhat different, such as now." He looked out of the window, Nunazu towards the scenery along the way. "Look, this city, looks like Prague. Anyway, I look like Prague. So what did you see?" "Me." Dumbledore pointed to himself, shook his head with a smile. "I saw outside a large factory that only relies on magic to continuously produce woolen socks. Look, its chimney is steaming. Mile." "Really? This is really an idea that a business genius came up with." Nelson pushed one of the bottles of water to Dumbledore, unscrewed the other bottle, dried half of the bottle in one go, wiped his mouth, and smiled. He said, "But Professor, this is not the mirror of Erised." "Really?" Dumbledore did not answer Nelson's question directly. "I have always dreamed of having endless socks, so that I can wear one pair and throw the other away, and never have to wash them again. My aunt also sends me a bunch of new socks every year. I have been stuffing them in the suitcase, and have saved more than 40 pairs. Nelson shrugged. "Your dreams may be troubles to others, and my aunt seems to be. I always feel like I can't wash socks. In the eyes of the elders, everyone is a child who will never grow up." Dumbledore expressed understanding. "Speaking of which, have you ever visited her? I mean, after that incident?" "I've been there," Nelson said, much more open-minded than Dumbledore imagined, and tapped the wall of the bottle in his hand with his index finger. "But I didn't dare to go to her face to face. I was afraid I would bring her something, a catastrophe, even though such a catastrophe appears to have occurred." "You mean the kidnapping on vacation?" Seeing that Nelson was holding the bottle effortless, Dumbledore thought it was a cold drink, so he stretched out his hand to the bottle in front of him, but his hand was immediately retracted by the scalding glass wall, and he looking at Nelson's red palm. He closed his mouth. "Yes, Professor." Nelson let go of the bottle, put his hand back, and said, "But they can only watch. No one can hurt Auntie. To put it bluntly, even Grindelwald. Even if you go by yourself, you may not be able to meet her in the first place." "Then I'm relieved." Dumbledore secretly cooled the bottle, and said apologetically, "The school should protect the students' families more. Professor, there are only a dozen professors at Hogwarts. Yes, there are always things that can't be done." Dumbledore thought deeply, and then said suddenly, "What I saw just now was not a woolen socks factory, but the Cathedral of Notre Dame des Fires." "Where is that?" "In Florence, a Renaissance cathedral. When I was young I used to go there. I used to go there with Grindelwald to find traces of the Deathly Hallows." Dumbledore struggled in the memory. "We heard her according to legend. The 3 colored bricks on its walls represent the 3 holy vessels. Did you find it?" "Of course, I didn't find it." Dumbledore was amused by Nelson's question, and the atmosphere in the car suddenly relaxed a lot. He looked at Nelson's silver coat and said jokingly, "If I find it, now I should be driving the train to take you here, but we have also made a major discovery, which was confirmed by me today." What? The owner of the Deathly Hallows probably never visited Florence. Just when Nelson was thinking about how to answer this sentence, the train suddenly slowed down, and the carriage suddenly darkened. What happened? Nelson looked out the window. At this moment, the train had just rushed out of the rolling mountains and entered the thick fog. In front of the direction of travel, a thick black stone pillar that could not be seen stood at the end of an open plain, looming. Its surface is not smooth, and it is even covered with marks of time, but it is too thick and too big, like the sky and ground, supporting the illusion of confusion. This huge size makes it look even bigger than the most smooth things are smoother. There is no light source in the mirage, or there are light sources everywhere, but the train is included in its shadow by the stone pillar. Perhaps this is simply because everything that enters the range of this giant needs to feel its shadow. Professor, are you afraid of the wind? Not afraid. What's wrong? In the next second, the roof of the car that was thrown back told Dumbledore what Nelson wanted to do. His eyes were instantly closed by the oncoming gust of wind. In the darkness, he heard Nelson pull the hilt of his sword, and the train roared. When he opened his eyes again, the clouds in front of him were blown away by the train. After the clouds cleared, he saw the most shocking scene in his life. Dumbledore once saw something similar on a plain in Wiltshire. It was the Stonehenge built by people to observe astronomy thousands of years ago, but they were only 6 meters high. The difference between ants and giants. 2 black stone pillars stand in the sky, facing each other from a distance. A beam of the same material is randomly placed on top of it, and a curtain like smoke is placed on the beam. Behind the door seems to be a deep place. The bottomless abyss could not be seen on the other side. A naturally formed bridge emerged from the cliff and led to the end of the abyss. Dumbledore only felt instinctive fear welling up in his heart, almost swallowing him. He widened his eyes. He lowered his voice and said, "Did you see it?" "Of course I did, Professor." Nelson cast his eyes on the black chain parallel to the train, and it pointed in the direction of that door. "So, you see the same thing as me, right?" Nelson savored Dumbledore's somewhat inexplicable words, and gradually, a serious look came into his eyes. Like Dumbledore, he drew out his wand and stood at the front of the car. There were still as many pedestrians around as in the city, with expressionless faces. They walked unswervingly towards the arch in front of them. The carriage behind it disintegrated while speeding, and the parts flew towards the front of the car in a row. Gradually, the carriage where the two were in was raised rapidly. Arms slowly formed around the furnace that hovered beneath their feet. Boom. This is the sound of the earth cracking, and it is the first step of a giant gushing with steam towards the unknown. Chapter 315. Boom. 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 Alexander's huge body gradually took shape during the running, and his powerful arms swung freely, like a selfless athlete running towards the finish line. Standing on top of Alexander's head, Dumbledore felt as if he was swimming in glue. As the distance between them and the door got closer, he felt that the air became more and more sticky, and magic could not solve this discomfort. After he pulled out his wand, he felt a growing sense of oppression pressing against him from all directions. At Alexander's feet, countless pedestrians are still walking forward firmly. The colors on their bodies have been peeled off during the long journey, leaving only figures that are so empty that they can't even distinguish the edges. The soul of the soul throws away all the precious or unfortunate experiences in its long or short life, and walks forward to the entrance of the next station. "Do you believe in an afterlife, Nelson?" Dumbledore's eyes were fixed on the door, and he spoke with difficulty. "I don't know. Maybe there is." Nelson frowned and looked ahead. On the plain near the gate in the distance, a dilapidated black body was dragging a black chain forward with difficulty. He patted the iron plate under his feet, and Alexander suddenly accelerated. Speed. His joints sprayed out the faint blue fire, and rushed towards the black monster quickly. I remember that it was clearly shattered, and there was not even a scum left. What? The pressure around Dumbledore intensified, and the kingdom that belonged exclusively to the dead seemed to be rejecting him. His expression became distorted with pain, but in order not to waste time, he resisted and said, You mean Moran? It should be quite normal for dead souls to appear here. Strange. Why does it have color? Could it still be conscious? Nelson's eyes locked on the straight black chain, full of regret in his heart. If we can cut the weeds. He shook his head, his gaze became firmer, and he put one hand on the lever, as if he was about to pull it down, but Dumbledore, who was kneeling on the ground, caught him out of the corner of his eye, and made him withdraw his hand, and pressed slightly, and then lifted it up vigorously. Alexander's movement stopped. His legs were deeply inserted into the pure white ground. Driven by inertia, he plowed forward for hundreds of steps abruptly, his upper body also falling forward. Dumbledore fell to the ground because of his unsteady standing, and he was about to fall. The furnace in Alexander's chest suddenly spewed out a thick pillar of fire, rushing violently to the ground, and in the violent shaking, the strong impact stopped it from falling, and Dumbledore was also dragged back by Nelson. Hearing the loud noise from behind, the broken black monster turned its head. Its bones had been crushed by the stronger pressure in front, and it was crawling on the ground like a puddle of mucus, almost being crushed by the mighty force that came from nowhere. It became a powder, but the moment it saw Alexander, it still pulled the twisted muscles on its face and showed a provocative smile. "What's the matter with you? Are you alright?" Nelson supported Dumbledore and lay flat on the ground. He looked several years old. His face was pale, his muscles were atrophied, his whole body was shaking, and his bones were creaking and moaning. Nelson raised his hand in front of his face in bewilderment, unable to empathize or even understand what had happened to Dumbledore. "Nelson." Dumbledore raised his right hand with all his strength, put it on Nelson's shoulder, and said with an ugly smile, "It seems that I too should find Jomis ye made a pair of golden bones." These words almost squeezed the last breath out of Dumbledore's chest. He panted violently, but the smallest lung could not hold even a little air after being squeezed. His throat made the last struggle and let out there was a dry friction sound like metal colliding. "Sorry, I seem to be holding you back." After saying this, Dumbledore didn't even have the strength to breathe. It is resisting me. Nelson raised his head and looked at the door ahead. Unlike what Dumbledore said, he even felt that there was something he longed for in the door, which kept calling him. He raised his head, and at some point, the clouds above his head dissipated, and a bright sun hung high in the sky. In England, only the sun on the summer solstice can be so big and bright. It is facing the door, like a looking down at himself like eyes. "Professor, I will ask Alexander to take you back." Seeing that Dumbledore was about to die, Nelson made a decision immediately. "No, you need to." Dumbledore could no longer speak a complete sentence. His consciousness became blurred due to suffocation. Even a world-famous and powerful wizard like him was so weak at this moment. He couldn't even see the face of the enemy clearly, was impotently defeated, and Nelson didn't even know what had knocked him down. Nelson patted the iron plate under his feet lightly, tied Dumbledore's wand to his hand, held the handle of the sword as a lever, inserted it to the bottom, turned around, and rushed to the top of Alexander's head without hesitation edge of the platform. Alexander's chest throbbed violently, and the lever in his body let out a very mournful whimper. It watched its creator jump from the top of his head, and the hem of the windbreaker behind him fluttered like wings in the fall. The magic pattern flashed by. Dumbledore opened his eyes with difficulty. His eyes were full of annoyance. He raised his arms, and then lowered them weakly. Feeling the weightlessness that is different from the human world, Nelson adjusted his body in the air and accelerated his dive with his head down. His speed became faster and faster, piercing through the thick fog. When he was about to fall to the ground, his figure shrank rapidly. Then, he plunged into the soft white ground. Alexander's one eye flickered, and he raised his hand to cover Dumbledore above his head, turned around and ran away in the direction he came from. A few seconds later, a white cat broke through the ground in front of it and rushed towards the back of the huge monster like a silver lightning bolt. The speed is getting faster and faster, but the monster under the high pressure is unable to move an inch, and the distance between the two is shortening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The door is still standing in the distance. It is indifferent to everything that happens in front of it, chasing each other, life and death. Nothing can move it. That has existed for an unknown number of years. The monster is crawling hard on the ground, which may not be regarded as crawling at all. Its body is being crushed into a puddle of shapeless magic power by unimaginable strong pressure every moment, and the black magic power is still struggling to move forward. Every inch it moves forward, the dissipated magic power behind it will use the front end as its main body to supplement it, but it will be defeated again before it takes shape, and so on and on. The lost fog below greedily absorbs its strong emotions magic. Its body was also getting smaller and smaller, so that it became a small black spot in Nelson's eyes, and even so, it was struggling to crawl towards the door. Nelson, who turned into a cat, exploded at a speed faster than the train. He passed through all kinds of pedestrians, and he didn't even care about admiring the scenery in front of him. And some people hold the last trace of color on their chests. Only Salem was left in his eyes, and under the scorching sun above his head, he ran forward desperately. Time and distance became blurred, and he also felt the pressure that was enough to crush Dumbledore, but the pressure only made him uncomfortable, not incapacitated at all. But Nelson couldn't see it. His body was shining with dazzling silver light. The world was resisting life and death, but the invisibility cloak helped him cheat death. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Nelson finally caught up with Salem, who was dragging the rope. The distance between him and him was less than meters. Under the reshaping under heavy pressure, it unexpectedly regained some human form, but the huge body, its majestic magic power, was sucked away by the greedy lost mist. Except for its color, it looked like a middle-aged woman with an ordinary figure, an ordinary height, and ordinary clothes. In front of her was the curtain, and she was about to climb over it. With all his strength, Nelson leaped to Salem's side. He lay powerlessly on the ground, with the black door in front of him. When he really came to its feet, he realized that the scene he saw in the distance could not reflect its magnificence at all. From his point of view, it was a straight line, and the stone pillars were engraved with densely packed words. With just a glance, Nelson's thoughts were left blank, and everything inside the door was invisible, but he felt a kind of attraction beyond instinct. But now is not the time to rest or explore. 2 more steps to climb, and Salem will touch the door. It wraps iron ropes much thicker than its arms around its body, uses its hands and feet together, and crawls on the ground like a beast. At the same time, the black color on its body is still peeling off a little bit, but the final color is so firm that you can't even get lost. The fog couldn't be washed away, so Nelson slowed down and walked towards it silently. Parts of its body had already turned white, and from a distance, it looked like a sketch drawn with charcoal. Salem raised his shattered right hand, slammed it forward, and dug his 5 fingers into the ground. Just when he was about to raise his left hand again, he found that he couldn't move. She raised her head with difficulty and saw a silver white cat stepped on her hand. "You came." Nelson looked at the woman in front of him like a rough sketch with a complex expression. There was no complicated emotion in those black eyes without highlights. Only pure hatred remained. He understood that this hatred was not aimed at himself, but at for all wizards. Even though this hatred has no reason, and even lies at the root of deceit, it is extremely pure, so pure that it is frightening. This woman seems to have dedicated her life to hatred. Nelson seems to understand that the fog of confusion cannot deprive Salem of its color. "The reason I'm here," Nelson said, although this opponent's plan and appearance are like a farce. Even though she hurt her friends and classmates, this is indeed one of the purest opponents Nelson has ever seen. He looked at Sailor looking into Mew's graying eyes. He said softly, "You have failed. Even if I die, can't I take revenge?" Salem's tone became calm. "Perhaps so," Nelson said with a touch of sympathy in his tone. "I've looked through some history books. Do you want to know the story of Second Salem?" Salem didn't speak. She wanted to move her fingers, but found that her left hand was trampled by Nelson, unable to move. The founder of Second Salem is not the savior of Muggles, but a group of careerists who have failed in the power struggle. "Enough is enough. I don't want to hear it," Salem said coldly. Her left arm was strong, and she forcibly tore off her arm that was stepped on by Nelson and continued to crawl forward. "It seems that you know." Nelson's cat's paw let go of the severed hand. Its 5 fingers squirmed and crawled around Nelson towards Salem. "Since you know, why do you want to attack someone who has nothing to do with it?" "I don't know, and I don't want to know." "Is it emptiness? When you grew up with only hate, it's hard to understand love, isn't it?" The white cat was covered by white light and gradually grew bigger and taller. When the light went out, Nelson straightened up holding the wand. He waved the wand lightly, and several white wedges emerged from the ground and inserted into Salem's limbs. Nail her to the ground, but the soul that rejects the truth is more empty. Instead of filling a life full of loopholes with the lives and beliefs of generations, it is more meaningful to go to Antarctica to study penguins, isn't it? The color was draining rapidly from the wounds in Salem's joints, and she didn't even have the strength to break her own arm. Nelson stretched out his hand, grabbed her hair, lifted her head, and looked at each other. Both pairs of dark eyes were tearing at each other's soul like an abyss. Bah. Salem spat at Nelson, but the droplets didn't have any strength at all, instead leaving a disgusting stream of saliva around her mouth. Sorcerer above you, you just look down on humans. You're wrong, I just look down on you. Suddenly, Nelson saw that the iron chain wrapped around Salem's body was tightened suddenly, and a continuous force came from behind her. He pulled Salem's hair vigorously, and let the resentment and tyranny hidden in his heart be taken away. He vented on her, and continued, what I look down on the most is those who live in their own justice, and are moved by themselves. It's disgusting. What's the difference between you and me? It's just anger. You have the same eyes as mine. Salem smiled dryly. What's wrong? Did you have important things destroyed by anger? Haha, I understand it's. Really? Nelson let go, and Salem lay limply on the ground. Her color was almost gone, and she was already a useless person. There are two kinds of black. Where there is no light, it is black, but on the drawing paper, black is a mixture of all colors. The curtain swayed slightly, without any special reaction, and pedestrians who lost everything stepped in constantly. To it, the two people who stopped at its feet were no different from ordinary living beings. Chapter 316 Leap to Death. Black. The world was dyed black, at least where Nelson could see. Everything turned black, annoyed, angry, powerless, hated. Salem has given up on taking Hogwarts students the plan to die. She knew that, if she continued to do this, the self-righteous and annoying wizard in front of her would definitely stop her. So she changed her mind, quickly inflated like a balloon, and took a desperate gamble, even if she had to redeem herself in front of the door. She is also willing to drag this wizard who did not forget to humiliate herself at the last moment of her life. It's only natural that, if the wizards are not eliminated, the wizards will destroy us. The magic power of her whole body poured into her eyes, and the wailing of the other 7 people came out of her inhuman mouth. Her color shrank suddenly, and condensed into a spot of light that couldn't be smaller. Nelson only had time to lift his clothes to cover his face, and was engulfed in black in the next second. Man-made emotions often lack natural sincerity, but pain is an exception, and there is only pain in this unskilled, emotional explosion. The black engulfs everything, even pedestrians who cannot be touched. Looking up at Koahura, you can see the clear fields as far as you can see. Next moment white. In a pure white world, can you feel white? Even the most blinding light imaginable to man could not illuminate a world brighter than bright. And when Nelson reappeared, he was kneeling on the ground, clasping a golden spear with the point deep in his hands, inserting the head of the woman below her. Her eyes could not be wider and her hands could not be stretched farther, but there was still a finger distance from the door she was longing for. In this deathmatch without spectators, no matter how crazy Salem's counterattack was, people would only know that it was her opponent who survived. Salem's body was broken from the head. Her eyes became grey. The colors that belonged to her were blown away by the wind like sand, floating in the air, passing through the bodies of pedestrians one after another, drifting towards the end point. But there was no wind here, only the roaring breathing of the man with the gun, his chest heaving violently, his pale blonde hair drooping, covering his eyes and all his emotions. The plane that was emptied was filled up again in just a moment. The world lacks everything, except people who are running towards death. It's over, it's over. When Nelson broke free from his trance, there was only mist in front of his eyes. His spear was stuck in the empty ground like a cane. Not far behind him was a chain that had been corroded to pieces by the white ground. The suckers that open and close are struggling like drowning fish, but they are inevitably dragged into hell by the pale palms stretched out from under their feet. He raised his head and looked at the door. The curtain swayed towards him, almost kissing his cheek. Nelson's ears became extremely noisy, and the passing travelers were trying to leave their last voices. Some of them just rushed to the finish line, some stopped and walked, and even had time to take off their hats to the people kneeling at the door. Nelson couldn't understand what they were saying. Maybe they didn't speak at all. All he heard was the noise born of solitude in a world of absolute silence. We, you, no, here. He was supporting the spear, and the weight of his whole body could not bend the hard weapon. His feet were limp and unable to exert strength. The Elder One fell to the side, and the silver light on his body could be seen, flickering like a short circuit. Nelson's feet were weak. He fell forward and hit the ground with a plop. The distance between the top of his head and the door was infinitely close. Nelson suddenly felt a desire to crawl into the door, but his exhausted body could no longer support him to move half an inch. His bare palm was pressed against the ground, and he felt the pain of tearing. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the Elder Wand not far away. Nelson raised his right hand by will and stepped aside. With a sudden pounce, he pressed on the pitch black magic wand. The silver light flickered wildly and became round again. Nelson lay on the ground without moving for a long time. The curtain swayed slowly, approaching him again and again, like a charming monster, seducing every passerby heartstrings. Since Nelson was lying at the door, the pedestrians behind had to choose to go around, but this didn't affect anything. The door was too big and broad enough to embrace everyone who was running towards death. Nelson's physical strength recovered, and he did not expect Salem's hatred to be so strong. Now it seems that what she hates is not the wizard at all, but the sad fate she added in layers of lies. But after a fierce battle, in the end he won. As in a fairy tale, the god of light defeats the enemy of darkness. But Nelson felt so empty. After doing everything he could, he began to think about the meaning of coming here. Standing up straight with his elbows on the ground, Nelson felt something attracting him behind the erratic curtain in front of him. He raised his head, and a familiar figure disappeared into the corner of the curtain, swallowed by the unknown. Nelson's eyes widened, and when the curtain was raised again, he saw the figure again. He hurriedly got up from the ground, ignoring the spear behind him, and rushed to the door anxiously. "Are you really going to do this?" The tingling came from his fingers, and Nelson closed his eyes in pain. In the dark, he saw a man holding up the camera. "I must take this moment. My little Nell has never been so confused." "Jonas, go back. I'll wait for you." Nelson paused for a moment, and when he opened his eyes again, Jonas had disappeared in front of his eyes, but his forward momentum remained unabated. He didn't notice that his trousers were caught by the barb hook on the spear, and his aunt said the quality of the trousers was too good. Nelson was pulled back all of a sudden with too much force. The back of his head was hit hard on the barrel of the gun, and the scoop was opened by the sharp gears. The severe pain in the face of his loved ones made his eyes clear. Black and blue swim between the two pupils. Nelson held onto the barrel of the gun, not paying attention to the back of his head that was bleeding profusely. He was full of fear and stared at the looming figure behind the curtain. It seemed to be just a cloud of fog that happened to be mixed together. "Is it you?" Nelson lowered his voice, as if afraid of disturbing others, and whispered to the curtain, "I saw you, Russell." The curtain fluttered slightly, as if mocking him for speaking to himself. "Who are you? If you really are you, then who am I?" The curtain did not answer him, but continued to shake, and when it was raised again, the figure Nelson saw had disappeared. "Are you still there?" Nelson asked disappointedly, and to his surprise, there was an answer to the question this time. "Are you still there?" His voice was sent back exactly as it was, and the gate even rejected his voice. Nelson is like a robot stuck in a disc, standing in front of the curtain, stretching out his hand, and retracting his hand. Fear and desire are intertwined in his mind. What scares him even more is that what he fears or desires is do not know anything. What's behind the door? A person always reads his inner monologue when he is afraid. Is it death? What is after death? Do the molecules of the soul enter the cycle of nature? Pedestrians who were walking towards death disappeared the moment they entered. Compared with Nelson's noisy, there was absolute silence behind the door, so quiet that even his heartbeat was so clear. "What a fool. Death is tempting you." The sudden voice woke Nelson up completely. He turned his head and found Hayerbo standing behind him. He shrugged casually and said, "It's a pity. I thought I could rely on these students to be resurrected." "You did it?" Nelson put aside his curiosity about the door, raised his wand, turned around, stared at Hayerbo vigilantly, and walked sideways with his scissor legs, for fear that Hayerbo might change one by one, and put himself in the door into the door. How is it possible? Hayerbo sneered. At this moment he has returned to his youthful appearance, his slender face reveals an inexplicable evil spirit, and his black eyes are inexplicably turned to the sides like the members of the Gaunt family. I will, no matter how insane you are, it is impossible to allow domestic animals to slaughter gods. Do you think the wizard is a god? Or do you think you are a god? Did the god build it? Nelson asked as he moved his position. Why don't you steal your philosopher's stone properly? The first time I came here, I came with you, my omnipotent master. Hayerbo only glanced at the curtain, then lowered his head in fear, turned to stare at Nelson's attire, raised his hands at the back of his head. Relax, I dare not touch you. The smell of death on your body is stronger than the deadliest dead person I have ever seen. I'm about to give up. Without waiting for Nelson to speak, Hayerbo continued, I found that fighting against you is fruitless. You are like that annoying priestess. You can spoil my good things every time. His right eye was staring at the curtain behind Nelson, but his left was averted in fear. You'll give up? Nelson sneered. No, I think that as a qualified dark wizard, all I can do is to know the time, especially after seeing it. Do you know? My great master, who fears death like me, in front of it humble as dust. Hayerbo's tone was sometimes humble, sometimes calm, and sometimes arrogant, just like a drama actor. After a long time of emotion, he finally said something that caught Nelson off guard. I'm going to kill you. What are you saying? My master, you are not the kind of person who chooses to live. When you are tired of the long years and the limited world for you, you will always leave, don't you? Hayerbo said with a smile. I will pull a cart like a horse and send you here. After 100 years of you, I will continue my business. I will miss you. Aren't you worried about me once and for all? I'm not worried. In your eyes, you won't be able to tolerate a person who has only one pursuit in his life, right? The curtains rustled as if mocking them. My master, why don't you go in and have a look? You may not even be able to catch you with your outfit. Hayerbo walked slowly towards Nelson, staring at Nelson with his left eye, and frantically rolling his right eye with some disgust. Seriously suggested, no, no, no. If you can still come out after entering, then maybe you can really get rid of me once and for all. Would you like to help me go in and have a look? Nelson asked with a bad face. By the way, I'm a little curious. Before Hayerbo finished speaking, he felt a strong attraction coming from in front of him. Although the surrounding area was calm, he could feel the icy wind constantly tearing at his body, and he stared wide in astonishment eyes. But in front of him was Nelson's mocking smile. I've heard that truly professional dark wizards always choose the back of their heads when possessing themselves. Hayerbo, your two eyes seem to have different thoughts. Hayerbo only had time to say a word, and the miserable green soul fragment was roughly torn off from his body. After the color was stripped, it was replaced by a woman's face. Salem's transparent body was dotted with two jewel-like black eyes. She looked over Nelson, who had a complex expression in front of her. She didn't make any special moves, but walked forward firmly. A few seconds later, she entered the door without hesitation. Her transparent body disappeared, and only two round, pitch black gemstones fell to the ground, rolling in opposite directions. The green herbo was flattened to the ground like a donut. Nelson raised his wand and pushed him amidst his wailing. His distorted soul could no longer make a sound and was swept into the door in an instant. Inside, there was an imperceptible hint of green on the black stone pillar, but it quickly mixed into the black and was also dyed black, making it impossible to distinguish. Nelson finally understands why so many dead people come here to leave their emotions and memories, but the trance is always white. Black is a mixture of all colors, and he is not at all curious about what is behind the door now. Since people will always die, why should we be curious about what happens after death? I'm a little curious, if the body of the Horcrux holder dies, will his soul also die? Na put away his wand, picked up his spear, and walked away from here without hesitation, running against Salem, who went ahead. He uttered the doubts that he hadn't had time to ask, but Hayerbo might never be able to answer him. I heard that broken souls will be resisted by death. So, you're welcome. Into the mist. A white cat runs beside the railroad tracks, passing by the feet of hurried travelers, and white flowers bloom along the way. The pitch black stone pillars stood behind him, and the curtains fluttered lightly, no different from when he came. Chapter 317 Train Guessing. After an unknown amount of time, Nelson lost track of time during his tireless running. The stone pillars fell behind him, and became smaller and smaller, and were gradually covered by mist. Like a gentleman leaving home to close the door, he even heard the sound of a door hinge. There was a sound of turning, and when I looked back, there was only a flat field behind me, white high-rise buildings looming in the distance, and the free-spirited fog like a tsunami. The silver light on his body gradually dimmed, and Nelson was surprised to find that he didn't even notice that the pedestrians had disappeared since some time, and he was the only one left in the vast wilderness. The white cat jumped up from the ground and became the appearance of a young man. He walked along the sleepers, waving the long sword in his hand carelessly. As he turned round and round, the blade gradually blackened and finally became a straight black cane. Nelson's arm swung freely, and the cane struck hitting the crosses by his feet. His speed varied from fast to slow, and the crisp percussion played a light song. Finally, a touch of red appeared in front of Nelson's eyes. He picked up his cane and walked quickly towards the train, parked on the track. The scenery on both sides of the track was somewhat familiar, a city with a unique style, Prague. The door of the carriage was open. He climbed the stairs, tapped the handrail lightly. The whole train trembled, and Alexander greeted him. "Professor," Nelson called, "it's settled. We can go back." Turning a corner, Nelson saw that the previous compartment door was still open. He stood by the door, leaned forward, and looked inside suspiciously. The compartment is empty. There were 2 cups directly facing each other on the table. Nelson reached out and touched the rim of Dumbledore's water cup. His hands were cold. It seemed that he had been away for a while. "Alexander, where has he been?" Nelson raised his head and asked towards the ceiling. Soon, a small silver hand stretched out from the lampshade above his head, pointing to the city not far away. I don't know what kind of place it is in his eyes. Nelson remembered Dumbledore's strange state when the train passed by, and it seemed that he had gone to pay his respects. He sat on a chair, filled his glass with water, and closed his eyes for a nap. "Sorry, I wasted time." Nelson opened his eyes just in time to see Dumbledore's self-blame apology. "It's okay, Professor, the students are safe anyway." He patted the table, filling 2 cups with hot cocoa. "Sorry, I couldn't help you," Dumbledore said happily. "The sense of oppression there is too strong. Fortunately, you are here, otherwise I can't even imagine what would happen." "Professor, have you forgotten? As I said before, with great power comes great responsibility." Nelson blinked. This sentence is too beautiful, but it's too unfair to a capable person. Dumbledore looked at Nelson somewhat embarrassed, look with a complicated expression, and said, "Do you really think this is a responsibility? What can I do?" Nelson shrugged. "It's all here. I'm the only one who can move. What else can I do? I can't just turn around and leave. Tom's sister is still in the crowd, let alone it was any mess, and I might have even solved a big problem." Dumbledore's expression softened. Nelson inserted his stick into the wall and pulled the lever, which was quite different from the one he had come in. The whistle sounded again, and the train started slowly. "If I die, I want to take this train." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, watching Nelson take out a bag of candy from his pocket like a picnic, and said suddenly, "Is this train?" Nelson asked, without stopping. He unsealed Bibby's flavored bean and pushed it in front of Dumbledore, saying, "If you die earlier than me, I will help you drive off." "Thank you, I remember your promise." Dumbledore picked up the cup in front of him, took a sip of hot cocoa, and smacked his lips, as if he was drinking strong whiskey. "I have stepped into the years, but you are still young. I really wonder what your world will be like." He stroked the armrest of the seat, causing Alexander to shake uncomfortably. "That's not necessarily true, Professor," Nelson said half jokingly. "If you want me to say, you can at least live until the millennium, and it's not certain which of us will see the scenery behind the door first." Dumbledore shook his head with a wry smile, just thinking that Nelson had told a joke. After a while, when the cocoa in the cup was about to run out, he asked, "Nah, have you been there yet?" He leaned on the back of the chair, squinted his eyes. His face was full of longing and yearning. He picked up a Bibby multi-flavored bean, threw it into his mouth, and chewed carefully. No, you must be there. Aha. What's in the door? Wool socks, Professor, said Nelson, laughing, holding his cup. There is a mountain in the door, a mountain of thick warm bright wool socks. What? Dumbledore sat up straight, then burst out laughing. The jelly beans choked his throat. He coughed violently. His face was flushed, even though it was hard to breathe. He didn't stop laughing. And cough disappears. Nelson pointed at him with his wand, and Dumbledore's face finally returned to calm, but he still laughed loudly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in his life. Now, this is the truth. Anyone needs a pair in the snow. Warm your own wool socks in the ground. It couldn't be more correct. Nelson agreed as he refilled their drinks. During the subsequent journey, Dumbledore never expressed his curiosity about the door. He even played gobstones with Nelson. Unfortunately, in terms of playing games, Nelson's talent seemed to be as unique as his talent for potions. Even with the pastime to pass the time, for the two people who are eager to return home, the time still passes so long, especially when they have enough free time to enjoy the scenery on both sides of the railway, but they cannot communicate because the scenery in their eyes is exactly the same hour. They woke up and fell asleep and woke up again. It was not long, but it seemed that they were really crossing the Eurasian continent on a steam locomotive. The train pulled into the platform, and when the two got off the train, they were already standing on the lawn outside the castle. Nelson took a deep breath and sighed. The air here is better. There is a black lake, and it is much more humid. Of course, you belong here. Dumbledore patted Nelson on the shoulder. Want to see the classmates you saved? In the dormitory, the question mark dozing on the pillow suddenly woke up. Its ears moved, its back arched, and it jumped up. It likely stepped on Tom's messy quilt and jumped onto the windowsill. Confused, shouldn't my pet appear where it disappeared? Looking at the two people walking towards the castle, the question mark shook his head helplessly. It would be difficult to find such a chance to deal with Nelson while saving face. Do you want to teach him a lesson? A small milky white ghost with a funny beard came out from the windowsill with a medicine box in his hand and met the question mark through the glass. The question mark was startled and almost rolled into the flower pot under the windowsill. It gave Peeves a look and heard him continue. Believe me, I have lived in Hogwarts for many years. This kind of man who is always on the go. If you don't let him hurt, it won't last long. The question mark patted the glass disdainfully and pointed its sharp claws at Peeves' head. No, I've already understood his research, and it's impossible for him to screw my head off. Peeves puffed up his chest confidently, took out a small milky white notebook, and pointed to the graffiti-like drawings on it. If only he could be lured to. The question mark patted the glass again, interrupting Peeves' beautiful fantasy. It raised a paw and pointed behind Peeves, and Peeves turned his head 180 degrees stiffly, just in time to point at him downstairs. Nelson's eyes met. Professor, is that Peeves? What is he carrying? A toolbox? Looks like he's going to do something bad to my dorm. It seems so. Dumbledore nodded. You must be careful when you go back at night. Recently, several students have fallen into the pit in the corridor during the night tour. As far as I know, your friend Mr. Black got stuck all night. Of course, I think it's mainly because he ate too much in the kitchen. Peeves hurriedly got into the outer wall of the castle, and before hiding completely, he saw Nelson's mouth. Nearly headless Peeves. I'm sorry, Mr. Nelson, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Peeves kept apologizing while hiding in the wall. Although he couldn't speak more forcefully, he was really afraid that Nelson could make him the devil who was taken away from his hometown. Unfortunately, only question marks can be heard in his broken thoughts. If I ask the bloody Baron to intercede, will he help me make peace? They seem to be all Slytherins. No, I'm here. What are you thinking? I actually want to take the initiative to find Sir Rowlux. I must be crazy. Peeves' voice got farther and farther away, and the question mark slapped the glass angrily. This time it didn't control its strength well. A spider web-like crack was shot on the bedroom window, and then the broken glass crackled to the ground full. Nelson took a step after grabbing Dumbledore's arm, and in the next second, a few sharp shards of glass were inserted into the place where he had just stood. You. Even Dumbledore didn't know what to say at the moment. He said you for a long time, and finally choked out, "The way you get along with your cat is very unique." "Well, Professor," Nelson asked, "if a pet breaks a school window, do I have to pay for it? The castle has been in disrepair for a long time." Dumbledore shrugged. "I think we need to overhaul the school's facilities." When Dumbledore appeared in the corridor at the entrance of the school hospital, all the tense professors and doctors heaved a sigh of relief. His backbone was back. Even if Dumbledore did nothing but stood there, make their work easier. "Is everything alright?" Dumbledore asked anxiously as he watched McGonagall approaching him. "It's not bad, Professor Dumbledore," McGonagall replied sternly. "Some of the students who were unconscious before have woken up, but Miss Joy fainted, and she couldn't wake up, no matter how much she screamed." Joy. Hearing McGonagall's report, Dumbledore frowned, then locked it tightly, and said after pondering for a moment, "Someone sent her to my office to have a good rest. It's too noisy here." "Do you know what's going on with her?" McGonagall asked in a low voice. "I heard them say, Minerva, Joy is just an old problem. She's always like this. When there are patients, she never lets herself rest." Dumbledore knew what McGonagall was talking about, but didn't answer directly. "Have you forgotten? Miss Joy is the most beautiful woman in the world." "I see, Professor." McGonagall sighed. "Minerva," Dumbledore said lightly, when he heard that everything was fine. "I've said it many times. Now you're a professor. Don't you want me to call you Professor McGonagall?" "Okay." Albus. McGonagall, who was always eloquent, stuttered a little at this moment. "Is my name such a mouthful?" Dumbledore quipped. "Indeed." Mag raised his eyelids angrily. "Are you a foreigner?" "Ha ha ha, that's it." Dumbledore pulled out his wand and clapped his hands. The corridor suddenly became bigger. In the constant expansion, it became as big as a Quidditch pitch. Hospital beds were neatly arranged in the spacious corridor. In each bed, there is a chair for the doctor to rest, and some fruits that can quench thirst and hunger. After finishing all this, he looked at Mag and asked, "I'm going to see the students. Please, the doctors must be given a good rest. By the way, is there anything else going on?" "Let's think about it." Mag put his hand on his chin and said after thinking for a moment, "It's not a big deal. Peeves dropped 2 baskets of mandrakes in the corridor half an hour ago. It looks like they just came from the nursery." He said that those unconscious students were under the petrification spell, and mandrakes can be used to detoxify them. "Putchy." Dumbledore's expression was a little tense. "One more thing. Flitwick told me just now that there was a thief in the castle." "A thief?" Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. "He said that Slytherin's hourglass was empty and the gems in it were stolen by someone. Is there such a thing?" "Of course not. I went to check, and it seems that someone has deducted all the points of Slytherin." McGonagall was speechless. "I wanted to find Horace, but I couldn't find him." "Putchy." Dumbledore couldn't hold back completely. At the other end of the corridor, Nelson stood by Christian's bed, and the wide-eyed girl looked at each other. Tom was lying on the edge of her bed, pressed against her arm. She didn't move. "Williams?" A hoarse call came from behind. Nelson turned his head. Christian quickly closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. "Can't wait. These things are over. Do I still have a chance to fight you?" "Of course." It was Tom's voice. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Hogwarts has a good hole puncher. After answering Ludwig's question, Tom straightened up and sat beside Christian's bed, staring at her face quietly. He waved his hand to signal Nelson not to speak, and used the levitation spell to grab a chair and put it beside the bed. "I'm looking forward to it," Ludwig muttered, and returned to the quilt. The two sat down quietly, staring at Christian motionlessly, like two statues and two perverts. Christian only felt that she was worse than death. She lay stiff on the bed, wishing she could really fall asleep, but she had slept for too long, and she didn't feel sleepy at the moment. Looking at Christian's trembling eyelids, Nelson covered her mouth and laughed, and Tom was also teased to smile. She unconsciously held her breath while managing her expression, and now her face was already red. "What are you still doing lying there?" A doctor passing by hurriedly said, "Go eat when you wake up. Don't starve to death." Hearing this sentence, Christian let out a long sigh of relief, as if she was amnesty, twisted in the quilt, struggled to raise her eyelids. She did a full set of plays, and even rubbed her sleepy eyes, which looked sleepy. He asked blankly, "Where am I?" It's just that she rubbed her eyes for too long, so long that people could immediately see that she wanted to just rub her tears, so as to make her distress look more real. Where? It took Tom a second to put away his smiling face, and he pinched Nelson. The two of them immediately looked like a judge and his clerk, sitting upright, looking at the prisoner who had just woken up. "You almost demolished this place, but you don't know where it is." Nelson's expression is really a little dazed now. What happened? He seemed to have heard a sentence similar to "You brought the devil here." "I didn't." Hearing Tom's question, Christian also woke up in a second and protested loudly. Nelson looked around, only to find that Christian's bed seemed to be a little special. There were only 2 beds in this corridor. It was her and Ludwig. Several auras had been standing not far away. There will be 2 people's eyes focused on Christian, but the angle of observation is blocked by Nelson, who just sat down. "Keep your voice down, lest people not know what a stupid thing you have done." Tom lowered his voice and said viciously, "Do you have to force Na to go there to break the prison?" "Wait, let me cut in. Shouldn't you go?" Nelson asked. "Also, I just left for a while. What happened between you?" "She knows I won't go." Tom folded his arms on his chest and snorted coldly. "As for what happened, I think you should be able to hear it from the Wizengamot auditorium. You can definitely go in with a medal. By the way, please be sure to bring me with you when the time comes." Nelson's hair twitched. "What the hell happened?" "You can preview your evidence in court first." Tom tilted his head, indicating that someone was behind Nelson. "Nal has read a lot of laws, and I don't know if he is willing to help you find the Wizengamot's loophole." "I said it." Christian lowered her voice obediently, but the excitement in her voice could not be suppressed. She swung her arms vigorously, but when she slapped the sheets, she eased her strength and uttered dull protests. I don't know. Professor Sykes asked me to go." Let me make a long story short. Tom leaned close to Nelson's ear and whispered, "Just this morning, when Minerva was patrolling the Forbidden Forest, she found a big hole in the ground. She jumped into it out of curiosity. It turned out to be a secret passage inside. Guess where it leads to? Hogsmeade?" The question mark above Nelson's head turned into an exclamation point, and he asked in a low voice, "Is it the secret road leading to the top of the hill next to Hogsmeade? Didn't expect it to lead to a. Did you know that? Oh, of course you're a prophet." Tom frowned, but soon relaxed, and now he is somewhat used to the fact that Nelson can always know something inexplicable or find something inexplicable, and he can easily attribute the reason to the word prophet. In terms of identity, in general, he is becoming more and more superstitious. Tom cleared his throat and continued, "You know Nick. The ghost of Gryffindor, the one with the broken neck." "I know." Nelson nodded. "Where did Chris bury him?" Nah, not everyone can bury ghosts somewhere." Tom shook his head. He told Minerva an interesting thing. Just yesterday afternoon, shortly after the thing started, Professor Sykes jumped into the secret passage with a backpack on his back, and she hasn't shown up until now. "She jumped backwards?" Nelson's voice raised a little, and Tom immediately held down his curled hair and successfully turned down the volume. "No, didn't that little crew cut explode on the spot? Why did she? Are you going to run away?" "I don't know. I have a lot of black information about this person, and you can have a good shock when you go back," Tom said flirtatiously. "But now, what happened to her happened, and now the whole world, no, many people are looking for her, but how smart she is. She got stuck at an unexpected time and ran away." The curvy hair popped out tenaciously from between Tom's fingers, and Nelson was still confused and couldn't understand it. Is smuggling magical animals such a serious crime? He thought for a moment, then said, "Wait, I was led astray by you. What does this have to do with Chris?" Yeah, what does it have to do with me? Christian interrupted. Tom glared at her. Normally, she would have been stubborn, but it seemed that she felt wronged this time. She shrank her neck angrily, wrapped the quilt tightly, closed her eyes, and began to pretend to be dead. Nick told Minerva that earlier yesterday, he saw the girl surnamed Jewel in his college, took Professor Sykes there, and with the help of the professor, he successfully dug out the last layer of soil, and finally widened and strengthened the inner wall. Tom sneered, didn't expect it. Miss Jewel was not satisfied after getting the secret road from school, summarized by her brothers, and even wanted to dig one herself. She really did it. What Germany dreamed of doing. Really? Chrissy? Nelson turned to Christian and asked seriously, this matter is very serious. You probably violated more than a dozen school rules at the same time. School rules are nothing compared to letting go of an important person. It's a blessing that those muggles didn't sneak in through the secret passage. Tom looked really angry. He didn't want to talk to Christian today. The words he talked to her may have exceeded the sum of the past year. He said angrily, is this Gryffindor? Can't the ready-made secret path satisfy your free and wild hearts? Tom, that's not a good thing to say about a lady. Dumbledore's voice sounded behind the two, but you're right. I think every Gryffindor wants to dig something at Hogwarts. What? It's just that the scale of Miss Jewel's project is a bit large. The two who heard the voice turned their heads and were about to stand up when Dumbledore held his shoulders and pressed him down. McGonagall followed behind him, pointing at Tom, as if warning him to be careful. Be careful, Cheyenne walked in the corridor and was turned into a penguin. Professor, Tom said with a sigh, I'm just a little worried. I understand. Don't worry. Horace is looking for her. If you can find her, then everything will be easy to talk about. Dumbledore patted him on the shoulder, and two chairs suddenly appeared on the opposite side of the bed. The Auror said, gentlemen, can we have a little alone time? The Aurors looked at each other, and after one of them nodded, they left the corridor. At this time, Dumbledore looked at Ludwig, who was lying diagonally on his side. I see. Ludwig took his bandaged hand out of the quilt, and tremblingly raised the magic wand beside the pillow. Before everyone could stop him, a red fire flashed, and Ludwig softly collapsing on the bed. Even so, he held onto his wand tightly. Actually, what I mean is that I can send Mr. Kant to the ward. Dumbledore scratched his head and said with self-blame, Mr. Kant is really... He's been so honest, Professor, said Nelson. He's a little too blunt for a Durmstrang student. Tom, you can't talk to girls like this in the future. McGonagall finally thought of the rhetoric and taught, otherwise you might be single for the rest of your life. Ah. Tom suddenly said casually, who isn't? But it was such a fluffy sentence that almost broke McGonagall's defense. She stomped her feet in grief and anger, trying to show the majesty of a professor, to deduct points from Tom, but she soon found sadly that Slytherin had no points. It can be deducted. Miss Jewel, Dumbledore took McGonagall to sit across from the two, looked at Christian who had sat up on the hospital bed, and said gently, maybe you would like to tell us the whole thing. Professor, you just said that, if you can find it, then everything is easy to talk about. Christian asked timidly, apparently still not understanding what he did. But what if you can't find it? If you can't find it, then you can only look for it. Dumbledore smiled. Don't worry, at Hogwarts, every student trusts their teacher, but who would have thought that the teacher would have problems? This school has been around for far too long, from crumbling glass to Melissa, and maybe it's a good thing for us that she's gone. Good thing. Tom was a little confused. Could it be considered a good thing that the teacher ran away when an international event in which the Ministry of Magic was deeply involved was held, unless Dumbledore was referring to the Professor of Charms system being vacated? Of course, Tom, Dumbledore said with a sigh, this has sounded the alarm for us, and many problems that have been decorated by history have surfaced in front of us. So don't worry, even if it is the Ministry of Magic, it won't be too much criticism. After all, which student would have thought that the teacher who was still asking questions in the last class would run away the next day? But I really didn't expect her to go that way when I was in Hogsmeade to meet those Muggles. Maybe I passed her by, but I think Melissa may also have her own difficulties, and you should have seen that when she silently appeared, she also stood up. to meet the enemy even if you leave. Wait until the situation stabilizes. The Ministry of Magic. Professor, is it possible that the Ministry of Magic has no reaction to such a big incident? Maybe a little bit. Someone has to be responsible, Professor, Nelson said. The Muggle attack is enough to stir up an uproar. Is it possible that the Ministry of Magic itself will take responsibility? The leader of Durmstrang who is most likely to take responsibility is Grindelwald. I don't think Nobby Rich dared to touch him, so it can only be Hogwarts or Boxburtons. Boxburtons did nothing, and Hogwarts just ran away got a teacher. You're wrong, Nelson, McGonagall said suddenly. It's not enough, it's already. Sorry, Professor. Christian lowered his head after hearing the conversation. You don't have to blame yourself, kid. Dumbledore blinked. Can you tell me when the secret passage was dug? Christian lowered his head, was silent for a moment, and asked, Professor, is this serious? It's not serious at all, Dumbledore said with a smile. Since last year, I have been carrying a shovel to the Forbidden Forest every night. After thinking about it, Christian said with a straight neck, but she was still too young compared to others, and her emotions were almost written on her face. Miss Jewel, McGonagall said sternly, are you sure? There are traces of at least 10 years in most of the secret passage. Yes, Professor. Dumbledore looked at her stubborn side face, smiled and shook his head. In fact, in the early years, before Na and Tom came to Hogwarts, I saw someone carrying tools to the Forbidden Forest, running away. I thought they were secretly cutting down trees, so I followed, only to find that they were actually digging soil. I dug it, Professor, Christian said stiffly. Well, Miss Jewel, I actually asked you this question mainly for the convenience of naming it when recording it in the principal's notes. Now it seems that it can only be called Jewel Secret Road. Done. Albus, do you want to fill it up? McGonagall asked. Professor, Nelson said suddenly, maybe you can seal it up. This is the only secret passage outside the castle. It may be useful in the future. Good idea, Dumbledore said, nodding his head. I'll have someone seal the entrance with stone slabs. This is a valuable asset for Hogwarts students. So, Miss Jewel, let's assume that you really dug this secret passage. Dumbledore turned to Christian and continued. Then how did Professor Sykes know? Although I don't like mice, I don't want to fly across the ocean on a broomstick. Professor Sykes was wearing a fashionable women's long trench coat, jumped off the night bus, squinted his eyes, and waited for a while at the alley, and found a group of wizards in black robes gathered in the center. She immediately bowed down head, walked into the crowd. There was an exclamation from behind, as if someone had rushed in. Professor Sykes was not in a hurry, but instead slowed down her pace. At the same time, her clothes changed again and again, and finally turned into the same black color as that group of people, and her face became jocund such a capable look. Against the Secrecy Act. Professor Sykes walked into the crowd, grabbed a sign casually, smiled at its owner, glanced at the words on it, held it up high, and shouted said, "The world belongs to wizards." Chapter 319 Sykes Redemption. If you ask me, those German wizards are untrustworthy. They are as crazy as the muggles there. They are all warmongers. The wizard next to Professor Sykes said indignantly. It seemed that he was still concerned about current affairs, man. It's a pity that it can be heard from his desire to express that he only knows a little bit, and his knowledge is as trusting as his mouth. If this Muggle attack on Hogwarts is not a conspiracy by Grindelwald, then I will walk upside down in the future. Sir. Professor Sykes saw Professor Slughorn looking for him from a distance out of the corner of his eye. In order to integrate into the team, she carried the sign on her shoulder and turned to chat with the wizard. If this the fact is really Grindelwald's conspiracy, so you marched with them like this, isn't it fulfilling his wish? What are you talking about? The wizard who was robbed of his brand frowned and said, but I have to say that Grindelwald really caught our pain points. Why should we fight with some low-level people who can't even use magic? People share this world. Although I don't know what conspiracy he has, but seizing this opportunity is just, how should I put it? Seeking skin from a tiger? He seems to be quite concerned about his own society and current affairs and politics, but unfortunately, his gradually stuttering words exposed his short-sightedness, and too many people in this large team have the same understanding as him, which is it is also one of the reasons why this group of revelers can get together. If Grindelwald really has any conspiracy, then it can't be said to be seeking skin from a tiger, it can only be called drinking poison to quench thirst. Professor Sykes smiled in his heart, but he couldn't even understand what he said. Conspiring with Grindelwald's skin, she smiled and shook her head. Sir, as far as I know, Grindelwald hates Muggles the most. Even if he cooperates with werewolves, he will never go to Muggles to make any conspiracy. Maybe. The wizard laughed. His attention was not on Professor Sykes at first, even though she took away his sign, but as she kept singing the opposite tune, his expression changed from frenzy to deep thought, and then became ashamed and angry. He whispered, "You are from Grindelwald, right? If you speak for him like this, you must be in the same group as those guys who made the water curtain yesterday." Professor Sykes' eye-opening was the skillful way of putting on the hat after the characterization. She raised the sign in her hand, pulled her hair around her ears, and smiled. "Sir, how is it possible? Look, we have the same thought. You better know." The wizard saw that Professor Sykes was subdued, and Jacinda's good looks made him feel close to him. He quickly forgave this ignorant little girl, and used the assistant said in a tone of education, "Don't forget who you are. Of course, against the Secrecy Act." Professor Sykes held up the sign, and shouted a few more words, and continued, "I heard that the Ministry of Magic and Grindelwald have reached some kind of cooperation, and he will definitely not demolish himself at this time, so this incident and Nermenga doesn't seem to have any direct connection." "Oh, is that so?" The wizard pondered for a moment, as if he had found some treasure. His eyes lit up. Seeing this, Professor Sykes squeezed into the crowd, circled around the human wall and the approaching Slur Professor and went in circles. The wizard finally came to his senses. He looked around and found that Professor Sykes was no longer there, but he couldn't hold back his rapidly expanding desire to share. He pulled the wizard beside him and added emphatically, "You know, is it? The Ministry of Magic and Grindelwald have cooperated." "Really?" The wizard, who was baptized by the news, was also taken aback. When the wizard turned to the other side of the team, he did the same, and brought a companion to say mysteriously, "You know what? The Ministry of Magic has made peace with Grindelwald. Did you know? Grindelwald has already infiltrated to influence the decision making of the Ministry of Magic, which is why the people from the Ministry of Magic did not stop it when the scene was played here yesterday. Did you know? Half of the officials in the Ministry of Magic are from Grindelwald. My friend in the ministry told me this. Did you know that the Minister of Magic, Nobby Rich, is just Grindelwald's puppet? Do you know?" Professor Sykes was humming, pretending to be chewing something, imitating the image of his sister very vividly, holding up a sign from time to time, and shouting a few slogans that she thought were extremely stupid while crossing the crowd. Observing not far away was Professor Slughorn, who made the crowd murmur by identifying pedestrians one by one. "You can't find me, Horace." Her lips moved as if a transparent bubble had been blown by her. "Against the Secrecy Act." As the parade grew and moved, she also casually walked in Diagon Alley and would soon approach the entrance of Nocturne Alley, where there was an escape route specially prepared for smugglers. But she did not approach all meaning, not only because there are auras blocking the entrance, but also because she wants to take this opportunity to completely cut off her connection with those speculators. Although the days of Hogwarts are really memorable, but stay if you go down, you may face prison. The Sykes family is one of the oldest magical animal breeding families in the world. For hundreds of years, their shipments of winged demon venom have also occupied the bulk of the world's supply. Poisons are extremely rare and extremely dangerous, and therefore closely monitored, but the sudden death of the sister's father brought the whole family to the brink of destruction. At this time, a man who claimed to be his father's old friend, Borgenbok, approached the door. He promised to help Professor Sykes sell what they had left, but the price was that venom would have nothing to do with the Sykes family when the goods reached them. Professor Sykes relied on this batch of poison to drag his infant sister through the most difficult years, but what she never expected was that Borgenbok was a real businessman. In order to make money, even life can be used as a bargaining chip, and the object of his long-term supply is second serum in the United States. And the use of this batch of poison, in addition to allowing second serum to control some people with energy among muggles, is also used to harm more wizards, kidnapping little wizards, controlling some adult wizards, and using their not every wizard is vigilant all the time. Although the work of second serum is not going smoothly, it is indeed advancing slowly. When Professor Sykes got older and even became a professor at Hogwarts, and her younger sister was about to graduate, she finally knew what good things Borgin Burke had done for so many years. The old friend's trust was in return for the endless coercion and oppression a few years ago. He tore off the mask of a kind elder, and used her black history of helping muggles, to harm wizards to force her to do more wrong things. And the wise Melissa Sykes was rarely stupid when it came to her sister. She chose to make peace and seek a chance to get out. In order to relieve her sister's worries, Jacunda once thought about flying away, but after several attempts, she was sent back by speculators with many eyeliners. She even rode a broomstick to the United States, although she happened to fall into the Saint, but she was also the first witch to cross the ocean on a broomstick. During that time, Professor Sykes even felt that everyone in Hogwarts was brought by Borgin Burke to spy on her. She didn't understand why raw material made him have such a big heart, but she had already interrupted. Give up. Wait until my younger sister graduates, and let it go for a lifetime. But Jacunda didn't let her worry for too long. A few years ago, on a night, when speculators came to pick up the goods, I always heard my sister chanting, "If it's fine without the winged demon." She threw the only remaining winged demon in the family into the black backpack behind a passing little wizard, and this is a story that happened later. Since then, the relationship between her and those speculators headed by Borgin Burke has dropped to a freezing point, but she doesn't care. Aberforth sent Jacunda to the United States in a crooked manner, and she was finally able to say out of the world, "That's all the volume, unless you get me a new winged demon or something like that." At this time, she was surprised to find that she had become the price setter in this transaction. But even so, no matter how much Borgin Burke assured, promised, or pleaded, her thoughts of withdrawing had become more and more serious. Until not long ago, when two black magic collectors from foreign countries destroyed half of Nocturne Alley almost by themselves, she seized the opportunity and cut off the supply of poison in time. But she did not expect to lose her wings. The second serum supplied by the Devil's Venom will give up accumulating strength and choose to put all his eggs in one basket. This is also the beginning of so many things that happened afterwards. And Borgin Burke's black industrial chain finally surfaced. Why does he value so much Muggle clients that everyone doesn't care about? Why is the winged demon so important to him? Because he can use its venom from second serum in exchange for a more expensive commodity, people. Whether it's the weird ghost corpses buried downstairs in his shop, or those powerful forbidden drugs, or even some black magic products, their raw materials are all human beings, sent by second serum one by one, tormented insane. Some unqualified little wizards. Some of them have grown up, but they are neither wizards nor muggles. Borgin Burke has no burden to attack them, and he has some important clients. They are high ranking. These good products that cannot be bought on the market are just in need. When the second serum struck, she, who was very familiar with the law and wizards, knew that whether she shirked responsibility or strictly punished her, she would not be able to escape from prison. A perfect timing that no one would have thought of. Thinking of this, Professor Sykes put her hands in her pockets, and she wished she could shoot at the entrance of Nocturne Alley and blow up the whole alley. He has a serious criminal record, and hates him for ruining his peaceful life. Did you know? Grindelwald is going to be the Minister of Magic. Suddenly, an old and greasy voice broke her thinking, and an old witch came over and said mysteriously, "It is said that he himself is a vampire. I have some amulets here to expel vampires, and seeing that the little girl is as beautiful as when I was young, I'm willing to sell you some cheaply." "Thank you, but I'm a vampire." Professor Sykes lowered his head. His red eyes were breathtaking. "Are you sure you want to sell me this thing?" The old hag showed a swiftness that was completely incompatible with her youth, clutching her neck, and disappeared into the crowd like a loach. The parade team got bigger and bigger. Suddenly, someone in the queue shouted, "Why are we protesting on our own site? Are we protesting for ourselves? I think we should let muggles know who their master is. Going out of Tom's pub is Muggle London. Let's go there. Let these self-righteous guys see the real power. Professor Sykes followed the humans approaching the leaky cauldron when a group of uniformed auras suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking the way. "Are you Muggle dogs?" someone in the crowd shouted angrily, but the front row of the line stopped, and the auras raised their wands, and they didn't dare to take a step forward. "What a giant of language," Professor Sykes sneered, hid his wand in his cuff, gently pushed the wizard in front of him, and stuffed the wooden sign into his hand. By the way, this wizard was about Grindelwald. When the minister of the Ministry of Magic was the instigator of this drumming, he only felt as if he had been hit by a horse, and then he rushed forward vigorously. The crowd fell forward like a half of dominoes. When the force was transmitted to the first row, they looking like a warrior charging for power, Professor Sykes put away his wand and said, "It's a pity that he is only a dwarf in action. It's a pity. I hope that student won't be punished." Professor Sykes lowered his head, turning into an alley near the leaky cauldron. "Sorry, Albus. Sorry, Albus." Professor Slughorn slumped on the sofa in the principal's office, gulped down the honey water, and put down the empty glass. He said annoyedly, "Really, the one in Diagon Alley, there were so many people, they even broke out with the auras. They really did it? The parade people?" Dumbledore frowned, and refilled Professor Slughorn's water, which was already his 5th glass. "How could it be? Who knows?" Professor Slughorn patted the armrest of the sofa and asked, "Think about how to explain to the Ministry of Magic." "Yes, the secret passage. I asked Minerva to take Nelson and Tom to seal it up." Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. "Nelson seems to have thought of something. Speaking of which, I still know the secret passage." Professor Slughorn patted his thigh and said, "I saw it when I was in school. You know it too. Why do I need to know?" Dumbledore asked curiously. "Isn't this your Gryffindor project?" Professor Slughorn's expression became more curious. "You don't even know?" "That's right. You are a good student, Carter. Do you know, golfer?" "Ah. Once when I went to the Forbidden Forest to find some herbs, I happened to see him digging a hole there," Professor Slughorn recalled. "The tunnel was less than 10 meters at the time. Graduates of the academy left him. So long?" Dumbledore also had a look of memory on his face. "Of course." Professor Slughorn picked up the honey water on the table and drank it in one gulp. "I thought that with his graduation, that secret passage might really just become a pit that ended without a problem and was finally covered by fallen leaves. Fill it in. And now it looks like he probably left it for another Gryffindor freshman. And it has been worn down from generation to generation. Finally got through this year," sighs Professor Slughorn. "It's been decades. I'm a little." "What happened?" "It's nothing. I was just thinking, why do other colleges inherit such honors?" Dumbledore said with a toothache. "But our Gryffindor inheritance is a tunnel leading to the outside of the school. Then I suggest you recruit Blake from our college into Gryffindor." "Ahem." Phineas protested, dissatisfied. "Albus," Slytherin's voice suddenly sounded, "you are the headmaster, not the head of Gryffindor. Not to mention, the glory of Gryffindor is much heavier than that of other houses." "Sorry, I was just joking." After Dumbledore said this, the office suddenly fell into a strange silence. "Albus, here they come." A silver helmet rolled out of the fireplace and roared at Dumbledore. Chapter 320. I don't know. Meg, who had turned into a cat, was sitting on a fresh tree stump, looking blankly at Nelson, who was planing the boards with a plane. The sawdust was flying like snowflakes in the Forbidden Forest. A person wants to sneeze, so this picture is undoubtedly very beautiful. The more intense scent of resin envelops her. One cat paw rubs its nose, and the other casually shoots the angry bow trickle to another tree superior. This is a precious treasure of Hogwarts. Minerva, didn't you ever think about having a secret passage of your own when you were a student? You know, for Hogwarts students, breaking the school rules is a big deal. It is as important a life experience as owning a magic wand. Nelson lifted the plain board, confirmed its flatness with a lead pendant, and turned to Tom and said, "Please pass me the hammer." "No, that's not what I don't understand." Mag cleared her throat. She couldn't stand the sky full of sawdust. She turned back into a human form and waved a magic wand. A gust of wind from nowhere cleaned the air. Looking at the pile of neatly arranged tools next to Nelson, he said, I mean, since you can conjure these things out of rocks, why not just use polymorph to turn this hapless tree into a trapdoor? Question mark. Have you forgotten that you are a wizard? Ha 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 ha. Tom couldn't hold the hammer because of his laughter. It slipped from Tom's hand and hit his foot by accident. The pain stopped, and there was a long and ferocious howling laughter in the Forbidden Forest. If there were other students outside the Forbidden Forest at this moment, then an urban legend of Hogwarts as werewolves might be born because of this. After a while, Tom finally had enough of laughing. He leaned on the tree trunk beside him, bent over, panting heavily, and raised his head to see Nelson and Meg with strange expressions. Tom's eyes turned red immediately, and his eyes locked on the two of them back and forth, and he didn't even care about the hammer that was still on his feet. Tom, I think you should see a doctor. Although Miss Joy has worked very hard, this hammer is quite heavy, Nelson suggested in a low voice. Leave the rest to me. A trapdoor, that's all. Tom, what's the matter with you? Just as Tom focused his eyes on Nelson's face, Meg suddenly came out of the woods. Nelson didn't even notice when she left. She rubbed her eyes, yawned, as if just looking for a place to sleep in the woods. Are you done? I fell asleep just now. Are you asleep? Nelson's eyes widened. Who was that talking to me just now? I didn't hear that, Nell. I think you might be too tired. Tom rubbed his hands with a smile, bent down to pick up the hammer on his feet, and limped towards Nelson. You should rest, gone. Looking at the hammer in Tom's hand, Nelson nodded sincerely. Indeed, I'm so tired that I even have auditory hallucinations. By the way, Tom, please pass me the hammer. Tom, pass me the hammer, please. Diagonally, in the small alleyway leading to the leaky cauldron, the owner Tom nervously holds a hammer and stands behind the wall of the bar, looking at the opposite side of the wall from time to time. Why did the wizards who fished in troubled waters dare to attack the well-trained aurors? But the fact is that there was a fight at the entrance of the alley, and some of them even rushed to the edge of the wall at one point. This is the gateway from the leaky cauldron to Diagon Alley, but only wizards can open it if the wall is destroyed. Tom, the owner of the leaky cauldron, gasped, shook his head in fear, and hugged the hammer that was thrown from the crowd. If the wall was destroyed, then Diagon Alley would lead directly to the bustling Muggle streets of London. Even Muggle obscurity spells attached to walls will also be damaged. Imagine a Muggle walking on Charing Cross Road and suddenly finds a bar that he has never seen before. He doesn't know how the Ministry of Magic will deal with this matter. He only knows that his life savings will lose his value from now on. Just when he was in a trance, a witch in a black robe appeared in front of him, smiling and stretching out her hand. He raised his head, wondering how this person passed through the aura's defense line, and appeared beside him. In the blink of an eye, he met a pair of eyes that could not see the color clearly. Professor Sykes waved his wand lightly, and the boss Tom obediently handed up the hammer. She shook her head, slipped her wand back into Boss Tom's pocket deftly, raised the hammer, and pointed it over the trash can, where every wizard who patronized the leaky cauldron would poke the door open with his wand. When they entered Diagon Alley, knocked down hard. Boom. Crash. Professor Sykes was a little amazed at the destructive power of this hammer, and she couldn't help but feel admiration. Even if it was destruction, someone would always do it more professionally than others. The pure black art style of this hammer made her feel a little familiar, but she couldn't remember it for a while. It must be a magic shop that pays attention to quality. The two auras standing at the base of the wall were buried by the collapsed bricks before they had time to react. Their colleagues turned around in surprise when they heard the noise and saw half of the wall where broken bricks were still falling, and the boss Tom who was at a loss behind the wall holding a hammer. Tom, what are you doing? The leading aura never imagined that the wall he had worked so hard to protect with his team was easily destroyed by the shopkeeper behind him. His eyes widened, and he raised his magic wand to restore the collapse of the wall, but immediately he was hit on the elbow by a spell shot from somewhere behind him, and the wand spun upside down and flew out. He turned his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. It's outrageous already. How dare you attack the aura now? He tilted his head to see a wand flickering in the crowd. Counterattack. Counterattack. Seeing their leader being attacked, the auras panicked and greeted loudly, Captain Protection. Captain Protection. Do not want regardless of half of his numb body. The aura captain shouted loudly at his subordinates, but his voice was drowned out by the auras chanting spells, and no one heard him. Auras are hitting people. Auras are hitting people. Indignant shouts came from the crowd, which aroused the anger of the crowd. Everyone denounced the auras who violently enforced the law, and pressed forward step by step. As the first round of spells of the auras hit the parade in the front row, wizards, their falling to the ground raised the anger of the group even more, and one by one magic wands were revealed. A hammer made by adults is better than these mediocre wands. A man was wearing a beige coat that was almost the same style as Nelson, but in a different color, a long scarf embroidered with penguins, and a large suitcase at his feet. The young wizard sat in the cold drink shop diagonally opposite the bar, sipped the grass juice with ice in his hand, chuckled and said, "It's just like what you said, even if you are blind, as long as you give a little correct guidance, you will be fine. It can explode with unimaginable power." He picked up the glass in his hand and drank the grass juice together with the ice cubes inside, which made the diners around him stare wide-eyed. On the one hand, no one had ever drank the grass juice with such enjoyment as he had never seen a plant before. On the other hand, they don't understand why someone can swallow half a glass of ice cubes without changing their face, chew them in their mouth like chips, and swallow them whole. Where is your lord's treasury? The young man took out a treasured little book from his pocket, flipped through the contents, raised his head, confirmed Gringotts, the tallest place in Diagon Alley, and walked quickly towards the Goblin Bank. "My lord, I hope my cooperation can satisfy you." He clenched his fist and waved it in the air, as if to cheer himself up, and left the chaotic alley without hesitating, as if everything that happened just now had nothing to do with it. He's okay. Passing the crossroads, he folded the wand in his pocket, threw it into a pile of wood on the street stall, lowered the brim of his hat, passed under the sign of a dusty pet shop, and then disappeared into the crowd up. "Captain, are you alright?" The aura who gave the order to fight back ran to the captain's side in a desperate manner and supported him obsequiously, but instead pressed the captain's numbness. The captain immediately grinned and trembled, but he couldn't read the captain's expression. Instead he patted his chest and said, "Captain, the scene is under control." This aura captain was none other than Lewis Ogden, the wizard who followed Nelson all the way to Little Hangleton when he returned to England. However, there are always some people with poor brains under my command. It seems that this group of parade wizards have been used as guns. What if they are hit by the disarming curse? The scene that could have been easily controlled was interesting now. There were twice as many people as the auras. Even if the auras could fight 3 or 4 at a time, it would be useless. What's more, how could they dare to attack so many people? Seeing his subordinate's proud face of claiming credit, Lewis was so angry that he wanted to kick his ass. He withdrew his hand, shook it vigorously, and said with a bad face, "Go to the Ministry of Magic and ask for reinforcement." No. They must send reinforcement, at least 15 auras. "Captain, you." The subordinate shared the captain's worries with consideration. "The department may not have enough manpower." "Then let people from other departments come." Lewis yelled angrily, "Go in and find the deputy director to apply, and just tell me what I said, and stay here for up to 15 minutes. He knows what's going on." The subordinate scratched his head and still didn't understand what happened to the captain, but he trotted obediently into the ruins behind him, looking for the deputy director who was staying in the leaky cauldron. In the bar, the paunchy deputy director was sitting in front of the bar counter, sipping something in his glass. His hands were full of empty bottles of whiskey. His whole body was enveloped in the smell of alcohol, drunk, and looked like he was about to throw up at any time. Hick. Seeing the boss Tom walking in, he laughed and waved. "Tom, you are still young. Why do you look as old as your father?" "My lord, I'm a little scared." The boss Tom said tremblingly, It's too scary outside." "Haha, you are even more courageous than your father." The deputy director mocked. "Why don't you go home and cry to your mother? Can you?" The owner Tom's eyes flashed with eagerness. My lord, can I really go home? You really want to go back?" The deputy director was stunned, then laughed again. "You don't want your bar anymore? My lord, I'm really scared." The boss Tom even had a hint of crying in his tone. Okay, okay. The deputy director waved his hand and said quite generously, you can leave the key. This kind of scene can only be left to the auras, and when the situation subsides, I will notify you to come to the department the key, but by then. He showed a wretched smile, burped a foul-smelling whine, raised his hand, and twirled his fingers. I understand. I understand, my lord. Boss Tom nodded frantically, as if he had received amnesty, left the key on the bar, turned and ran towards the main entrance, and even tripped over an overturned chair on the way. The deputy minister looked at him in a panic from the back, let out a mocking sound full of alcohol. The moment he ran out of the store, the short, fat, and rickety figure of the boss Tom became tall and slender, and a lady with a long bohemian-style shawl on her shoulders appeared on Charing Cross Road, between the buildings, but the muggles passing by didn't notice it, so a few passers-by were surprised by her temperament, and took a second look, and then plunged into the busy life of walking. Professor Sykes put on a white hat with gauze, and walked gracefully on the street. She looked exactly like a noble lady who didn't have to worry about life. She recalled the young face she saw through the cracks in the bricks. Lightly laughing, she silently thanked this colleague who was also fishing in troubled waters in her heart. Although she didn't know what his purpose was, she had achieved her purpose of leaving. Next, she could even directly enter the extremely empty place due to the shortage of manpower. The Ministry of Magic swaggered away from the flu network. Unlike in Diagon Alley, where she didn't dare to apparate, she didn't need to apparate at all now, and even decided to spend 2 days in London before leaving. A man wearing a top hat came towards him, and happened to see Professor Sykes' chin not covered by the hat and the slightly raised corner of his mouth. He lost his mind, turned his head, and continued walking forward. After a few steps, he bumped into a wooden pole with an advertisement on the side of the road with a bang. When he turned his head again, trying to find the lady who made him fall in love at first sight, he found that she had long since disappeared, as if she had never appeared before. I found that fish-flavored shredded pork is a dish that can hit the soul directly. Every chef has different opinions on it. When you eat fish-flavored pork shreds, you can even have a conversation with the person who made this dish to understand from his teacher's preferences. He can better know whether he likes carrots, bell peppers, or both. Chapter 321 The Disappearing Gem. Nelson, you're pretty good at carpentry, and I think you'll be able to get along just fine with that skill, even without magic. Looking at the entrance to the secret passage, sealed by the trapdoor, Mag said approvingly. She waved her wand, and the sawdust piled up on one side gathered together, turning into the shape of a big cat, and slowly crawled to the trapdoor. Going up, Gilu squinted his eyes, and soon turned into vegetation that was no different from the surrounding ones. Although this hand was very beautiful and it really helped him, Nelson always felt that Mag was laughing at him. When he raised his head again, Mag had disappeared, leaving only a light odor echoing in the Forbidden Forest. Albus asked you to go to him as soon as possible. Nelson nodded and stomped his feet on Mag's newly laid ground, as if to vent his anger. After finding that it was indeed very solid, and there was no feedback from his feet, he turned and walked towards the castle. After a long time, Tom didn't keep up. Tom? Nelson turned his head. Have you been taken away by a werewolf? Why don't you go? What happened to your foot? Why don't you talk? There was a loud bang in the forest, and the birds perched in the canopy were awakened by the sound, flapping their wings and fleeing quickly. After a while, Nelson, who was limping, helped Tom, who was also limping, out of the Forbidden Forest. Fortunately, most of the students were resting in the infirmary, and only a few patrolling auras saw them, and didn't add much focus on. The two walked into the castle. A milky white figure whizzed by, chanting naughty songs. Pete swooped towards them like a bomber with a bucket of paint, and saw Nelson's face clearly again the moment he braked. Suddenly, the paint bucket slammed on the green plants next to the foyer, dyeing a cactus red, which even looked strangely beautiful. Nelson rubbed his chin, looking at the cactus that was dripping with drops of paint, inexplicably felt that this plant looked quite magical, and he even raised the idea of sending someone to the Sahara to study magic cactus. Maybe this world there are no magic cacti in the world, or maybe every cactus is full of magic. Thinking of this, Nelson shivered. He must be sick to think of that guy. He shook his head vigorously, trying to erase the bad memory of the more than 100 Penguin albums in the safe in the room from his mind. Sorry, Uncle Nelson. Peeves flew in front of the two of them from the air, stood upright, and gave a nondescript military salute. A pair of small eyes carefully looked at Nelson's clothes, for fear of getting paint on them. While observing, he said hello loudly. Master Nelson, good morning. Very good, very energetic. Nelson nodded and asked, but it's already afternoon. By the way, what are you doing sneakily outside my bedroom today? I'm warning your cat, Mr. Nelson. Peeves replied loudly, looking very much like a recruit who had just entered the barracks and was drilled out of his mind by the officer. It has bad intentions and always wants to punish you. Peeves shows no hesitation in betraying his teammates, not even an iota of guilt, emphasizing his nefarious plans, which include but are not limited to flushing Nelson in a disused toilet. Flushing Nelson's all the books were changed to Latin. Each page of Nelson's notebook was disassembled, randomly shuffled and then bound into a volume. Tom couldn't help laughing and commented, fortunately, Alfred isn't here, otherwise. Do you think Hogwarts didn't deduct enough points? Nelson shook his head, forgiving Peeves graciously. I have to say that he came up with a good strategy because Nelson didn't know how to take question marks. What to do? On the contrary, out of guilt and pampering, he was often at a disadvantage in confrontations with his pets. Let's go, Peeves. Peeves made a funny hat salute, nodded and stooped into the wall beside him, and disappeared. Speaking of which, Alfred is really suitable for this, Peeves. Tom commented, if they can make friends, they will definitely create interesting sparks. Yeah. Nelson nodded. Otherwise why do you think he got stuck in the floor all night? Did Peeves do it? Tom nodded thoughtfully. Sure enough, likes repel each other. Only magic can defeat magic. Nelson agreed. He turned his head suddenly, clamped Tom's arms with one hand, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, of course, you may not know, I'm actually a humorous people with a lot of sense. For example, do you think your magic can hit me? That's what I pretended. Tom was stunned, and the two looked at each other. There was a smear of ink flowing slowly in Nelson's eyes. At first Tom thought it was his reflection, but then he heard a crisp disarm. In the next second, his two legs swayed uncontrollably, and he started a fast-paced tap dance. Tom was not panicked by the sudden attack. There was no one around, not even the portrait. He also unloaded the burden of his idol. After making a move, the two immediately started a tap dance in the corridor. This kind of dance doesn't need any accompaniment. The beat under their feet is the best and most suitable music. After the Triwizard tournament, they danced again. Why didn't I realize that you have a sense of humor before? Tom and Nelson walked around face to face and asked curiously, did you be influenced by Peeves? Maybe a little bit. Nelson's eyes regained clarity and his expression became awkward. He didn't want to admit that he had just done that and explained in a low voice, actually, I helped Dumbledore and Peeves when negotiating. I accidentally absorbed part of his magic power. You know, this kind of special magical creature has strong emotions in its magic power, and Peeves happens to be a naughty guy. It's not my original intention. Really? I think you have an excuse to liberate your nature. You used to have a straight face and a stiff smile. Tom laughed, raising his wand and pointing at Nelson, preventing him from lifting the spell. He smiled and said, let's jump over while they are all recuperating. The golden sunlight poured in from the window in the corridor, plating a layer of gold on Nelson and Tom. There may never be any more sunny people in the world than they are at this moment. Okay. Nelson shrugged, but I'm faking it. So are you also faking it when you were hit by a hammer? Tom was silent for a moment, gritted his teeth, and continued to jump. His attention was quickly attracted by Nelson's words just now. Draining magic power. Can it become stronger in this way? Can other people's magic power be absorbed? Question mark? What is the principle? I don't quite understand either. It may have something to do with the special magic power of Misty Illusion and Peeves' trays. He also wants to get rid of those mixed emotions. After explaining, Nelson threatened solemnly, this is an evil sect. Moves, in novels. People who know this kind of moves die in the end. I see. Tom seemed to have completely lost interest in this kind of magic, and asked with concern, emotions? I don't know that kind of magic very well. I only read him mentioning it in Slytherin's book. What will happen? Irreversible effect? Not at all. Nelson shook his head. I have a relatively strong ability to digest those positive or negative emotions. As long as I treat them as some kind of stored magic, my personality will not be affected too much, but the bad taste may be Peeve's own character. I have some indigestion. It may take some time, and sometimes I may do stupid things like just now. That's good, but you have to hold it well. Don't collude with Alfred and all Slytherin points will be deducted. How could it be? Just think about how much I earned for us this year. The two had already jumped to the end of the corridor, not far from Dumbledore's office. The small hourglass showing the scores of the 4 courtyards was mounted on the wall and fell into Nelson's eyes. Point. He swallowed, gave up his confrontation with Tom, and rubbed his eyes before uttering the last word. What happened? Tom turned his head following Nelson's gaze, and the alluring red, yellow, and blue gemstones that met his eyes, besides green. Wait, where's my green? Tom said incredulously. My hourglass is so full. It was here yesterday. Why is it gone today? Ha ha ha. Good brothers. I have heard your voices from a long distance. The armor moved to the door of the principal's office, let out a barbell-like laugh at the corner. Your steps are very brisk. Just like the Irish like to dance kind of. The sharp corner of the helmet protruded from the corner of the wall, but before its voice fell, a white beam of light hit his visor with precision. Brother, where did this come from? Giagia's laughter disappeared through the wall. Did Minerva tell you the password to Dumbledore's office? Tom, who had returned to normal, straightened out the messy school uniform, walked around the corner, and came to the door of the principal's office. Looking at the armor without the helmet, he put on a cool expression and asked softly, "Let me think." Nelson stood aside, thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, "She may have forgotten." "Well," said Tom, shaking his head, "but it's not a big problem. I guess it's some kind of food related to lemons. The British diet is so scarce that it won't take us long to exhaust it." "Lemon samper? What are you saying?" Huh. The door opened, and Professor Slughorn, shaking his elastic and growing belly, pushed open the door of the principal's office with a smile and came out. He grabbed 2 students who made him shine, put his arms around their shoulders, and led them to walk in, but he was too wide, so he had to go in sideways. Even so, his belly still scratched the door frame. "Look who is here," Professor Slughorn said loudly, as if offering a treasure. "Isn't this a hero?" Under the watchful eyes of the old headmaster, Nelson and Tom wanted to lower their heads into their collars, with embarrassment written all over their bodies. "Horace, you'll embarrass them by doing this." Dumbledore smiled and waved his wand. 2 couches appeared facing each other on the carpet. He stood up, walked to the sofa and sat down. "Sit down quickly. I have something to ask you." A few seconds later, Nelson sat with Tom, complaining that Tom's helmet was stuffed into the fireplace again by Dumbledore, and Professor Slughorn sat with Dumbledore. All 4 of them put on serious expression, waiting for Dumbledore to speak. "There have been so many things that have happened recently, I don't even know where to start." Dumbledore rubbed his temples, pondered for a moment, looked at the 2 people opposite him, and said, "Let's start with the most recent. How much do you know about Professor Sykes? What did she do to Chris?" Tom didn't answer Dumbledore directly, but instead raised another question. "Professor Sykes. At present, it seems that she didn't do anything to Miss Jewel. She just happened to find out about her digging the secret tunnel. She even gave Miss Jewel some help that was not limited to digging tunnels," said Dumbledore. Leto explained, "At first we thought that Miss Jewel was under her control, so we would hide it for her. In fact, we just got in touch with Augusta. You should know her, right?" After receiving positive replies from the 2, Dumbledore continued, "Augusta told us that she inherited this tunnel from a previous Gryffindor student, but she did it more than Miss Jewel did. I even skipped all my charms classes to dig a tunnel." "That's good." Tom nodded, took out a thick notebook from his pocket, and handed it to Dumbledore. "Here are some secrets I discovered by chance. Professor Sykes seems to have been doing some things that are not on the table act." "Oh." Dumbledore took the small book in Tom's hand and flipped through it quickly. "Professor, I originally planned to give you these evidences when I graduated. Are you afraid that Professor Sykes will give you a low score in charms?" Dumbledore laughed, but as he flipped through the notes, His expression became more and more serious. Finally, after a long and quiet after waiting, Dumbledore looked up, exchanged glances with Professor Slughorn, and asked, "Do you know Borgin Burke?" Tom contracted imperceptibly in pain, and then replied, "I don't know, Professor." "That's good. Tom, you've been of great help to us." Dumbledore closed his notebook and said, "It seems that the situation is much more serious now. I think I need to go to the ministry tomorrow." "You still have, did you find anything?" "I don't think there are any other than the lost gems in the Slytherin hourglass, Professor." Tom shook his head, "But Na has." "Wait, I have a problem." An old voice joined the conversation, and Tom looked up to meet the eyes of the portrait at the top. Related to some other lost gems. Chapter 322. The man in the picture. "You are my junior." The candle flame on the overhead chandelier flickered suddenly and turned into a faint green. Under the light of the candlelight, Salazar Slytherin's face looked eerie and oppressive, and his hoarse voice seemed to be dying. The whisper of the evil spirit pressed Tom firmly on the sofa, unable to move. The other three people in the office looked at each other in silence, not knowing what medicine was sold in the Slytherin gourd. Tom looked away from the portrait, nodded apologetically at Dumbledore, stood up, walked slowly to the desk, raised his head, straightened his waist, and asked, neither humble nor humble, "Who are you?" The meeting scene carefully prepared by Slytherin was ruthlessly destroyed. The candle on the chandelier flickered and restored its true color, and the office was lit up again. He was silent for a moment, his eyes fixed on Tom's face, did not move half a point. One young and one old, one person, one painting, one life and one death, one new and one old. Their gazes met in the air, almost bursting into real sparks. Tom already knew who the real person in the principal's portrait was, but even if it was his possible ancestor, he was unwilling to bow his head in front of others, and the same proud Slytherin didn't try to break the silence. The two just looked at each other, their eyes seemed to span the past and the present, and travel through time and space. Slytherin's face was expressionless, but the emotions in his eyes were extremely complicated. A portrait shouldn't have such a complex expression. His gaze was like an all-pervasive beam of light, piercing Tom's equally straight face, piercing his high head, pierced his heart, and Tom still stood silently, letting Slytherin look at him. He had his own pride. What on earth are the juniors thinking? Squeak. The sleepy fox made a cute cry. It seemed to be hungry and sleep, and this whisper successfully broke the frozen air in the office, allowing it to flow again. "Tom, this is Salazar Slytherin," Dumbledore said, stopping the eye contact between Slytherin and Tom. Looking at Tom, who turned his head, Dumbledore said softly, "He is Hog, one of the founders of WAS." "That's right." Slytherin never took his eyes off Tom's face, even the back of his head. "I'm the master of this castle. Mr. Slytherin." Tom turned his head and gave a standard wizard salute to Slytherin. "Thank you for everything you have done for wizards." After saying this, he fell into silence again, which made Slytherin feel troubled. Although his expression was still cold, his inner activities were enriched. "Is my descendant a boring god? Does he not like to talk? That's not good. People with Slytherin blood must not only be good enough, but also humorous. This is not conducive to the inheritance of the Slytherin family blood." Slytherin got caught up in a complicated brainstorm and even forgot the purpose when he spoke. The two were silent for a while, and finally, Tom spoke. "Sorry, I picked those gems." Tom knew what gems Slytherin was talking about. He helped the Slytherin meeting, remember the beginning of the conversation, admitted it generously, and even prepared to ask Nelson to borrow a little money. "I didn't expect. Their owners are still there." Slytherin stared at Tom speechlessly. This junior made him feel a little tricky. He spoke a little out of routine, but he still maintained the image of a profound ancestor very well, and said expressionlessly, "I knew. Sorry, I'll restore them." "It's nothing." Slytherin shook his head. He was no less curious about Tom than Tom was about him. "What's the meaning of gems to wizards? They're just more beautiful stones. People are always more important than property. Much more important. HMM. Tom didn't know how to answer, so he could only respond in a low voice. "You look a bit like Tom Riddle when I was young." Slytherin seemed to want to remember Tom's face in his heart. He called out Tom's full name and said in a cadence, "In Hogwarts, you are the most special one. I'm no different from everyone else." Tom replied without any ups and downs. Slytherin laughed, which was different from the GGG laughter that everyone imagined. His laughter was ordinary, not much different from any hearty old man. The only difference was that he might very laugh less, so there is more or less uncoordinated hoarseness in the laughter. He felt more and more interesting about this junior who was often praised by Dumbledore. He seemed to say a self-deprecating sentence, but he used every one to describe other people. Tom's body couldn't be more suitable. The laughter lasted a short while and the incident was over. Your name? Tom Marvolo Riddle. Marvolo in the middle. TSK. What a ridiculous name. Slytherin had already pieced together Tom's family tree from the mouths of other headmasters, and he also knew that Marvolo how embarrassing LUO is, so the tone is quite disdainful. Maybe the greatest value of this name is that it becomes your middle name. His name is Marvolo Gunter, and the Gunter family may be the last one are left in this world. One bloodline. So you know what? You have my blood in your body. Tom didn't speak. He suddenly had a strange feeling. Slytherin's face seemed to overlap with another old Tom who came to seek relatives. He felt that he didn't need any other relatives, even though Nelson told him the truth early, but he was still a little shocked when the words came out of Slytherin himself. His expression was caught by Slytherin, which made Slytherin nod in satisfaction. Go to the secret room, my child, he said softly with a stern face. He may have never been so easygoing in his life. Looking at Tom standing at the desk, he seemed to see himself back then, and cast a glance Nelson on the side. Nordic boy, I need a little help. Oh, alright. The bloody drama Nelson was expecting did not start. Slytherin seemed to be about to pull Tom to whisper something. Hearing the call, he stood up, pulled out his wand, and waved it lightly. Misty mist gushed out from the tip of the wand, covering a portrait of Slytherin. Under the watchful eyes of all the principals, 4 living people and a bird that just woke up, the lost mist condensed around the portrait like a vortex. Nelson had already put away his wand, watching with interest the mist that gradually turned dark green. After being stained with color, the lost fog became solid, like a piece of supple brocade, lightly deformed in midair, as if passing through the hands of a skilled tailor. A luxurious old-fashioned wizard's robe slowly floated in the air. Slowly taking shape, it fell lightly to the ground, and when it was about to fall beside Tom, an old man suddenly appeared in the wizard robe. Salazar Slytherin has shown his true face again. Unlike the old and sickly look when Nelson met him, now he has a blurred age. Although he still has wrinkles on his face, you can say he is an old cucumber painted with green paint, or he can be said to be a young man with anxious looks. His handsomeness is exactly the same as Tom, but each has its own advantages. There is no doubt that no one can resist a handsome old man with a big back beauty. He stepped on the carpet, felt the solid touch, nodded in the direction of the 3 of them, and walked towards the door on his own, walking like flying, leaving a light follow-up. Tom was silent for a moment, exchanged glances with Nelson, and left the office. There was a shocking silence in the office. Except for Nelson, it was the first time for everyone to see someone walk out of the portrait. It's hard to imagine that there are such excellent students in Slytherin. After a while, when the footsteps in the corridor disappeared, Phineas's uncomfortable voice sounded, "You can perform that, huh? I wouldn't mind being your demo prop." After explaining the specialness of Slytherin's portrait, Dumbledore finally calmed down these restless headmasters, and they were finally able to talk about Professor Sykes again. The topic came to Professor Sykes' sister, Jacunda. "Professor, I don't know Jacunda Sykes very well. In fact, we only met once, and I don't even know what she put the croucher in my backpack for." Nelson recalled after a moment. He said, "Tom once met Jacunda once, after she left school, in Paris. At that time I happened to find his biological father. You may have heard. It was because of a report. The title, yes, okay, I know about it." Dumbledore put one hand on his forehead and waved the other, interrupting Nelson's increasingly divergent statement about Jacunda. "I think Aberforth knows better than I do, but he's always refusing to tell me what's going on." "Professor, I was by the side when Mr. Aberforth sent Jacunda off," Nelson said. "I can tell you what happened. That would be the best." Dumbledore rubbed his hands together, finally knowing what his brother had done. Maybe the memory will be more intuitive. Nelson pointed to his temple and said, "Can you let me use a pensieve? My memory is a bit difficult to sort out." "Of course." Dumbledore pointed to the bookcase. A wooden door opened, and the pensieve was casually placed on the washbasin stand. He repeated, "Memory magic is dangerous. Don't hurt yourself." "Don't worry, Professor." Nelson stood up and walked towards the pensieve. After Nelson buried his face in the pensieve, Professor Slughorn, who had been silent all this time, frowned and said to Dumbledore, "Don't you know that the damage of memory may directly affect the soul?" Nelson needs to use from the appearance of the pensieve. It can be seen that he is not familiar with legilimency. How dare you let him go by himself? "Don't worry, I don't dare to say anything else, but I feel that his attainments in the soul surpass most people in this world. This is a natural talent," Dumbledore explained. "As for the pensieve, with all due respect, if your mind suddenly has emotions that have not belonged to you for nearly 1,000 years, then I think you may have to hang a pensieve on your back if you want to take care of yourself." Albus, Professor Slughorn only thought that Dumbledore's emotions of nearly 1,000 years were exaggerated rhetoric, and did not delve into the reasons for it. He just asked with some concern, "Speaking to the students is true. Okay. I'm afraid they're going to get involved in some trouble." "Horace, do you really think they're afraid of these things?" "I'm not sure." Professor Slughorn shook his head. "But as teachers, we are supposed to keep these things out of the schoolyard for children. At the student level, they are always flowers in need of care." "I agree with you, Horace," Dumbledore replied after a moment of pondering, "but in fact, they have been involved, even more deeply involved than us in some matters. As far as the demons are concerned, if we keep hiding the truth from them, Nelson's head will be gouged out by the teeth of the crooked demons one day. They are already in danger, especially Nelson. He is out of control. You know the secret about the rise of Nermengard among those fellows in Nocturne Alley? Those alchemists? That's Nelson." Dumbledore lowered his head and rubbed his eyes. "I used to think the same as you, Horace. I hope that students are like crystals in an ivory tower, carefully protected and carved by us. After they grow up, they can become good people on their own. But think about it, in this era, how can we guarantee that the children who leave school on the first day can suddenly know everything, like they picked up the wisdom of Merlin when they went out? We don't even dare how to ensure that they have the ability to distinguish right from wrong when they are isolated from the world, and how to ensure that they can resist danger." Professor Slughorn clenched his hands and rubbed them repeatedly without speaking. "I can tell you, Horace." Dumbledore took off his eyes and put them on the table. The portraits of the headmasters on the wall all went out in a hurry, and he buried his face in his hands, said in a low voice, "Nelson is not a person who can be guided like ordinary students. His stubbornness is beyond your imagination. I have tried, but failed. I used to be self-righteous and wanted to help him carry everything, but for him, this kind of dedication is like a charity of mercy, and he is destined to move forward step by step." "But Grindelwald." Sloane squeezed the name out of his teeth, his eyes full of worry, and he glanced at Nelson's back. "Nelson won't." "No," Dumbledore said firmly. He knew a lot more than Nelson thought he knew, but he let it go out of an instinctive trust. "The changes in this castle are really great." "Yes, sir. After all, more than 1,000 years have passed." Tom was like a qualified tour guide, taking Slytherin on a tour of his former home. "The times are developing very fast, and now the means of transportation for school are all trains." "Oh." Slytherin didn't know what a train was, but he didn't ask further. "I heard from Albus that you met Roina." "Yes, sir." "So have you seen Godric?" Slytherin asked. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped. How did the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets become like this? Chapter 323, Slytherin and the Slytherin Heir. It's unbelievable. Slytherin stood where he was, looking at the door of the women's bathroom in front of him with a sad expression, and refused to take the first step after a long time. "They actually changed my castle like this." "Slytherin. Professor," Tom said, "Hogwarts has a lot of students, and it really needs a lot of bathrooms for students to meet their physical needs. When more and more open spaces are converted into useful places, it is a sign make your business the success you want it to be." "You can really talk." Slytherin smiled reassuringly. Tom thought he would have to spend more time talking, but he didn't expect Slytherin to accept all this so quickly. Walking indoors, his goal is very clear. He seems to know which faucet corresponds to the secret room, but this is normal. I did not disclose my secret room, so it is understandable for them to mistake this place for an empty room. Yes, I also took into account the fact that it was covered, so there is a charm that always makes the sign of the entrance to the chamber appear on the nearest ironwork. Slytherin is much more approachable than imagined, and he is also a very reasonable person. Tom silently wrote the book Historical Ratings, 100 Things You Need to Know About Salazar Slytherin in his mind. Erase the content of the old portrait and start to observe this old grandpa with his own eyes. Although he is trying to straighten his back, but he can't restrain his old age. It seems that there is something heavy on his shoulders, trying to press this ancient portrait into the obsolete. In the pile of old papers, he was humming an old ballad whose lyrics were the Hogwarts school song. After turning around for a while, Slytherin suddenly stopped singing. At this moment, he was standing in front of the faucet at the entrance of the secret room, turned around and looked at Tom. Come on, turn it on. Professor, this is your secret room. I like the title of your professor. It makes me feel as if I'm still conscientiously teaching students. Slytherin shook his head and stepped aside. You are a person of this era. My treasure should not be opened by myself. Come, heir of Slytherin, this is your chamber of secrets. The ancient wizard's speech always has an inexplicable charm. His tone is ups and downs, like reciting a poem or casting a spell. Tom was infected by these words, and his heart was filled with inexplicable excitement. His feet moved, there was hope in Slytherin's eyes, as if he was full of anticipation for Tom to open the door of the Chamber of Secrets himself. Tom and Slytherin looked at each other for a long time, and finally walked to the faucet, staring at the snake-shaped mark on the faucet. The mark twisted slowly, the command "turn on" was spit out from his mouth, and there was a boom from behind the sink in the sound. Slytherin nodded with satisfaction. Come on, the inheritance of Slytherin has been ruined for a long time. Maybe you have seen those gems and those spells, but they are just scratching the surface. Amidst the roar of the machine, the entrance hidden behind the sink slowly appeared, like a boa constrictor growing its huge mouth full of fangs. Slytherin took the lead and jumped down. They owe you are too much. The offspring of Slytherin should not have such a poor childhood. I had a happy childhood, Professor. Tom followed closely. That's really a blessing in misfortune. After jumping down the pipe, Slytherin realized that he didn't have a wand and was ready to be shaken out of a little ink. But when he was about to fall to the ground, he felt a breeze gently lift him up, and he was stable. Standing still after landing, he turned his head, looked at Tom who was following him, raised the corners of his mouth, and said with a smile, "How do they judge me? An old lunatic who is rigid, wizard-oriented, blood-oriented, and rejects muggles?" "No, Professor." Tom stood still in the tunnel, lit his wand, and responded briefly, "You are the Big Four of Hogwarts." "Big Four? Professor," Tom whispered, "I think you are the real founder of Hogwarts. Without you, Muggle-born wizards like me might be at the bottom forever. Maybe in a few years, you may have become a criminal before. You still know this?" Slytherin shook his head. "You are lucky if you can remember the names of those of us. I have been to the library, which used to be our family studio. I saw the school history on the bookshelf, but no one seems to be borrowing them. We all buy our own school history." Tom lied a little and said, "Nah, that's the Nordic kid you said. He loves history very much. We just arrived at Hogwarts when we were together. He often told us the story of the establishment of the school by the Big Four. Together with the other 3 professors, you traveled to every inch of Great Britain and brought back every little wizard who was exposed to danger. This is true." Compared with other people's prejudices, Tom didn't look at Slytherin with colored glasses. He couldn't help but feel a little lucky. If there were no people like Nelson, Slytherin might really be judged to be a rigid, wizard-obsessed, blood-obsessed, muggle-resistant old lunatic. Really? Slytherin laughed a little relieved, and he quickly fell into the memories of thousands of years ago. "Indeed, it was very difficult for us to recruit students at that time. Pure-blood wizards looked down on our grassroots school and Muggle-born students." "Really, Professor," said Tom bright-eyed, "I know what happened, and you certainly did the right thing." Slytherin froze. He didn't expect Tom to say such a thing. He turned his back, as if observing the mural that had been locked on the wall. But there is a big problem with what you just said. After a while, he stood beside Tom again and corrected him. If Hogwarts hadn't been established, you wouldn't have become a Muggle-born criminal. Instead, you will inherit the Slytherin name, the castle, and untold family charms, and become one of those who rule the country. Why didn't you do that in the first place? Tom retorted. How to do it? Slytherin used Tom's fluorescent spell to identify the direction and walk towards the secret room. Then why should I start a school? I see, Professor. Well, Slytherin walked, looking at the dark patterns on the walls on both sides, where there should have been many snakes made of emeralds. He pointed to those patterns and introduced to Tom. In this basement was my favorite playground when I was a kid, and I especially loved taking home gems and making pretty patterns on the bare walls. Sadly they are gone. Sorry, Professor. Oh. Slytherin raised his eyebrows. Did you do this? I thought it was washed away. Yes. Haha. Slytherin laughed dryly. Then that chandelier. Sorry, Professor. Slytherin was silent. Along the way, he didn't know how to face this junior who was too greedy, but after thinking about it, the greed of the younger generation was nothing more than poverty, and poverty was because the ancestors did not leave enough financial resources for future generations to squander. Because Tom's prying behavior was too outrageous, even Slytherin's thoughts became weird, and he even began to reflect on his ability to make money. Okay, skipping the topic just now, the two finally reached the entrance of the secret room that depicts two giant snakes. Slytherin looked at the bare snakeskin and felt that it had a special aesthetic feeling. Let's go in. As soon as the words were finished, the two snakes on the gate became entangled with each other. Tom looked at this scene he had never seen before and silently looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar palace behind the gate that was torn open by their fangs. Has anyone else been here? There's Professor Dumbledore, and Nagini, another friend of mine, said Tom. She got a blood curse and turned into a big snake, so we had to hide her here. Blood curse? Slytherin narrowed his eyes. A blood curse orc in the form of a snake? Wait, you just said that? That's right, said Tom proudly. Nerul used the animagus to strip the blood curse from her soul. Snake. Slytherin pondered for a moment, as if he was thinking about the feasibility of this matter. After a while, he nodded and said with emotion, I didn't expect that even the blood curse could be solved. That Nordic boy is really very good. Unusual. You keep talking about the Nordic boy. Do you know his life experience? Tom asked curiously. Of course, he doesn't look British at first glance. Slytherin smiled. Don't forget, many people say that I'm a loyal supporter of blood theory. Do you know more details? Tom asked. He has always been curious about his own life experience. I don't think this matter should be more concerned, Slytherin said solemnly. We should care more about the spirit words on him. Did you teach him this magic? What's the matter, Professor? Tom felt a trace of tension from Slytherin's tone. I once collided with his Patronus charm with speech spirit in a duel, and since then his Patronus has never been used again. Come out. In order to solve this problem, I once taught him the spirit of speech. Is there any restriction? Is he in any danger? At present, the danger is not so great, but why do you want to learn magic that you don't understand, and even learn it? Is this magic difficult, Professor? Slytherin coughed lightly and continued, it's not difficult, but do you know why I created spiritual words in the first place? Because you can't learn the Patronus, you child. Of course, I really can't learn the Patronus. My magic power is too deeply affected by black magic. Dark wizards can't learn the Patronus. Although I'm sure to maintain my soul, the magic will always metamorphosis. Slytherin pressed his hand on a stone pillar, and the runes of spirit speech flashed above his head. But in order to fight against the catastrophe of the Dementors back then, I developed a method that anyone can use with any emotion. It is similar to the patron saint spell. It can effectively kill the Dementors, and at the same time, its power against the patron saint is the same. Nars Patronus was destroyed by me, and spirit words cannot be used together with the Patronus charm. Tom quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. That's right, you're smart. Slytherin clapped his hands approvingly and said, the Patronus charm requires a bright heart and a good mood, but spiritual words correspond to other emotions. Anger, lust, hatred, and even jealousy will become the driving force of magic. I know some people like to say that they have mixed feelings, but can your magic power be mixed? Nanel. When you were participating in the Triwizard tournament, he briefly let the Patronus attach to the giant. I guess he had used the word spirit to remove some of the influence of your emotional collision. So although the Patronus has no entity, but it can still attach to other things to assist in combat, Slytherin said, but then your headmaster asked him to do something. Pevs. Tom frowned. You have a quick brain. That's right. Roina said some spells in the castle to ensure that the little wizard's magic power would not run amok due to too fast growth and too active spirit. I didn't expect these magic powers to a castle elf was born. Slytherin nodded and said he guessed the essence of Peeves early on and solved the problem in the most convenient way, absorbing its emotions. Like a water-filled sack, it has absorbed too much magic power. I say, Tom, he has studied the charm far better than you. That's too much nonsense. Tom waved his wand angrily. That's right, this guy is the same as Godric, and so is your current headmaster, Slytherin said rudely once, covered the pot, and simmered it for a lifetime, and when I opened it, I found that there was no good stew in it. What are we going to do? Tom asked anxiously. I can't go on like this. Don't worry, there won't be any good food in a hurry, Slytherin said like a gourmet. Let him come here another day. The best way to solve this problem is to release the magic power, but there is no suitable food. The carrier would be dangerous, but I don't think it's a big problem for him from my observation. He should have countless things to bear these huge magic powers. Slytherin rambled on for a long time, but Tom didn't catch what he was saying until Slytherin walked up to him and waved. Ah. Tom came back to his senses. What's the matter, Professor? Listen carefully. I noticed that your spellcasting habits have the shadow of Roina. Have you seen her? Slytherin seemed to have forgotten that he had asked Tom this question in the first place. I've seen her memory. The crown. She always likes to play tricks like this, and some ideas even shock me. An evil dark wizard. Slytherin marveled. I admit that she is creative, but not suitable for teaching. Professor, I think Ms. Roina's spell works very well. It is very concise and very fast. Is your name Ravenclaw? From now on, the most concise, fastest, best used, most powerful, and most efficient magic surname is Slytherin. Professor, I ask you to take 2 hours a day to come here by yourself, and I will teach you all the magic that belongs to Slytherin. What your headmaster taught you is too gentle, and Roina's magic is too gentle. It's too flashy. Slytherin's face was filled with unshakable confidence, and in an instant, every stone pillar in the Chamber of Secrets lit up, and countless runes shone above Tom's head like stars. Slytherin's voice echoed among the stone pillars. If you have never seen the strong, then you will always be considered weak. People with Slytherin blood are not worthy of being weak. Tom stared obsessively at the runes that he had never seen in these years, his eyes full of obsession. Yes, it's this desire that will make you strong. Slytherin shouted. Tom Slytherin. I can't wait too long. There were rustling noises in the distance, and the cute basilisk was startled by the sound. It had already forgotten the past after repeated serious injuries, but it still crawled out of the darkness in the corner towards the most familiar person in its memory near. The starry sky made of runes is experiencing the darkness before dawn. The moonlight of the past shone on Slytherin, but the sun is emerging. Professor, Tom regained his clarity after a brief trance. My name is Tom Riddle. Oh. Slytherin was silent for a moment, and after receiving too many rejections tonight, he chuckled. Okay. The Chamber of Secrets lit up, and the blazing light of the runes shone on Tom. The Slytherin beside him was somewhat transparent, and the color became thinner. He was just a person in the painting, who came from the past. Chapter 324 The Magic of Versailles. Professor, I'm back. Nelson's movement interrupted the conversation between Dumbledore and Professor Slughorn. He pulled his head out of the pensieve, breathing heavily like a stranded fish, his chest heaving violently, with his back to the two professors. He did not move for a long time. What's the matter with you? Nelson, Dumbledore asked with concern. Is something wrong? It's okay, Professor. Nelson turned his back to the professor, stuffed a small silver ball with black gas into his sleeve, turned around and walked to the sofa, and put the crystal bottle in his hand on the coffee table, looking relaxed. Here's the memory you're asking for. Mind if I take a look here? Dumbledore picked up the crystal bottle, held it in front of him, and stared at the silver white steam inside that rose like steam, and flowed like liquid. Of course I don't mind, Professor. Nelson nodded, sitting opposite the two, and said briskly, it is very important to find the truth. Dumbledore seemed to be in a hurry, so anxious that he didn't want to go to the pensieve to read the memory. He took out his wand, tapped the cork lightly, and the cork flew out with a whoosh sound, and stuck into the soft ceiling. Using the magic wand to stir up a wisp of silver steam escaping from the mouth of the bottle, the entire memory was pulled out of the crystal bottle. The entity of memory was like a piece of cloth cut from the Milky Way, and under the guidance of the wand, it rippled in the room like a streamer, and it soon formed a circle around Dumbledore. He put down his wand, leaning against the back of the chair. Her lips moved slightly. The ring gradually shrunk, covering his eyes. Nelson raised his eyebrows. It was the first time he had seen someone reading memory like this. Wow, Dumbledore was completely immersed in that memory. In order to break the silence, Professor Slughorn clapped his hands and drew Nelson's attention to himself. You want to participate in the Triwizard Tournament? Has it been rewarded? Nelson looked at Professor Slughorn's face, trying to put on a sincere expression. Well, you don't need to say it, I think I already know. Thank you, Professor. Nelson said. By the way, Tom and I passed by the door of the principal's office before, and saw that the hourglass of our college had bottomed out. Nelson, Professor Slughorn shook his fat belly, stretched out his arms and patted Nelson's shoulder, and said earnestly, actually, the deducted points can still be added back. But Professor, the weekend is coming soon. Even if the Slytherin students don't violate the school rules, they can get 10 points in every class, but it's just a drop in the bucket. Nelson blinked. I'm just a little curious. Our points are how did it disappear? Professor, if someone else targets us, you have to decide for us. Ha. 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 Professor Slughorn let out a pale and embarrassed laugh, turned his head to look at the display on the bookcase, and whispered, the other you mentioned may be me, silently attacking me. I was a little anxious at the time, trying to scare Black with deduction of points, but I didn't expect it to be deducted. Ha. Nelson's small body burst into great confusion. Horace, maybe I can add these points back for you. Dumbledore's voice came suddenly, and Nelson looked at him, and found that he had escaped from memory, holding the recorked crystal bottle in his hand, with a weird expression on his face. I know you and Mr. Black are both trying to save your classmates, and these points shouldn't be deducted. Forget it, it's not a good thing to make an exception like this when you just became the headmaster, unexpectedly. Professor Slughorn, who has been obsessed with the Academy Cup for many years, rejected Dumbledore's kindness. Shaking his head, he said, even if I'm just scaring him, the point deduction came from me, and I should take the responsibility. What? Are you here to give them back their points? Dumbledore smiled and returned the crystal bottle to Nelson. It's not impossible. No, I'll apologize to the boys, whispered Professor Slughorn. Now we can only hope that they will recover some of their grades with their own performance at the end of the term. I will explain to them. Even though we missed the House Cup in the end, even though our scores were the lowest in history, but in my heart, the Slytherin children are the best students this year. Everything is just my headmaster's fault. You don't have to do this, Dumbledore persuaded. Even if I add the points back, they will understand. You shouldn't have to pay for my mistakes, Albus. Professor Slughorn refused decisively. Although the parents of Slytherin students are a bit difficult to deal with, I will persuade them. Professor, Nelson interrupted suddenly, don't worry, we will get these points back. Really? Professor Slughorn squeezed out a big smile and patted Nelson's shoulder again, this time with much stronger force. He swallowed and said in a strange tone, I believe you. Professor, you should trust every Slytherin. I believe. Of course I do. But you have to make Mr. Black pay attention. Dumbledore blinked. He's no less powerful than any Gryffindor. I can transfer Blake to Gryffindor. I think Minerva will give me this face. Professor Slughorn relaxed a lot, even rubbed his hands, and joked, "No, Gryffindor's grades are also the bottom. I should let him transfer to Ravenclaw. That way Alfred will be sad. Professor, he is the one who saved the students." "Absolutely not. The Black family has been Slytherin for generations." Suddenly there was a scream from the wall. Nelson and the two professors slowly turned their heads and looked at Phineas's picture frame. "There is a half protruded ear on the edge. I didn't listen to your conversation. I was teaching my grandson at home, and I accidentally leaned against the picture frame." "Phineas," said Dumbledore gently, "does Dallas hate you so much because you accidentally bumped into her by leaning against a picture frame?" "Doris doesn't hate me. Doris doesn't hate me." Dumbledore smiled slyly and gently waved his wand. Phineas' voice echoed in the office over and over again. "I wrote it down. When Doris comes back from St. Mungo's, I will just play it to her." "What? I can't hear." Phineas' half of the ear protruding from the edge instantly retracted from the frame. "Aberforth got me into a lot of trouble," Dumbledore said with a wry smile when Phineas' voice disappeared completely. He looked at Nelson and nodded. "Your memory has helped me a lot. I finally figured out what surprise he left for me. No wonder Melissa ran away. Miss Chakunda was actually sent to the United States by me. If something happened to her, I would be implicated. When the time comes." Daily Prophet. The headline is that the headmaster of Hogwarts personally colluded with Muggles. By the way, Nelson, Professor Sykes took only one thing with him when he left in a hurry. Do you know what it is? "The tea set," Dumbledore said teasingly. "She is overwhelmed by your artistic tea art. I have to say that Aberforth is indeed better than me in some aspects." Dumbledore's expression was extremely complicated. It looked like a middle school student whose puppy love was caught by his parents. "In what?" asked Professor Slughorn curiously. "Some private matters." Dumbledore seemed a little embarrassed to say. "Aberforth said some things that he shouldn't say, did some things he shouldn't do, and promised some things he shouldn't promise." Requirements. Oh, Professor Slughorn smiled playfully, and Nelson sat aside and pretended he didn't hear anything. This topic was quickly skipped. After Nelson took out the refreshing spirit and described in detail the intersection between himself and Professor Sykes, Dumbledore, who had exchanged information, basically outlined the story of Professor Sykes before he escaped. He concluded, "Melissa told me at the beginning that she might not stay at Hogwarts until retirement, but I didn't expect this day to come so soon, and I was stuck in such an embarrassing event. She is a special person." Professor Slughorn agreed. "She has different ideas about many things. If you want me to say what's wrong with selling something, talk to the school and clarify. There are some solutions to the problem. She's stubborn and smart, just like every Ravenclaw. You might even pass her by in Diagon Alley, but she just keeps her cool and can wait until she's out of magic." Scope operated again, and perhaps now she's swaggering through the hearth of the Department of International Affairs. "Do you need me to chase her again?" Professor Slughorn stood up. "No, let her go," Dumbledore said wearily, rubbing his temples. "I probably know what she wants to do. I want to find my worrying brother." "Professor, I'll take my leave first." Nelson also stood up. "If you need me for anything, just call me." Nelson, who left the office, went straight to the door of the abandoned women's bathroom, took out a book about human body deformation, and sat on the stone pier at the door to wait. A book was half turned before Tom came out of the bathroom. He looked as tired as if he had been writing homework for a week, but he was extremely excited, and there was a trace of confusion in his eyes, which was extremely complicated. "Nah, is your patron saint okay?" Tom saw Nah at the door, walked over and said, "It's so serious, you didn't even tell me." "Fortunately, I found a solution to the problem." Nelson shrugged. "I still want to talk to you today. I want to inject some mixed magic power into Alexander, and I need your help." "That's good," Tom reassured, and began to talk about the experience in the Chamber of Secrets. "Salazar Slytherin is my mother's ancestor. Of course, I've said it many times, you are the heir of Slytherin." Nelson nodded, put the magic book back in his pocket, stood up, and straightened a hanging picture on the wall. "Didn't you say it? Only the heir of Slytherin can open the Chamber of Secrets." "Back to the dormitory?" Tom nodded, and the two walked side by side to the Slytherin Tower. "But my surname is not Slytherin." Tom continued along the previous words, as if he didn't catch Nelson's words. I have half Muggle blood in my body, just like the pet shop owner in our first year. That being said, I'm actually half a mudblood. I don't think it's an insult. It's stupid. Nelson shrugged. If Muggle-born wizards are lowly, where did the first wizard come from? It fell from the sky. Is it? In fact, in the era before the Big Four, Muggle-born wizards were once considered to be exceptionally talented, and they were the first generation of wizards. I know. What's wrong with you? Did Slytherin brainwash you? Nelson stretched out his hand and flicked Tom's forehead. Isn't it? Can a theory from 1000 years ago cause such a big stir in your heart? No, said Tom. His brow was a little blue after being flicked. He brushed Nelson's hand away, rubbed his forehead, and said, it's because I wasn't convinced, that I was shocked. How to say? I can see that his attitude towards me is special, not because of how good I am, but because I have inherited the blood of Slytherin. Tom shook his head, and he embraced this familiar yet unfamiliar ancestor. He had extremely complicated emotions, so he said rather melancholy, I used to think that a wizard would have everything, as long as he was strong. But even a person like Salazar Slytherin can be a star in the long river of history. His thinking still cannot jump out of the barriers of the times. He may be ahead of his time and great, but he is still just a medieval wizard. Who isn't? Nelson laughed. Tom, can this kind of question make you so sad? You have to know that maybe hundreds of years later, people in the future will think we are conservative and stubborn when evaluating us. With continuous development, even a guy as famous as Hayerbo can't make any waves now. Oh, speaking of it, Professor Slytherin also mentioned the despicable hellbotomy. Tom said, I suggest you be careful. After all, even the Big Four have a black wizard who has been hiding all day without a limit. No way. He said that this kind of opponent with no bottom line is the scariest, because you always have something to care about. I think Hayerbo can't make any waves. Nelson shook his head. I pushed him to death. Those scattered horcruxes are hard to make a difference, but they are just lingering things. You are worried about Hayerbo? No, I mean, Slytherin will teach me magic for 2 hours a day in the future. Nah, don't let me leave you behind. Tom raised his eyebrows and said, you may not know, he is simply an encyclopedia. Almost all magic is covered and proficient. I have no doubt that he will be a comparable opponent to wizards of the level of Dumbledore and Harry in his heyday. I'm indeed very troubled, but what troubles me is what powerful spells I should learn every day. Nelson felt a little toothache. Glory. Tom shouted a password to the door of the lounge and walked in with Nelson. What's wrong with you? Why don't you speak? Nothing. Nelson shook his head, and he heard an owl hooting from the direction of the bedroom. When the two returned to the dormitory, the purse hanging by the window and containing 1 month's newspaper money was empty, and a thick stack of newspapers was placed messily on the windowsill. Hey, the Daily Prophet has a lot of overtime today. Tom walked to the window and picked up the top newspaper. Notice from the Ministry of Magic. Wizards, please do not go to Diagon Alley or Charing Cross Road in the near future. What happens? He became more and more curious and reached out to the newspaper below. Chapter 325 Containment and Travel. Oh my god. Oh no. Merlin's. A scarf. Looking at the headline of the newspaper below the newspaper, Tom said in shock, nah, did you know? The leaky cauldron was bombed. What? Nelson stopped making the bedding. He raised his head and looked at Tom. Are you talking about the leaky cauldron in Diagon Alley? Of course. Is there a second leaky cauldron pub in the UK? Tom carried the stack of newspapers back to the dormitory without brushing off the dust, quickly placed them on the bedmate's bed in chronological order, and turned his head. He said to Nelson, who was approaching, hey, look. Some parading wizards savagely rushed into the Aura team guarding the leaky cauldron. The battle caused half the bar to be blown up to the sky and even blocked the magic of Muggles. It was all broken. TSK. Nelson smacked his lips and said, I didn't expect it. I thought Grindelwald was invincible in terms of terrorist attacks, but I didn't expect someone to be braver than him. The report said which side people? A reporter from the Daily Prophet who witnessed the whole process from the assembly to the conflict, according to his description, seemed to be just a group of restless wizards who got together and finally attacked the auras. This time the Daily Prophet report is really right, but this kind of statement is impossible. Nelson shook his head, emphatically. Absolutely impossible. I don't think a group of stragglers are brave enough to attack auras, even if there are many times as many people as auras, but these people are often self-righteous and self-interested, and they don't want to put themselves in danger. Who knows? Tom shrugged. Fortunately, there were no Muggle casualties. A few people broke into Diagon Alley because of the unexpected explosion and the sudden appearance of the bar, but the auras who followed up with reinforcement rushed to them, saved them before they were harmed by the marchers, and wiped their memories. TSK. Nobby Rich is condemning again. Tom shook his head. I used to think that he was also a talent, but now I can see clearly that he is still a character like Grandma Chamberlain, a wanted criminal. Sure enough, Professor Sykes is wanted, but Chamberlain and Karkaroff, these two are suspected of being involved in planning and instigating this riot. Are they alright? It's hard to say. Nelson shrugged. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they suddenly wanted Merlin. London. At King's Cross Station, a young girl with a high ponytail walked off the platform, looking at the station that was dilapidated by the bombing, with mixed feelings in her heart, dragging a suitcase that was almost bigger than herself, and another carrying a faded but well-maintained tailoring tool bag in one hand. She has not returned to her hometown for many years, and she is unfamiliar with everything here. Half at a loss, like a traveler who got off the wrong station, Martha walked out of the station by feeling, and the moment her little leather boots set foot on the London pavement, the familiar feeling came back to her, not because of the sweet air or the rebounding and tactile pavement, but because of the familiarity the waifs surrounded him. Beautiful and kind lady, please do me a favor. The leading boy took off the broken hat on his head. The hat was so torn that the material and even the style could not be seen. He trotted to stand in front of Martha, bowed deeply like a Japanese, and held the hat behind his back. He raised his hands above his head, repeating the begging line, alright, alright. The children who were lying around him in the garbage dump also surrounded him, and it only took a second to surround Martha in all directions. Martha stood there blankly, the same as when she was picked up by Mrs. Cole. Compared with when they went back, these begging teenagers were undoubtedly organized and experienced. Sorry, I just got back from abroad, and I don't have pounds. Martha rummaged in her pocket for a long time, only to find a stack of green dollars, and these currencies were of no use to the waif. Hearing this, the leading boy lowered his head in disappointment. He put his hat back on his head, drooped his shoulders, and walked back to the garbage heap, where he was before. Beautiful lady, I wish you enjoy every day in London. He blesses Martha sullenly, beckoning his siblings off the sidewalk. Thank you, Martha said to his back. Can you tell me where the currency exchange is? I will live in London, and I may come to bring you something to eat in the future. You can see a Bank of England when you go south, the boy said weakly, lying back on an old mattress beside the rubbish dump. I suggest you go back, wherever you came from, and stay in this crappy place, may starve to death. Thank you. Martha noted down the recognizable faces among the group of homeless children. I grew up in London, of course I want to come back here. Not long after leaving the train station, Martha found that she had lost her direction, and the surrounding scenery was so similar and consistent. Broken bricks and tiles were randomly piled up on the side of the road, and some dangerously shaped sheds stood where there should have been tall buildings. She walked through the hostile eyes, and asked with great difficulty the location of the currency exchange office. There was a long queue at the door of the currency exchange office, which was in stark contrast to the sparsely populated house exchange next door. However, most of the citizens who lined up came to exchange foreign currency. Very few people exchange banknotes for sterling. Standing at the end of the line, she was a little bored, so she bent down and picked up a newspaper on the side of the road, reading it with gusto. I have to say that Muggle newspapers are at least 500 years ahead of Wizards, and the corners are filled with advertisements for various wealth management products and insurance. Even though the smell of gunpowder in the city has not dissipated, the capitalists have stretched out their hard-working hands. Did you just come to London? When Martha was puzzled by the outrageous news that Congress had impeached a prime minister who had just won a war, a soft female voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked up and saw a well-dressed lady holding an umbrella, holding a small bag studded with pearls, stood in front of her with a smile, opened her bright red lips, and asked in a low voice, "Honey, are you planning to stay in London permanently?" Martha had a good impression of the woman for no reason. She nodded and said, "How do you know, honey?" The woman took a step forward familiarly, took her arms, put the umbrella on the buckle of Martha's suitcase, pulled up Martha's suitcase with her free hand, and left the line without saying a word. "You are wearing clothes that you might not be able to see if you squatted on the street for 10 hours, and you haven't brought an umbrella. You must have come from abroad." "Ma'am," Martha said, trying to free her arm, but it was as immovable as steel. "I just got in line. It's £4. I know." The woman smiled. "I have a more cost-effective and convenient way. There are more than 30 people in front of you. According to their work efficiency, you have to wait here for at least 2 hours. But unfortunately, they got off work in an hour and a half." Martha followed the woman to a street cafe in a daze, and when she came to her senses, she found that all the banknotes she had brought were in the hands of the opposite woman, while her own pockets were full of money, or thick stack of pounds, and some change. "Honey, I'll give you the umbrella." The woman blinked. There was an empty cup in front of her, but the coffee in front of Martha didn't take a sip. This made Martha wonder if she had done something wrong. It was a dream, but the heavy feeling in her pocket dispelled the idea. She picked up the cold coffee in front of her and heard the woman on the other side say, "You are coming to England, and I'm just about to go to America. We each take what we need. Very convenient, isn't it? But the money you gave me is much more than mine." Martha took out the banknotes from her pocket and nodded casually. "Ma'am, I don't have that much money. It's all the same to me." The woman shook her head. "Anyway, the cash is useless to me. I think a little girl who comes to a strange city must need some material support, isn't it, dear? But I suggest you deposit the money in the bank by this time tomorrow." The woman blinked and stood up. "It's lucky that I can meet such a lovely girl as you on my last day in England, but we'll never meet again. Thank you, ma'am." Martha looked at the woman's back in a daze, and suddenly remembered that she was lost, and asked before the woman left, "Do you know which direction the West City orphanage is? Or just tell me how to get to Zichin district?" The woman turned her head and stared at Martha's face with a playful expression on her face. After half a minute, she seemed to have discovered something. "When I got to my seat, I snapped my fingers and said, 2 more glasses, and 2 more of your desserts today, thank you." Martha looked at the woman who sat back across from her again, and watched her take out another stack of pounds from her lap. "Ma'am, you honey, at your age, you are looking for the Zichin orphanage again." The woman smiled and handed the money to Martha, and said, "You can keep the money. Remember to deposit the money in the bank earlier. Do you know where it is? I used to live there, but now, the city has changed too much." Martha asked the waiter who brought hot coffee and small cakes, but did not take the woman's money, "Can you tell me?" "Of course. When you go out, turn right and walk along the street. When you see a church, turn left and walk for 5 minutes. But I'm curious. Know someone named Nelson Williams or Tom Riddle? You know them?" Martha became excited. "We used to live there." "Oh, I'm their acquaintance." The woman shook Martha's excitedly raised hand. "My surname is Sykes, and I owe them the money, so I'll leave it to you." Martha stared at the money on the table and fell into the memory. When she broke free from the memory, the seat opposite was empty, and only the 2 banknotes pressed under the empty cup proved that someone had been here before. Martha picked up her suitcase and chased her out with her tool bag. There was no one on the street, only garbage and dust rolling in the wind. The gloomy weather above her head made her lose her direction again, but she followed Professor Sykes' words to walking to the right. There are fewer ruins along the way, and the scenery becomes more and more familiar. The newspaper she brought to the cafe in her hand was forgotten on the seat of the cafe, and was picked up by the waiter, who came to clean it up, glanced at it, and threw it into the trash can. A report titled "Multiple Citizens Disappeared Around Charing Cross Road, Westminster City" was drowned in the information of the explosion. In this year, it is quite normal for people to go missing. People go missing every day. Some people even died. For the citizens of the City of London, this kind of news can no longer interest them. In his office in the new Ministry of Magic building, Nobby Rich had a long written notice in front of him. He gritted his teeth, looked at Judge Shafik's assistant, and waited for the Auras to send Melissa Sykes after being arrested and brought to justice. The truth was revealed to the public, and he had already begun to fantasize in his heart that after he made great achievements, the wizards begged him for a good vision of re-election. Shafik's clerk shook his head. Over the past few years, he has personally watched this young man full of drive, under the corruption of the dignitaries, step by step from the son of tomorrow that Judge Shafik expected to become a rich man comparable to his predecessor. Recently, even Judge Shafik himself didn't come to Nobby much anymore, but he was still so ecstatic under the admiration of those officials that he wasn't even aware that he had been given up. My lord, Diagon Alley needs reinforcement. There was an urgent knock on the door. The Auras have injured more than 40 people. If there is no more reinforcement, I'm afraid that the casualties will really be out of control. Shut them all up in Azkaban. Nobby Rich slapped the table vigorously and roared angrily. But they hurt better to die in Azkaban. Well, but minister, instead of ambushing the Auras in the International Affairs Department and the railway station, what do you know? Nobby Rich yelled and interrupted the Aura outside the door. Sykes will definitely leave the Flu Network. This is her plan, to lure the tiger away from the mountain. You are all trying to persuade me to give up. Shafik is, and so is Dumbledore. Do you even want to persuade me now? Wait for me to catch her, and you will know who is the wisest person. Okay. The voice outside the door weakened. Meanwhile, in the port of London, Professor Sykes is leaning on the railing of a cruise ship, chatting with the young bosun. What? Your name is Jack too? How many Jacks are there on your ship? Ma'am, my former boss was also named Jack. Anyone named Jack is a good man. Professor Sykes raised his glass to the bosun along with the sound of offshore sirens. For example, you are willing to let a poor woman who missed the boat go on board first, and then make up for the fare, but someone will give you a ticket. Have you said that? The name of this ship is not a good name for a vehicle. It has been said that the ex-captain often spoke of him, and he was an impressive passenger, said Bosun Jack, but we sailors are used to the waves. Don't be afraid, ma'am. Except for the previous war during that time, the Icarus has never stopped traveling, and it is almost impossible to break down. But you lady, why don't you go to the United States by going to the Atlantic Ocean? Professor Sykes covered his mouth with a smile, enjoying the beautiful scenery on the sea. It's just to make people unexpected. This is the charm of travel, isn't it? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.